Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with everyone's favorite Adam Friended for the Sunday show. Hope you're all doing
Yeah.
well. And I guess I want to start off saying happy birthday to Cat Branchman, longtime
Look at
fan of the
that.
show.
Yeah.
Hey
What's
Cat,
up?
happy birthday. Now,
Happy birthday to you.
now let's talk about a very fun and exciting topic, someone dying in a very
Oh my
controversial and
God.
political way, right? Obviously. This is what we're here for. It's the comedy show where we talk about the political this political situation is so God, it's so demoralizing. We're like,
Hey,
should
we got
we
to get
stream
the
about this
jokes
when it
out of
first
the way,
happened? And
right?
I think we were both just like, God, no. We were just so like we were over it.
Well, at that point, the story was she just dropped off her kid at school and she was trying to turn around in the street. It was all just a big accident, all just a big misunderstanding, clusterfuck. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's like demoralizing, right? You're like, everyone involved is innocent and just terrible
Oh, I didn't.
situation.
Yeah,
So,
I don't know. Like when there was a lot of fog of war. I guess you're right. Like when it first happened, there's a lot of fog of war about like what was exactly going on. That's true.
right.
That's true.
And there
But
are
I just mean,
still some people who think that, though. There's still some people that believe that's the
yeah.
situation.
Well, no, I mean, well, it's true that Renee Good did drop off her kid, but then it is also true that she was attempting, or at least it appears that she was attempting to do some sort of follow ICE agents, block ICE agents or traffic or something with her car maneuver. So she's doing both those things. It wasn't like a random chance encounter or something to that effect.
Yeah, video dropped this morning that's about 3.5 minutes long of her dancing in her car, honking her horn. So she was there for quite some time. The intent was really to block the ICE agents.
Yeah, it is weird. And we're going to watch, of course, the video in a second, but it is weird that because I really want to know like the full context of what was like the ICE agents doing there and what was she doing there. And it's weird that it's taken so long, I feel like, to get that information out. You think that should be something that come out almost immediately. But that makes me think that there was some kind of situation. Like if it was very clear in one direction or the other, I think the information would have come out. Like if, oh, she was just like completely accidentally doing a 3.5 turn for no reason, that would have come out instantly. Or if it's like there was an ICE car, because they said that there's an ICE car that had gone into a snowbank and it had been trying to pull out. And if like that's what happened, and then she like pulls her car to like block that like ICE car in, you would think that would have also immediately come out because that'd be like super damning, right? But the fact that it's just sort of this like vagueness makes me think, okay, she was probably blocking traffic or something, but like, is it enough? Like maybe she was trying to block them in, but didn't actually successfully do it. It's kind of like, so there's like some wiggle room that people will argue. I feel like that's probably what's going to come out.
Yeah. I think she was waving some cars around.
Well, that's the thing.
Well,
If some
look,
cars,
we're gonna watch. I didn't watch the 3 minute video yet. I just fast forwarded to the spot where she's like dancing and tooting her horn. It's like
yeah, yeah,
you're
yeah.
like, oh my god,
Yeah, it's super. I'm not.
she's giddy. She's giddy.
Well, yeah,
Everyone
it's
was
like
saying, oh, she was just in a panic. She was scared for her life. No, she's
right.
fucking with these people so hard.
Well, it's one of those things where yeah, I'm watching that video and we're watching a second, but we're watching that video and I'm like, who's just laying their horn? And I realized, oh, it's her. I was like,
Yeah.
terrible.
Oh,
But anyway, so let's watch.
I thought people were honking at her until I fast
Yes.
forwarded to the spot, and then I was like, oh,
Yeah.
interesting,
Yeah. Because
interesting
now
turn of events.
there's a lot
Someone
of
is filming it from their home because think of this: she's out in front of their home. You know,
mhm,
they're getting ready for work or whatever, and they hear
right.
someone laying on the horn out in front of their house.
Though it's
You're like,
weird because
motherfucker.
either the person who is filming it from their home is an idiot who is filming this like situation and they're filming it not in landscape mode like a retard,
Yeah,
even
portrait
though
mode.
you, yeah, even though you would need
Portrait
it,
mode should
or
be illegal. Phone should not be able to film in portrait mode.
that's true. That's true.
That was
I hate it. I
that's
fucking
the way to
despise
solve
it.
that problem right there.
Yes.
Apple
Yes.
could fix this tomorrow.
Most of the time, guys, remember, especially if you're filming something important historic, most of the time, okay, what's happening like
Tank
above
Man,
you and
Tiananmen
below you
Square.
is not anywhere near as important as what's happening to the left and the right. Usually there's like a visual range that's a rectangle in front of you, long ways. That's important. All right. What's going up in the sky is generally not as important unless you're, filming the sky. Right. So, and just people need to learn that because this video, it's like And well, I don't know. We're talking about it so much. Maybe we should bring it up first. Um,
We
yeah, I
can.
guess let's just bring it up first, just so people know what we're talking about. Like, you want to see how the situation came to be, and it's like a street with cars and traffic. So you want the long shot that you can get a full visual understanding of how the scene gets set up in the first place. And we get this like teeny tiny little zoomed in box, and I'm like, what the fuck who's filming this garbage? What is this crap?
It's 3 minutes 32 seconds, but this video is recent, so this
I
is
mean,
like
we're
the latest news.
right. There's no, I don't know if you should watch the whole video because like nothing really happens in it, but
Okay,
we can,
come on, it's the news. You want to just fast forward to the where she's dancing around?
yeah, it's at the like 30, go to like 35.
35.
Yeah.
Done. Ready? Three,
Yep.
two, one, go.
Okay. See that? So that car, that's her in the car. You can see if you go back a little bit, you can see she's blocking one lane of traffic, and she's kind of, it looks like she's dancing around, honking the horn.
Yeah.
Now, there's also a possibility that now, if you go to the end, and this is very interesting because this would be a new angle of the shooting. If you go to the
Yeah, it
very
would.
end, but, and this is very weird. If you go to 325, you'll see it cuts off. The video stops right before the incident happens, which is kind of suspect.
Hmm. I'm at 323. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, this would be a good angle too. Look at this. Oh my.
Right. So now this makes me wonder, okay, because at first I thought, okay,
They
maybe the
cut it.
person,
You know why they cut it off. Come on. Come on,
yeah, well, that's what
Sitch.
I'm thinking. Like, so the person, I thought maybe the person who filmed this is some idiot they filmed in portrait mode. But now I'm wondering, okay, maybe they didn't film it in portrait mode, maybe it's in landscape mode, but someone cropped this, or this guy who posts on X, maybe he cropped it and edited it, like super zoomed in on it or something.
Look, indisputably, this video had her hitting the guy and like his feet slipping out from under him on the ice because that whole road was icy.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, "Oh, better cut that part out." Holy shit,
Well, no,
she
I
hit
don't
him.
know. I don't know because the guy who claims that this was sent to him is completely on the ICE officer's side. So
Oh,
if the
really?
video was some sort of massive like win for that, he wouldn't have edited there or cut off there, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. It's weird. Maybe we'll get the rest of this video or something to see because it looks like it's a new angle. It looks like it'd be important information, and it makes no sense the person would just randomly stop filming right as the thing that's about to happen that we all want to see happens.
Well, it does destroy the narrative that she was just turning around in the middle of the street. Look, that narrative's dead already. But I
Yeah,
do
yeah,
see a
yeah.
lot of
I think
people
most.
on Twitter clinging to the narrative that she's just an innocent victim here, just trying
Yeah,
to turn around in her driveway.
I think most people have realized that's not the case. That she was trying to do something. She was either protesting or trying to stop the road, or protesting by trying to block one lane of traffic. Um, Something also that's important too, which most people might not have realized, that car that's in front of her car on the right side, that is actually the car that belongs to the ICE agent that shoots her.
Oh,
What was his name?
really?
Jonathan Ross, right? Is that his name?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's actually his car. And you can actually see in the longer video, well, in this video, you can actually see him pull it up from that car, drive around her, get out, and then start filming her. And then in the longer aftermath video, you can see him and I think another agent get into that car and leave after the shooting.
Yeah, I
So,
saw him leave.
yeah.
I saw him walk away.
But I'm still somewhat curious as to what the thought process of her was in terms of like, why did she decide to pull her car into one lane of traffic instead of just like, if you're gonna block the road, why don't you block the whole road? Like, what exactly was she trying to do? So,
Yeah.
not so. But anyway, let's go back to the first video here because there's lots of stuff going on here. We have to talk about the legality of this, the morality of this. There's also the policy issues because I see a lot of people bringing up a lot of things that I don't. Everyone wants to conflate sort of the legal issues with the moral issues. And then when it comes to legal issues, I see a lot of people bringing in information that I don't believe is remotely relevant whatsoever to the actual legal case.
The direction the tires are facing and all that stuff.
That's part of it because, well, here we'll play the video and then we'll kind of pause it. We'll talk about
53
the.
seconds here. Here's the video. We'll shut up so you guys can watch it. Pull your phone out of your pocket. Watch it.
No! No! Shame! Shame! Oh my fucking god! What the fuck?
Okay.
What the fuck? You just fucking, what the fuck did you do?
So,
We're not going to play it through?
well, I mean,
Okay.
once you shoot, the shooting.
There's a
happens.
20 seconds.
Oh, I guess there's like a zoom in version, 24 seconds. I didn't realize.
Well, look, everyone's Zapruder filming the shit
Yeah,
out of
yeah,
this.
yeah,
So
yeah. Well, I guess yeah, if you go to like 20, 24, 25, where you can kind of see, where it starts to happen. So from the legal perspective, which I think is a little bit it's always usually easier, I think, to talk about the legal perspective first because it's more black and white as opposed to the moral perspective. From the legal perspective, all the people that kind of talk about the angle of the tires and all that other stuff, that doesn't really matter legally because the way the legal test works is before I even talk about jurisdiction. The way the legal test works for Jonathan Ross, the ICE agent, is did he have a reasonable belief that he was going to get hit by this car? Did he have some reasonable belief that this car was going to hit him? And so
you
people that
like
are like,
female driver one. So that's pretty
well, there you go.
certain.
That's one strike against her, right? Yeah. So it doesn't like the people that are like, okay, well, if I slow it down and I do this like analysis with the tires and all, like none of that really matters to that legal test because obviously, if a guy is standing there in front of the car, he doesn't have the ability to slow down time and to see the thing from another vantage point or do any of these other like things that people are now doing in Monday morning quarterback kind of like hindsight things. Like none of that really is how this is supposed to work legally. It's supposed to be at the moment in sort of the chaos of the moment when it all happens. Does he have a reasonable concern for either extreme bodily harm or death at that moment? And so, I mean, I would say, I think that, and there's another angle too that we'll watch. I would say that if he, is in front of the car or does get clipped by the car, which I believe he does get clipped by the car, so I don't know if it was severe. I do think that that's going to make it pretty difficult, if not impossible, for them to successfully bring legal charges against him. If you're driving a car and you clip a police officer and they shoot you, I think it's going to be very difficult, if not impossible, to convince most juries, unless they're super biased against the ICE, that the officer was legally wrong to use deadly force at that moment.
Yeah, he's got another defense angle too. If you watch the video, you can see he pulls his gun out immediately when he sees the other officer's hand go into the car. And he's like, "Oh, I've seen this rodeo before, right? Hand goes into the car, gets caught."
Yeah, that's an interesting thing. Well, it's interesting you bring that up because a lot of people were bringing this up. JD Vance brought this up, where uh, Jonathan Ross was in a situation where they pulled someone over, and Jonathan Ross they broke the guy's window. They stuck his hand through the window to try to unlock the door, and then the guy takes off, right? And so and Jonathan Ross was injured, and he had to get a bunch of stitches, and his arm was all cut up from that incident. Um, and he got dragged by the car, I believe, like 30 or 40 feet. So you're right. And that's actually kind of an interesting where his mindset was at, is that when he sees a person break a window, or I guess reach inside because he doesn't have to
Yeah,
break
he
windows,
just
goes down,
reaches into the car.
reaches
Her window
inside,
is down. Yeah.
yeah, that he might have already been pulling out his gun in anticipation to try to prevent like what happened to him to happen to the other officer. Now, I don't. It's interesting because JD Vance brought that up, And I don't know if you saw that clip where JD Vance said like, "Oh, maybe he's sensitive because this happened to him," and
I
JD
did
Vance
not
brought it
see
up.
the clip. No, I
Yeah,
didn't even know JD Vance brought it up.
yeah. It was kind of it was really stupid because JD Vance brought it up in an attempt to like defend the guy, but it kind of does the opposite because if you're bringing charges against this guy and you're the state, I mean, you can make the argument like, well, because this guy had a bad interaction in the past, that biased his behavior now in a negative way, and that's why he acted improperly. So it's kind
Hmm.
of like, so people like it's an interesting thing to bring up in terms of maybe it had an effect on his motivation. I don't think the people that are defending this guy, I don't know why they're bringing it up. It's not a piece of evidence to use to defend him. If anything, you could potentially use it to attack him. So I don't know why people keep
The
bringing it up like it's some kind
prosecutor
of
is going to
defense.
use that,
They could theoretically,
right?
to say like he wasn't prepared to go back out on the streets because of this incident that happened to him, and he acted improperly based on his. They could try to paint this picture for the jury, right? This is why he acted improperly.
Right.
So
Well, I just noticed that him pulling his gun out is like perfectly timed with that guy's hand going in the window.
yeah,
Like
well,
he's moving fine, and then the guy puts his hand into the woman's car, and that's when he pulls out his revolver.
it's kind of
But
hard
look,
to
you
tell.
often pull out a gun to say freeze, right? Don't
Right, right.
move. Yeah.
It's kind of hard to tell
Stop. I have a
because
gun.
like you have two things happen at the same time. So he's like putting his hand inside the car, but then also like it's like he actually if you kind of go through it very slowly at from the beginning from like the 5 to 6 seconds, if you just kind of scrub through it, it's not he starts to pull out right as she switches from reverse to drive is when he draws is the actual moment. So is it in reaction to that or is it in reaction to the car, him putting the hand in the car or both? Who knows? These things happen like insanely fast. So it can be very difficult to tell.
When he
But
pulls his gun out, the wheels are facing right at him, though,
yes.
which is
Yes.
everyone's like, she's turning the wheels, but like they don't turn until the last minute, and they do clip him.
Yeah. I think he does get clipped. I did. Well, here we should watch the point of view video too that I
Yeah.
put in the watch together because I think that's important as well.
Oh, it's in the watch together? Nice.
Yeah.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you. Show your face. I'm not mad at you. That's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the car. Get out of the car.
Oh! Okay. He says fucking bitch, which I guess they bleeped for the New York Post, but not that that's important. I saw a lot of people kept bringing that up like that means something for the case. It doesn't really mean anything for the case whatsoever. So,
But
here,
morally, you should say,
yeah,
oh, thank you to the woman who just hit you with her
Right,
car.
right.
That's what you should say.
Want to come at us?
You should say, thank you. Can I have another? It's
Yes.
so funny how quickly it goes from the wife being completely in the officer's face to the other two cops show up and are going to arrest him. And she's like, oh shit, let's get out of here. Holy shit.
yeah, yeah.
Run.
Well,
They're
this is
on
kind of
to us. They've caught us.
this is kind of crazy too, because here, if you listen, so the woman is her wife,
Right,
and if you
yeah.
listen, she tells her to flee.
Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the car. Get out of the car.
She said, "Drive,
Yeah.
baby, drive," which is
Yeah.
kind of insane. And I mean, obviously, that person is going to be basically, scarred for life because they essentially got their partner killed. Because if they hadn't driven away, then they would have not died. So
Yeah, in the other video, she's sobbing. Some guy is also filming. He comes out and asks her if there's someone they could call. And she's like, no, I got no one to call. It's just like a tragic.
yeah, I mean, I know we're kind of like joking a little bit about some of this stuff, because it's just a dark situation.
Hmm.
The thing is, for the people, I would say for the people that are like, oh, fuck around, find out, or they don't like this woman because of her politics and all this other stuff. I would say at least have some sympathy for her child, who she is a 6-year-old child. She had three children, two who were, I believe, from another marriage, who their father is still alive and they live with their father. She had one child who that child's father died 2 years ago, and then now the child's mom is dead. Okay, so she has a 6-year-old child that's lost both parents. This is like a horrible situation. So I would just tell the people that are all like, dancing on this woman's grave, like, just have some sympathy for the people that are, left behind and have to deal with like the horrible aftermath of all this.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah. Um, but I think this video is kind of interesting too. Here, besides her telling her to drive away, which is horrible thing to do. Like, try to look at the Renee Good's like kind of face. I know it's blurry, it's kind of hard, but kind of look at like where she's looking at the moment that this is all going down.
Get out of the car.
So you can see when. Here, wait, let me see if I can.
Yeah,
So you
she's
can see
looking
right
back.
there. Right there, she's looking at the officer who's approaching her and trying to open the car door. Right. She's not even
Mhm.
looking at the guy in front of her.
No, she doesn't know he's there.
Yeah. And then she's in such, and I would say that she's in such kind of a panic, or no, I don't know if you would say panic because that's, state of mind. She's trying to move so quickly to leave that this is kind of insane too. She's literally going to leave her wife behind. Like her
Yeah.
wife's trying to get back in the car and she's just ready to fucking book it and leave her behind.
She doesn't want to go to jail. She's got a kid in daycare right now.
Mm-hmm.
Get out of the car.
So it definitely sounds like he gets hit. Like something like maybe it's just his hand or something, but he definitely something gets hit. And then you can see the phone gets locked up. Now I don't know how you interpret this. I interpret this as two things. I interpret this as it's better for the Jonathan Ross's case of self-defense because it seems very clearly like he got hit when you watch this video to some capacity. And you can definitely see he definitely looks like he's directly and more directly in the line of the car. This kind of turn here. But I think it also makes kind of an interesting thing, which is a lot of people have been claiming that they think it was her intention to run him over. That's not real. Now we're all doing kind of mind reading here. That's not really how I interpret what's going on. I interpret what's going on is that she's basically just trying to flee very quickly and is not really even processing and maybe not even really seeing what's going on. Because remember, she's trying to flee so fast, she's leaving her wife behind. And she just kind of, clips this guy without really paying attention to what's going on.
Yeah, I think she was trying to flee. I don't think she was trying to intentionally run him over.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
Now,
But I mean, it's an accident that cost her life because
Yes.
obviously
yeah.
the officer does not know that. The officer doesn't know if she's trying to flee or if she's trying to run him over.
Yeah, from the perspective of like whether it would be justifiable or not. I mean, if someone is hitting you with their car and you're a law enforcement officer, whether it's intentional or not intentional, it's not going to make too much of a big difference, I don't think, in terms of this case whatsoever. I just think it's important because a lot of people are framing it, I think, that way because then you can feel like this is, as I said, I think this is like a horrible situation. Someone died. If we kind of have a worldview or an idea where like, no, this person with malice of forethought is like trying to run someone over, then obviously you would feel zero sympathy for them dying at that point. So I think a lot of that is kind of why it's sort of being framed that way to some extent, just so you don't feel bad whatsoever that this person got shot.
People want to frame her as a murderer, as an attempted murder,
as opposed to someone who's dangerous. I would say dangerously reckless, which is still very bad. I'm not gonna dismiss that. If you're
negligent homicide is what they call it.
Right. If you're behind the wheel of a car and you're just, being so reckless that you hit someone or almost hit someone, I mean, that's very bad. That's definitely really bad. If she hadn't been shot and had just, driven away, I mean, she would have gone to jail for this. She would have gone to jail probably for at least a couple of years, maybe up to 5 or 8 years for this. I was looking through the different
Right.
charges you could get for this.
Really?
So
5 to 8
yeah.
years. Wow.
Well, it's really like 1 to 8 years. So it would really be dependent on what they want to do. But
That Minnesota justice system, though, she'd be out in 24 hours.
well, so that's another thing too that's important legally. This is probably going to get elevated to the federal court system anyway. So
But Minnesota is going to want to try to take a crack at him, right? Is he safe from state prosecution if the feds say they let him go?
So my understanding of the situation is that, well, so there's a couple things. Right now, the FBI is not apparently sharing any information with the state of Minnesota regarding their investigation. Which we'll talk about that because I do have feelings about that. But in terms of how this would all play out, my understanding would be that if the state brings charges, which I think they will, because I don't think the federal government is going to bring charges against this guy, is that the state will try to bring charges. The federal government will make the argument that it's actually a federal matter because he was a federal officer engaged in federal activity within his purview, within his job at that time. Therefore, it has to be elevated to a federal court. And then a judge will make a determination about whether that's valid or not. I think they will find that it is valid. And then I think the federal government will make the argument that the guy was acting within purview of his immunity, or the supremacy clause immunity, that he was performing his federal duties and cannot be prosecuted. And then a judge would have to determine whether he was doing that. And I don't know if a judge is going to determine whether his conduct was necessary and proper at that point without actually going through a federal court case.
Right. So, but jurisdictionally, if the federal government says you can't prosecute him at the state level, then they can't. The federal level has jurisdiction over the state level.
Well, it has to go through a court, but yeah, I think the court will find that it will be elevated to the federal level. Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Because he was a federal
agent.
Well,
they want to elevate it to the federal level, obviously, because
yes,
at the federal level, they have much more control. And the Trump administration doesn't want this guy getting prosecuted. They don't want the state of Minnesota, Kyle Rittenhousing the shit out of this guy.
Yeah, right. Just to be clear, so it's not like the federal government can't just say, boom, federal jurisdiction, bitch, and then we're not going to press charges. Like there's some logistical way that this all plays out. And it all plays out, the state's going to bring charges. The feds say you can't bring charges. Presumably a court agrees with that. Then the feds are going to try to get dismissed the charge. They're going to try to say like, oh, well, actually, he has immunity. And I don't know if a judge is going to sign off on that or not without actually going through some kind of trial.
So he might have to have a federal trial. Because the judge doesn't sign off. Right.
I believe so, but I could be
If
mistaken.
the judge signs off and says, okay, yeah, look, he's innocent, let's move on. Can the state come in and say, okay, well, we're going to prosecute him since you guys didn't? That's what everyone's worried about.
No, I don't think so. If once the judge says that this is a federal matter, even if they don't pursue charges or they drop charges or whatever, I think there's nothing they can do about it at that point.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if he might be able to be sued civilly or actually, so there's something that's kind of interesting. He might be able to be sued civilly, or actually the ICE agent who tries to pull her out of the car might be able to be sued civilly, because there's a big question about whether it gets very complicated when it comes to ICE. There's always like these weird jurisdictional questions about what ICE can do in regards to interacting with or detaining or giving commands to U.S. citizens. And so the way it works is that ICE technically, they're not like the police. It's not really supposed to be like, oh, the police see you doing something or they have reasonable cause to believe that you're doing something and they kind of go over and start interacting with you. Like ICE isn't really supposed to engage with U.S. citizens in that fashion. So there is a question about, did ICE even have jurisdiction to approach her car and try to pull her out of it the way that they did?
Normally that's a local law enforcement issue, right? ICE
Right.
is just going in there to deal with immigration issues. The local law enforcement steps in and deals with problems like this. The problem in sanctuary cities, though, is the local law enforcement is standing off and saying you fend for yourself.
Sometimes, yeah, right. Now, if they were doing something like if they were in the middle of doing some sort of federal operation, such as like we're trying to arrest an illegal immigrant to send them, to a facility or something, right? And then you start like blocking them, they can 100% detain you and
Well, I think
put their
that's what
hands
they
on
were
you.
doing. And they did end up arresting the guy after she was shot and killed.
Well, I've heard kind of mixed reporting on that, and I think there's a reason for that because this might fall into a gray area. Because yeah, if they're in the middle of trying to do some kind of operation, if ICE is in the middle of trying to do some operation and you put yourself in their way, so you stop them, they 100% have legal authority to detain you and put hands on you and do stuff to you, right? But what Christy Nome said right after this happened was she said that they had just successfully done some sort of ICE operation and they were returning to the ICE facility to plan or to get ready to do another ICE operation. So I don't
Okay.
know if that's true. Maybe you can make an argument in terms of like if they have like the perp in the car that you're preventing them from bringing them to the facility or something. So maybe that would be the legal argument for jurisdiction. But if they're just driving, and I don't know how this would work jurisdictionally, if they're just driving back, if they've done something successfully, and you just have a random ICE agent who's just kind of driving back to the home base, I don't know if that legally counts as they're in the middle of some sort of like ICE operation in terms of having the jurisdiction to detain you at that point.
Now, can the officer be indicted for filming in portrait mode here?
He should be. He should be.
This whole video he shot. I mean, think how much more information he would be getting right now if he
Yes.
just turned his phone sideways when he started to record.
It's kind of stupid because I understand the reason people do film in portrait mode because it's obviously it's easier to hold your phone upways because it's designed to be held that way than to hold it to the side.
Mm-hmm.
Can't they just have it so that like your camera will just switch to portrait mode? I mean, landscape mode, even if you're holding
that
it
would be
like portrait mode.
that
Like,
would
shouldn't
be,
that be the default way in which it works?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
it's almost like no reason to ever film something in portrait mode if you could film in a landscape mode.
Right. And then they would be forced to turn their phone just to get the bigger picture because it'd be just like a little tiny landscape mode in the middle of their
I guess
phone.
I mean
They'd be
that's the
like,
reason why
"Okay,
people
yeah."
do it. It's harder to see what you're filming, I get, but
Yeah, but that would force them. That's a great idea because it
Right.
would force them to turn their phone to blow
Right.
the image up.
I did see a lot of people that were talking about like, okay, so this guy, he's stopping the car, he's filming them, and he's doing all this stuff. And it's weird because I heard some people like attacking him for filming them so nonchalantly. I bet you that the reason that this guy stopped his car and got out and was filming them and walking around taking the plates and everything is because he was probably going to do the more legally unambiguous thing, which was he was taking their plates and he was going to send it to the police or to be dealt with afterwards. Right. So he was probably
Yeah.
doing the exact right thing by just filming them. So there might be some more from some sort of like creating the problem situation. It might be more of the guy who tried to pull her out of the car. If you're going to look at it from that perspective, was doing sort of the thing that maybe he wasn't supposed to be doing.
Yeah, that's interesting. We don't know. We don't know what he was thinking here, but he definitely knows what he was thinking.
Right.
And I'm
right.
assuming we'll know soon enough.
Well, I think the guy was thinking like, fuck this bitch. I want to arrest her. I'm assuming that was the thought process. So
Yeah, but even the how you do that tactically is important,
yes,
right?
of course. But to also from the jurisdictional perspective, even if they didn't, so even if you have a situation, because I saw a lot of people arguing about this, where the ICE agents don't have the jurisdiction to stop this person, right, and to pull out of her car, that doesn't give her the legal authority to potentially run someone over at that point. Okay. So, because some people were trying to make some kind of argument that, well, they're not within their jurisdiction right to stop this person. So therefore, the guy's actions are automatically wrong and he has no self-defense. That's not true. Like, you can make some sort of argument that maybe, he should be fired because they were doing something that was, they weren't supposed to be doing. But if you're, an off-duty cop, or you're, a sheriff's department or an FBI agent or whatever, you're in some area and you have no jurisdiction, and you see someone like doing something and you're like, hey, stop, and they try to like run you over, like, you can't just run a person over. Even if it's like a random person on the street. Someone says, hey, like, excuse me, can you get out of your car? Say random person. You don't just get to like magic instantly run that person over like automatically, right? And
Yeah, of course.
so that's not really a good argument that I saw people make from the jurisdictional thing. So even if they have no jurisdiction, I don't think it's going to dramatically affect the self-defense claim that Jonathan Ross is going to make or be able to make, even if they have zero jurisdiction to do what they do. Because you see a car coming at you, you have the self-defense thing. Now, because you'd have to make two arguments. This is how you'd have to frame the argument. You have to frame the argument that they have no jurisdiction to do what they're doing. And then B, on top of that, Renee Good, the driver, she is in fear of her life. She has a reasonable fear of her life. And so she is trying to drive away. And thus, if you could correctly argue those two facts to a jury and they agreed with it, then yes, then maybe you get into the scenario where Jonathan Ross doesn't have a self-defense claim. I don't think that's going to be a very strong argument to make, because as you can kind of see from this video,
Get out of the car.
like, she's already like, because what you'd have to do basically if you want to make that argument, because I did see some people saying this and they were kind of relating this to the law in Florida that says, if you're surrounded by protesters and you're afraid for your life, you can kind of like drive through them, right? And I saw people kind of making that argument. In order to make that argument, I think strongly in court for this situation, you'd have to show that she only starts to try to drive away or drive forward in reaction to, maybe seeing the guy pull the gun on her or something. But that's not what happens. She starts driving away before she even sees the guy in front of her. I don't even think she did see him really at all. But before she can even potentially see the guy and see that he's drawn or anything, the car's already going at that point, as you see. She's clearly looking at the guy who was talking to her when this is all going down so fast. So I think this video kind of hurts that case, that argument that she's, in fear for her life. And that's why she's decided to, recklessly drive away.
She's in fear of being arrested. That's what she's in fear of.
That's what it looks like to me. Yeah.
Seems obvious. Put me on the jury.
Right.
Get out of the car.
There's a shot there. Does he like gets his own face, right?
The camera, like it flips up towards him. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, okay. Wait, we should go back to if you can go back to the first video on the Tim Pool tweet. Because another kind of legal question is the multiple shots that he fired, because he's got like one shot that he fires. He's clearly or more clearly in front of the car. And then you have shots 2 and 3 seem like he's more on the side of the car.
Yeah, they go in the open window. That's why there's no broken glass.
So there's a couple things, because some people have made this comment about every shot has to be accounted for in a sort of self-defense scenario. Now, it would be better for Jonathan Ross if, they can do the autopsy and they can do some kind of determination based on the trajectory of bullets. If the bullet that kills her is the first bullet, like, that would be definitely better for his case than if it's the second or third bullet where he's, maybe he's already been clipped by the car, maybe he's on the side of the car. And so you'd say, well, at that point, he's not really in the line of the car. So he, technically should not have been shooting at that point. Right. So that wouldn't be good for him if that was the case in the scenario. However, you have to basically convince a jury, because if you kind of scrub through this from like, the 6-second mark to the 8-second mark, these shots take place in 1 to 2 seconds, so he's firing 3 rounds in like 1 to 2 seconds. Is it reasonable that a person who is in a dangerous situation and is firing and then is not in a dangerous situation in a half second to a second later would instantly be able to stop firing? Like, is that a reasonable thing to expect from law enforcement? Some people will say yes. I think some people will say no. I think it'll mostly break down along how people feel about the situation politically. I think most juries tend to give police officers latitude, or law enforcement latitude, especially when it's this close. If it's like a full, like, 3 or 4 or 5 seconds afterwards, or there was that case, I forget what it's called, where I don't know if you remember um, the guy was like clear, the guy had said that the police officer said that he had stole his taser, and then he was running away, and he's like very clearly like shooting him in the back as he's running away. I don't like, that's a very, different situation. It seems very more clear cut to me in terms of like a jury looking at that and saying, okay, that's, you're literally shooting someone in the back as they're running away, as opposed to you have a second or a 2 second window of reaction as you're maybe getting hit by a car to shoot someone.
Right. It looks like his feet get knocked out from under him. Those icy roads. Have you ever tried to stand on those icy roads? It's so obvious the officers are slipping all over the place.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they said a car, went into the snowbank, so that would make sense that he did slip. Though actually, that could be, and depending on how I don't know, it'd be interesting if we could ever see that video if it doesn't cut out, because theoretically, you could have a scenario where he doesn't actually get clipped by the car at all. He actually just slips and hits the car with the camera, and that's what makes that sound. Which would affect the case.
He's trying to get out of the way, but he
Right.
falls on the car.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Like he's trying to get away. I think at the end of the day, from the legal perspective, I don't think that this guy is going to face. I don't think a jury is going to find him criminally liable for this action.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, I think the reason for that is when you have a situation where you have a law enforcement and a perp or a victim or whoever, whatever you want to call them, and they're both doing stupid things, and that leads to the one person the person dying. I think generally the law and generally juries side on the law enforcement side if both people are doing stupid things. They say, okay, well, yeah, maybe maybe the guy shouldn't have tried to pull out of the car. Maybe the guy shouldn't have been standing, I know it's kind of a question about whether he was standing in front of the car or whether the car kind of turned into him, and maybe he should have not drawn and he should have moved to the side and all those other things. Like, I understand all those arguments, but then it sort of gets hit with sort of the more, the argument from her perspective, which is, well, she shouldn't have been blocking the road. And then also B, she should not have been, she should have got out of the car. And then C, even if she didn't get out of the car, she 100% should not have very recklessly tried to speed off when there are people so close to the car. And so when you have the situation where it's like, okay, well, there's a lot of people doing dumb things and she dies for it, I think the law and juries are generally going to side on the law enforcement to give them the latitude to be like, okay, well, maybe you didn't do everything perfect, but the woman definitely did a lot of things that led to the outcomes here.
Yeah, it's so crazy to me because you got two officers walking up to your car. I'm putting the car in park. I'm not putting the car in reverse or
Yeah.
anything like that. Especially when you've got your significant others outside the car.
Yes.
You're like, what? I mean, it's time to just give up at that point.
Yeah, know when to hold them and when to fold them.
It's so crazy. And I don't think these people know they're putting their lives in their hands.
They
I mean,
don't.
I'd be thinking,
No.
oh, all these guys have guns. I could get shot here. Let me just put this car into park. Let me chill out, put my hands where they can see them.
Yeah.
No guns here, officer. How y'all doing today?
Well, this is, as I've always said, it's always LARPing until it's not. And I think a lot of people that do these actions, that do these protests or whatever, yeah, they do think that they're not in danger because obviously they wouldn't act the way that they're acting. They think that there's some sort of potential outcome for danger. And like
her turn when the officers show up though is so telling.
Yeah.
So telling. She's like, look, I'm taunting you. And then as soon as it's like, oh, we're getting arrested. Oh, have a nice day. See you later.
Right.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, exactly. And so much, And I guess part of the reason too that I also, from my perspective, I think that this woman just kind of was in like panic mode and just fleeing. It is totally insane that she just completely leaves her wife behind. It's also insane that the wife tells her to leave her behind too. Like,
Well,
what is the thought
she's
process at this
planning on
point?
driving around the block and coming back.
Yeah, but
That's what
you would
she's
think,
planning on.
yeah, but you not, yeah, but if you would think that you're going to get arrested by ICE,
Mm-hmm.
why would they're going to obviously arrest your wife who's standing there too, and then they're going to find you? Like, what is the
For
thought? Like, there's no logical
she's
thought
thinking
process
they're
at that
not,
point.
they can't arrest my wife because my wife is not blocking the road. She's just a pedestrian. They got nothing on her.
Yeah, but then they're going to
She's like,
find
I'm gonna
you.
drive around the block, and once these guys take off to go arrest the illegals, I'll come back and get my wife. That's what they're thinking.
I don't even think there is a
It's
thought
look, it's
process.
not, it
It's like
is
retarded.
not, it's not smart.
Yeah.
It's not well thought out, but I think that's what they're thinking.
I mean, it all happens in like 5 seconds. So this could be, I don't think there is even any thought process. I think there's just
Mm-hmm.
go, go, go. Right. Because it doesn't make any sense. Obviously, they know who you are at that point. They literally have, your wife standing there. So the whole thing is just ridiculous.
Then why do any of these dumb motherfuckers run from the police?
They just,
got
people just freak out.
helicopters.
They just panic out. They just panic or freak out.
Yeah.
And it's, I mean, it's really stupid.
But look, I'm asking, they think they're going to get away. That's why they do. That's the
Right,
only
right.
logical thing they could think, right?
Right, of course. Well, but there's some level of logic to people that have committed some sort of crime and they think they're gonna go
They're
to
on their
jail
third
forever.
strike. Yeah, exactly.
Right. Like this person, if they had done nothing and they just got like, I mean, what they would have been like, what, detained for a day and that was it? Maybe they would have
She's
got
got
a
to pick up
fine
her
or
kid
something.
from school.
Like, okay,
She's
well
got
now
to
she's
pick up
dead.
her kid at 3:30.
Yeah, well now her kid doesn't have a fucking mom now. So it's just
Look,
like, what the fuck?
they did. I guarantee you, she did not think, oh, my life could end today.
Of course.
Yeah, no,
Of course.
so crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Now her wife is rich. She's got a nice $1.5 million GoFundMe set up. She's got an orphan kid to raise.
Yeah, I don't know who's gonna raise the kid.
Oh, I know. That's tragic right there. It's
Yeah.
like the the mom that you have had for 3 months now. How long were they married? This was kind of like a shotgun thing from what
I think it was.
remember.
I think it's been a year or 2 years.
Oh,
But
okay, well,
I mean, is that really you gonna raise a child based on that? I don't know. I don't know what the relationship is. So,
oh my God, if she puts the kid up for adoption, if she's like, I'm taking the money.
well, I don't know if she has, if that kid has like grandparents or stepfather.
Oh,
I guess
right? The kid did have a grandparent that was coming to get the kid. I remember now.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah, he was like, I'm gonna drive and go get my grandson.
right.
The lesbian's probably gonna be like, no, you're not taking him. He's mine.
Mm-hmm.
She left him to me.
Other
Just
important, like
mother of the year, right? The fact that she's even doing this and she's got a kid in school.
yeah, it is.
Oh my God.
It is unfortunate, sort of the
Perfidity Beverly Hills here.
the ideological possession that I feel like that a lot of people at this current moment feel about certain actions to engage in very risky behaviors like this. So another important thing is this concept of the reasonable mistake of a fact, and that's if you reasonably believe something about the facts that, if true, would make your conduct lawful, you may not be criminally liable. And so this is kind of like why when people are trying to do, sort of this Zapruder film analysis of like the angle of the tire and all these other things, it doesn't really matter because it's possible. Well, I mean, I guess it's not impossible. From obviously now that we live in, post event happening, Jonathan Ross, the ICE agent, him shooting her had no effect on his ability to get out of the way of the vehicle whatsoever. But he doesn't know that at the time. And it would be plausible. I think most jurors would find it plausible or reasonable that in the moment he's going to be mistaken about the exact direction that the car might be going and just react in a way that would be in line with self-defense.
Seems like when he takes the first shot, the wheels are aimed right at him.
Um,
I
no,
I, I would
the
want to know what the.
you can see. So if you have the
Oh yeah,
temple,
yeah, yeah. You're right.
yeah, because you can
You
see
can
like
see the glass explode there.
yeah. So yeah, you can see at 25, assuming that is the first
But I
shot.
mean, it's so quick.
Yeah,
Because I mean, at 25,
yeah, that's the first shot.
the wheels are straight though.
No,
The
no.
wheels turn at 25.
Well, yeah. So as like it's like as she's getting shot, the wheel is turning. So,
Right.
um, so I would say based on I would say probably based on that, I think it is clear. And this is something I think is important too to bring up. There's like kind of the difference between like what is like moral and what is legal and like what should a person do. Obviously, in hindsight, he should not have shot her because he didn't need it to shoot her at all. The whole point of a police officer shooting someone and killing them is to either defend their own life or to defend the life of someone else. And in hindsight, we know that that was completely not necessary because he's able to get out of the way of the car and she's not going to immediately, kill someone immediately afterwards or anything. So, with the perfect knowledge, yes, he should not have shot her from that perspective, which I would hope most people could at least agree to that situation or that idea that, yes, with perfect knowledge, he should not have shot her. It was not necessary to shoot her. Um, but
Do
legally, in terms of his self defense, it's a different question because no person is acting with perfect knowledge at the time.
you see that she is obviously front wheel drive, and you see the tire spin free from the pavement at 29? That's got to be huge. Like as soon as I hear that tire slip, I'm like, bang, bang, bang.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's when he pulls his gun out. You can see the tires slip. It's like the car is sitting still and the front wheel is spinning.
Yeah.
So that means that's not, that's a scary sound if you're in front of the car, right?
Yeah. A lot of people they're saying that a lot of people are making the argument, and this could be true. I don't know if you could forensically determine this by looking at, tire marks or something, but they're making the argument that the only reason he didn't get hit more was because the car had a momentary half second or second stuck in the ice. And that because otherwise it wouldn't have fully completed the turn before going forward, which is possible, which is definitely possible. So,
Well, I'm just thinking, he's so close. He's got to hear that little tire skip.
oh,
He's
yeah.
got to hear that little like, and you're going, what the?
Right. Well, I don't can we hear
Yeah.
it in the video? I don't know if we hear it in the video.
Get out of the car. Oh!
No, you can't really hear it.
Out of the car. Oh!
I don't have that video up, so
Yeah. Oh, well, regardless.
I can see it. You can see the car is standing still,
Mm-hmm.
and you can see the front wheel spin about a quarter turn. Yep. Anyway, tragic situation. So, of course, now that this has happened, you've got all these people who are fucking with ICE as their daily routine. They pulled
Yeah.
back, right? They realized what kind of danger they're in, and
No, obviously not.
they've
Yeah.
deleted their ICE app, and they're just letting ICE go about their business now.
No,
That hasn't happened. What do you
that hasn't happened. No.
What?
Obviously, people are doubled down on the whole situation.
Double down, triple down,
Yes.
putting all of their kids in school.
Mm-hmm.
She's got her fucking dog in the car. I wonder if the dog got hit. Nobody's
I'm
reported
assuming
on whether
not,
the
'cause
dog is okay or not.
we would have heard. Obviously, that would have been a huge thing that everyone would have brought up if that was the case, right? If the dog got shot, everyone would have brought that up.
Well, look, I notice the woman. People have shot the footage of the woman wandering around after her wife is dead, but
Mhm.
she doesn't have the dog with her.
Oh,
And
I
I'm
saw.
like, where's the
I
fucking
saw
dog?
a video. I don't know if it was her dog. I did see a video of a person sitting on the ground distraught and a dog like licking their
Oh,
face. I don't know. So
okay.
I don't know if it
She
was the
does have the
dog, but
dog. Oh, it's got to
yes.
be the dog then.
Yeah. So
So crazy. They're like, look, bring the dog. We'll go harass ICE officers. We can't leave the dog at home. Oh my
yeah.
God. He'll tear the house up. This is like a field trip for them. This is what they do every day. This is like their thing. Yeah, we're going to
Hmm.
go try to get ourselves killed by harassing ICE officers. It'll be great. I drop my kid off at school.
Hmm. It is. I this whole situation too, just like the way it is kind of, I don't know. I get it. It's a very like emotionally fraught situation. You know, you have someone die. It is kind of depressing to me to see how the reaction to this is just so hyper partisan and kind of insane on both sides, hashtag both sides, in terms of like people like, oh my God, you know, the fascist ICE murderers, you know, or Nazis, or the, you know, yes, you know, kill this lady and kill everyone who's, you know, does this, just, you know, mow them down. Like it is just depressing to me to see something which is a, you know, complicated legal question. I think it's even a complicated moral question, just kind of devolve into this like rabid anger that is just spewing out for a situation that I agree is a sad situation.
That is the most depressing part of it for me. And I was on X more than normal.
Yeah.
I was arguing with Wick about because some big personality doxed the guy who shot her, right?
Hmm.
Doxed the ICE agent and then was trying to
Right.
whip up the mob to like go after his family and stuff.
Oh my
And
God.
I know, I just, the response from people is just, oh God, it's fucking evil. It's evil.
Yeah.
So they were acting like he was part of the secret police, right? Because he's got his mask on. And I'm just like, wait a second here. He's totally accountable to the legal system, the justice system, all the law enforcement agencies. He's not, just because they don't release his name to the general public so people won't call up and harass his wife and kids, that doesn't mean he's a secret police officer.
Right.
They want to act like mob justice is the only sort of accountability there is. And
Well,
I'm just,
mhm.
these people are insane. They're fucking crazy.
Like it is interesting too, because when you look at like the way the stories are being explained, like told, you know, on social media, if like the way people told the story was true, like their level of rabid emotion for it would make sense. So if you
Would
have
be
like
justified, totally.
yeah. So like if you have sort of like the left story of it where you have a woman who either completely innocently or just, you know, she's doing some sort of lawful protest, and then she tries to flee the scene, and an ICE agent, you know, with malice aforethought decides, fuck this bitch, I'm going to murder her for daring to interfere with me, and does so, right? Then okay, like I, you know, understand. And
Yeah,
then
that's
you
horrible.
have half the country defend that action, then yeah, I understand people's level of just like complete outrage and anger about the situation. And the flip side of that is like, okay, if you have this woman who's like, I fucking hate Trump, I hate ICE, I want to like mow down and like run over all the ICE agents that I can, and she
Mhm.
tries to run over an ICE agent and then gets shot, then I understand people are like, well, fuck this bitch, you know, fuck around, find out, like, you know, good riddance, you know, blah 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 blah. And that's sort of like the way that these stories kind of devolve, is people create these like very clear narratives so that everyone has
Yeah.
a very clear emotional picture of how to feel about that. And it's just, it's always annoying because it's kind of like in almost every one of these situations, you kind of look at it and it's not really, it's never really very clear. And it seems like it's mostly just people acting irrationally or emotionally in a very, very quick span of time. And it leads to people doing stupid things and then getting killed because of it. That's generally how this all kind of plays out.
Yeah. But the feeding frenzy online has been completely insane.
Yes.
It's been demoralizing, seriously demoralizing for me.
Yeah. I mean, and it was very demoralizing, not just from social media, but from like all the politicians. You know, you had You know, you had
Get the fuck out of Minneapolis guy, the mayor.
yeah, you have the mayor of
Oh my
Minneapolis who
God.
tells like
He was fine. He got hit by the car, but look, wasn't that bad.
right. You have the mayor of Minneapolis who, in one breath, is saying, in the same speech, he's like, "Oh, you know, you need to get out. You know, get the fuck out of Minneapolis." He's acting like some kind of tough guy, which, first of all, it's like super cringe. Okay, like you're the
Oh, it
mayor.
is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, get the fuck out of my city. He's like, okay, shut up. What you do something about it, right? So he's acting like a tough guy. Very obviously, he's acting like this for political purposes. You know, it's stupid. And then in the same speech, he's telling everyone to like, to be calm and to not do anything that would allow the Trump administration or ICE to, act against them. I'm like, okay, you should take that advice yourself. Maybe you
Yeah.
should, actually do that. And then so you have that, and then on the other side, you have Christy Nome, like, an hour after this happens, she paints this picture of like, oh, this was a woman engaged in domestic terrorism who was trying to run over ICE agents, and it's like that's not really what it looks like is going on when you look at the video at all. So this is our hellscape future, Adam.
It is. It's okay. We'll get through.
We'll get through it.
They're
Until we
gonna
invade
try
Greenland.
to. It's a good thing this didn't happen in June, because I mean it would be full on summer of love again. It's kind of too cold to really get the raging protests going. So
Yeah, I think it's one of two things. Number one, a lot of the BLM stuff I think was because of COVID and lockdowns, and people really wanted to get outside. Sadly. So I don't know. Like maybe that was a one-time specific thing because of COVID. I don't know. Like I think the BLM protests still would have happened, but I don't think they would have been as widespread if COVID didn't happen.
I think it's Trump being in the White House. Trump
That has an impact,
just
of
makes
course.
people crazy.
That
So
has an impact.
they're
Of course,
looking for any excuse. They're
Right.
like, give us an excuse.
Right.
They really want to go out and protest that Trump won the election, but that doesn't. They're like, we're supposed to be Democrats. Oh my God, we are in favor of democracy.
Mm-hmm.
We can't protest someone winning an election. Maybe if someone gets shot by ICE, we can protest. Okay, that's a good idea. We'll just wait.
Yeah. Well, when you have these when you have very big events like all the BLM protests, you have this kind of like convergence of different things. So it's like, yeah, you have Trump as president. You have the George Floyd situation itself. You have, as as I was saying, you have COVID's going on. Everyone's kind of antsy to get out. And then this one, you kind of have a bunch of counter forces, which is like, yeah, you have the event itself, which everyone's very animated about. But then you have, yeah, as you said, it's winter. So people maybe don't want to go out because it's cold. And then also because the lady is white, I think that does have an impact on people maybe not being the people that would normally, protest and riot and do shit like that are just not feeling it because it's a white lady, which is sad that that's kind of how, there's like this level of racism. I don't know if you saw, there's like this crazy video of this woman, a white woman, who's like conflicted about mourning this woman because she was white, which is insane. That would like, you're like, well, okay, if this person, died for some kind of cause you believe in, and you're conflicted about mourning for her just because she's white, like what the fuck's wrong with you at that
The
point?
level of racism is off the charts.
And then there was I had it somewhere. I lost it. I had so many videos I was looking through. There was like a CNN video or an MSNBC video where they were covering some kind of street protest that was about this. And the reporter said, it was like, I couldn't believe it. They said like, oh, well, they're starting off the protest by doing a land acknowledgement. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Really?
I get so fucking triggered by these land acknowledgements. These land acknowledgements are just a hideous way to undermine society. And I just, I cannot stand them whatsoever. All of those people I cannot stand. Makes me so angry. Hey,
Why does it
look,
undermine society?
if it says that we're not justified in being here. It basically says go away. It says go away. It says every aspect of your life you do not deserve. Every aspect of your life is based on theft. It does. It makes you a person without a country. You can't have pride in your nation, Sitch. You're on stolen land, okay? You're the product of a a crime. What? How do you build upon that? How do you build how do you build anything useful on that? It's meant to undermine you. It's meant to undermine your character. It is. It's oh my God. Is that who is that loser? I recognize that voice.
You recognize that syllable? You hear that syllable and you recognize it?
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Sam Cedar.
We haven't watched Sam Cedar in like a real long time.
Oh, this is gonna make me. This is really gonna trigger me.
Right.
That's so funny. Why don't the land acknowledgments drive you crazy? Because you just think they're bullshit?
They're just I understand everything you're saying, like, makes complete sense. It's just, to me, like, I guess emotionally it's so stupid that I just don't even, like, maybe if it was more, if it was something that like widely a huge percentage of the population bought into, then I think I'd be very upset by it.
They do. What are you talking about? 50% of the population buys into this shit. And they're all young people. They do. How are they getting these land acknowledgments? How are these land acknowledgments happening?
These meetings are basically run by the most extreme retards, and then a bunch of fucking good allies keep their fucking heads down at these stupid meetings. And
man, it's if I was in any job, and they came out at my job and did some kind of a land acknowledgement, I would give it to them. I'd give it to them with both barrels.
You should. Yeah, you should.
I would say, how about this acknowledgement? Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself, lady.
How about this acknowledgement? Yeah. Yeah.
Why don't you acknowledge that you're a fucking retard? How about we all in this room acknowledge what a moron this person is? I'm not going to participate in undermining the history of my society through this nonsense. Like, that is the purpose of it. The purpose of it is to make you, put you in on your back feet. It's basically to box you into a corner. It's to say everything you have is unearned. I'm thinking about going to places where they have land acknowledgments just so I can do this.
I know. Oh, okay. You know what? Yeah, you should.
Just so I can get in their faces.
Right.
What's up with the land acknowledgement? Stolen land? What are you talking about?
Let me read some super chats that are related to this. Sales Temple for $10. Thanks so much. Says public perception of ICE has dropped like a rock. 42% of people support outright abolishing it now. The next Democratic candidate should campaign for reforming or gutting it to not lose too many independents. Yeah, it's not surprising to me that ICE's public perception has gone very far down. I'm assuming that poll is that poll now, or is it even before this? I mean, it's become such a political hotbed issue at the moment, so it makes sense. I forget who was talking. I was listening to someone talk about it. It might have been Joe Rogan, or I forget, it was someone that wasn't just some like a left-wing commentator that was talking about how, having these ICE raids is just like the worst public publicity that you could ever do. And it's, regardless of whether you support them or not, that makes sense. Nick Costanza for $10 says he could have or should have aside. Number one, ICE has no authority over U.S. citizens. 2, the DHS handbook says not to shoot moving vehicles. 3, Vice President and DHS shouldn't call her a terrorist with no proof. Gross to defend, in my opinion. So, number one, well, I'll do it in order. Number one, as I said earlier, like, ICE has no authority over U.S. citizens unless the U.S. citizen is doing something to interfere with their lawful operations. Though I do believe, actually, though it's a little bit more of a gray area, like, if an ICE agent sees you committing a federal crime, even if you're not doing a federal crime against them, they can actually stop you from doing that. I do believe that is in law. So
wow.
It is a more of a gray area. So I said it would kind of, I think in the jurisdictional thing, it will depend on what exactly they were doing, and does them driving back to work count as, an ICE operation, and all that kind of legal question. But again, I don't think that's going to matter in terms of, it might matter in a civil case in terms of suing the guys involved with this, including the guy who reached in the car. It could definitely have a big impact on that. I don't think it's going to have any impact on the self-defense case of Jonathan Ross.
Nick,
Number
you're
two,
repeating a meme though that's getting people killed. Obviously, people believe this. ICE has no authority over U.S. citizens, and that's what's making these people act the fool in the middle of the street. It's
yeah, that's
chances are
true.
this is what this woman believed, and it ended up killing her. It ended up
Right.
costing her life. So why do you want to repeat this stupid meme?
Well, actually, I mean,
ICE
I
has
don't know.
no
You
authority over U.S. citizens.
you could you could make the argument that if she thought that, shouldn't she have not fled? Because then she think they have no authority over it, so she should be safe.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know. It doesn't make sense.
Okay.
Listen as well. Specific jar says new angle dropped apparently. Oh, nice. Well, send it to me. Number two, the DHS handbook says not to shoot a moving vehicle. Yeah, a lot of people will bring up the policy, the DHS policy, and all these like kind of policies. That stuff is important in terms of, well, that stuff is number one. It's important in terms of whether the guy should be, fired or have some sort of disciplinary action. It can come up in a trial in terms of trying to make arguments about, because this came up in the Chauvin thing, in terms of arguments about whether it is reasonable for an officer to engage in such behavior or not. So, for example, like if you had a weird policy where it's like, oh, well, DHS policy that you should always fire into a fleeing vehicle until they're 30 feet away from you or something, right? Like that could be used to, like that guy could use it to defend himself. If you have a policy that says you shouldn't shoot into a moving vehicle, but you're in front of a vehicle that's coming towards you and shoot into them, I don't think that policy is going to have a strong impact on what a jury thinks because they're going to be like, okay, well, yeah, maybe there's some policy that says you shouldn't shoot because obviously you should be trying to get out of the way. But if you're in that situation and you have like a split second decision to make, is anyone really going to say, well, he should have remembered the policy and thus he shouldn't have been in reasonable fear? Actually, it wouldn't even matter because you would say, well, even if he remembers the policy, he's still within a reasonable fear for his life or great bodily harm. So the policy itself is not like a legally binding thing at that moment.
I would
Really
bet that the icy road is going to play into this case dramatically because everyone who's thinking, oh, he could have just stepped out of the way, they're thinking, I'm on solid ground right now. That's the thinking that they have. When you're on an icy road, you can't just run. You can't just, oh, let me bolt out in this direction. The guys are almost falling on their asses.
Mm-hmm.
You disagree? You think the icy road isn't going to play into this at all? You think he could have just like ran to the side and everything would have been fine? What if he slips and falls and she does actually run him over?
Well, in terms of like, again, perfect hindsight, 2020 vision, his shooting her really had no impact or doesn't seem like has any impact whatsoever on her driving and his ability to get out of the way.
Yeah,
so,
but
like, yes,
everyone is acting like he could have just ran to the side and escaped. If he ran to the side, he may have fallen on his ass.
It's possible. Yeah, it's possible if he had tried to move quickly, he actually would have fallen and got, put himself in more danger, right? Theoretically. Like if you're in that, like look at it from this perspective, okay? Because people are trying to like do this, like obviously both Jonathan Ross and Renee Goodman acted the way they acted in a chaotic, intense, emotional moment, the way they acted. If we're going to become logic Vulcan lords, okay, and you're Jonathan Ross in that moment, logically, you should just try to get out of the way. Because even if you do shoot the person, it's, they're already coming at you. You're so close, it's not going to stop the vehicle, right? So from like the logical perspective, yes, you should be trying to get out of the way, even if it's slippery. So
okay,
because think about like if the car is coming at you, and
you live in
the
Florida,
driver,
correct?
Yes.
When was the last time you were on an icy road?
It's been a long time.
Okay.
Yeah, but you understand what I'm?
Your
I'm not
feet
sure. Do you
can just
understand
slip.
you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. You're saying he needs to focus on moving, and I'm saying on an icy road. You literally said he should focus on getting out of the way.
I said people are trying to Monday morning quarterback this, where they remove everyone's emotional state and they look at it from like a pure Vulcan logic perspective about like the perfect way that every person should act in the scenario. And I'm saying if you look at it through that perspective, if a car is coming towards you that close, you shooting the driver is going to probably have no impact on whether the car is going forward or not to hit you, especially on an icy road, because the ice is going to make the car keep going. So from that logical perspective, you would be in the best situation if you were in a completely logical state of mind to just try to move out of the way, however that may be. Okay. I don't think that's an unreasonable thing to say.
What if you can't move? What if your feet are stuck in lava? Or
Well,
not
then it
lava,
would-
but cement?
If he looks down and his feet are in
if his feet are stuck in cement, should he shoot?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So if his feet are stuck, if he can't move his feet, because if he moves his feet, he could slip and fall on the ice.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the equivalent of being stuck in cement. Then you should shoot.
There's a hypothetical where you are literally cannot move, in a hypothetical in the situation where maybe you'd have some difficulty in moving are not the same thing. Right.
Right. Yeah. Well, look, I've been on an icy road before where you're like, you can barely move because your feet are slipping out from under you.
Mm-hmm.
You're like barely walking is labored. I mean, it doesn't look like the road is that icy because they do get out of the car and race over. But when the car starts moving, you can see foot slippage, lots of foot slippage.
Yeah,
so
but
if his feet are planted because he's like, I'm going to slip on the ice.
Well, actually, if you're in your hypothetical situation and you're the pure logic lord and your feet are cemented to the ground and you have that, the distance is the same and the car is coming at you, you shouldn't shoot the driver because, again, you acknowledge that if you shoot the driver, it's not going to change the car is still going to hit you, right?
Yeah, but
especially if it's icy.
Well, look, it could be worse. She could lean on the gas pedal.
Exactly. Yeah,
like
exactly.
Peel out on your face as it drives away. Pull a full Quentin Tarantino. Yeah.
Right. So it might be even worse if you should. So if you're in the pure logic lord and your feet are cemented in the ground, it'd actually be better for you to just potentially sacrifice your lower legs by leaning backwards, just, to get your legs run over as opposed to your whole body. So.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I think when it goes to trial, everyone's going to be talking about how icy was the road. That's going to be the conversation that takes
I'm
place.
sure that will come up. And when I talk about the logical, none of this has anything to do with legally. As I said, I think legally, he's going to be, I don't think a jury's going to find him guilty. First, I don't even know if they're really going to bring charges, but if they did bring charges, I think it'd be very hard to see him getting convicted of this because of, all the extenuating circumstances around this.
Yeah. Well, look, I don't. Once the witch hunt begins, it's hard to say what's going to happen with all the political actors. That's another thing that's completely demoralizing about it because, I never thought they'd bring charges to Kyle Rittenhouse. But they did.
They're called. See, that's a good point.
Daniel Penny, I never thought Daniel.
How do they not know how to walk on ice? At that
Oh,
point, okay.
okay.
It should be like second nature to them.
You're responding to the chat.
Yeah.
I never thought they'd bring charges against Daniel Penny, but they did.
Well, no,
We're
if it's up,
fucking
well, hold on. If
crazy
it's up to the
territory.
state of Minnesota, they're going to 100%.
They're going to hang him high.
against
If it was up to
Yeah,
the
of
state of
course.
Minnesota, they'd have a rope around a tree and they'd
Yes, 100%.
they'd have taken care of it already.
Yes, if it's up to the state, they're going to 100% bring charges against them completely. I think that the feds are going to push it out of the state jurisdiction. For police, they are taught to neutralize the threat because a person putting the officer in danger could put innocent civilians in danger, aren't they? So, my understanding is that. So there's a couple of situations. If someone is driving like crazy or recklessly or something, and you like see, it's like a movie. You look and you see there's like a line of children like at a crosswalk, down the road. Then like you could, do the super cop and shoot the person and kill them. Try to protect the people from getting hit by the car. But if you don't see and you're just assuming maybe, and obviously, Jonathan Ross, this all happens so fast. It's not like, he sees there's like a line of nuns walking down the road. I don't think he could really make that kind of argument at that point. The only other way is that if there's a person who's been engaged in a high speed pursuit for a extended period of time and has been doing like reckless driving, you've all seen the helicopter footage, all that stuff, then they can use force and I believe deadly force to stop a driver at that point. So, but neither of those criteria would have been going on with this situation. But here, and then I got to number 3 for Nick was the vice president and DHS shouldn't call her a terrorist with no proof. No, they obviously should not have called her a domestic terrorist. So it was stupid. And also, I mean, it would hurt. It's not stupid for 2 reasons. Number 1, because they didn't really know anything about the situation. It was like an hour or 2 right after it happened. So they obviously didn't know there hadn't been really an investigation that could make a determination about it really what was going on yet. And they're just kind of just throwing this stuff out for completely political purposes. But it also hurts their case too, because if they're going to label her a domestic terrorist, that's going to give the state a lot more legitimacy to argue in court that the feds can't be trusted to do some sort of neutral investigation or to actually, in a good faith way, bring charges if they need to be brought against Jonathan Ross, because you had the vice president and the head of DHS going on TV calling her a domestic terrorist immediately after a situation. So it's very stupid for them to do that for multiple reasons.
Have you ever been skiing, snowboarding, any of that stuff?
No.
Really? You've never skied before?
I've never skied. I've never snowboarded. No.
Are you being serious?
I'm being serious.
I can't tell.
100%
Oh, okay.
serious.
Wow.
I've only been to snow a handful of times.
I'm in California. We got snowy mountains all over the place. We go to the snow on the reg.
On the reg, brah.
We go to the snow. We go to the snow. We go to the beach. You been surfing?
Yes. Well, I've been.
Okay.
Listen, I've tried to surf. I was not very successful at it. When I was a kid, I was really enamored with the idea of snow because you're a kid. You see all the kids.
Oh, of course. Oh my God, snow is amazing.
Yeah, you're like, snow is like the coolest thing ever. And I'm like, God, I was like dying. Also, I was like a huge Calvin and Hobbes fan. And so I was like, I was always dying to like go play in snow or something. And then I don't think I ever like actually got to play in snow until I was like 12 or 13.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I fucking hate this. It's so cold. I'm from Florida. Okay. I'm like, it was so cold and wet. It just, oh God, it was terrible. I hated it. I was like, I'm done. I was like, this is not what I thought. This is not the winter wonderland I thought it would be. So
have you ever tried to walk across a frozen lake?
No,
okay.
Except for I did actually one time. There's one time, I didn't tell you this. I used to clerk for a judge in Gotham City. And there was a time where Bane took over the city and he made me and the judge walk across the frozen river.
Sitch is like always, he's always spinning yards. You can't tell if he's telling the truth.
In order to escape, the cruel justice of the Scarecrow.
This is great because look, I have walked across a frozen lake and it's quite an experience. So you should, it's interesting. Most of the time it's like, have you ever been to Washington, D.C.? And I haven't been. So, but now I can say, look, Sitch has never walked across a frozen lake.
That is true.
What? That's like a core human experience, Sitch.
Sitch, you don't understand how jurisdiction works. The feds cannot push a state claim out of state court. So my understanding, and I mean, if you actually give me something that's more than just you tell me wrong, that shows that I'm wrong. My understanding is that what would happen would be the state would press charges against Jonathan Ross, and then the feds using, let's see, what statute is it? I had it actually open here. The feds using statute 28 USC 1442 would say that no, the state doesn't actually have jurisdiction to bring charges against Jonathan Ross at this because he was a federal agent acting within federal authority at the time. And so it would get pushed to federal court because they say federal court has jurisdiction under that law. That's my understanding. If you have some information that leads you to believe that that's not the case, you can let me know. Jan Havy, thanks so much for the $20. Says, hey guys, I really need to get this out. I have lost faith in commentators I liked. Please tell me you don't believe Gnome and Vance. She wasn't trying to run him over. He could have moved out of the way. I will not be gaslit. Well, I guess we were having a conversation about, whether he could have moved out of the way or not. I mean, he does move out of the way.
I do not believe she was trying to run him over.
But yeah, we both don't believe that she had some intention of running him over.
I don't know the conditions on the ground. I have been skiing and walked up the stairs that are like covered in a layer of ice, and you're like, oh fuck, I'm gonna fall down here. Like you can barely move. So I don't know if he could have gotten out of the way.
Right.
And like if he tried to get out of the way and his feet slipped out from under him, which it looks like that's what happens in the video, then I mean obviously that figures into the play. But look, I don't think she was trying to run him over.
Yeah. I don't think so either. I did try to do some autistic thing because there was like a question. I don't know how well it worked. There was a question of like, did he actually walk in front of the car, or did her backing up and driving put him in front of the car? This is sort of this question that kind of came up here. And it's hard to tell because let me just bring this up, just something better to look at than, oh wait, this is the wrong video. But it's kind of hard to tell because in all the videos that you kind of see of it, I guess, or not the close-up videos. Obviously, there's like these potato videos. The camera's moving, so it's kind of hard to tell. I think he did move slightly in front of the car, but it was more primarily her backing up that put him in the line of traffic.
Yeah.
Actually,
she backed up and put him in the center of the car.
I don't know if it makes that much of a difference in terms of the legal case, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, because there is one. Okay, actually, here it is. So here's someone sent me. See, this is a new angle, which is kind of like a potato camera. So
don't hit a cop while you're fleeing arrest. That's
yeah.
the bottom line. That's the lesson we all need to learn here.
Right. Okay, so if you want just on this question about whether he walked in front of the car or not, you can kind of, I think, figure it out.
Okay, he's on the side. Oh, wait, he gets something out of, he grabs something from his car. Probably his mace. He's like, I might have to mace these people.
Yeah.
Shit.
So he is walking. Okay, so he is continuously walking in a straight line. He doesn't stop. He is continually walking, but then the car does. So it is both. He is walking, and the car does kind of line up with him at the same time. And then he does stop, and that's when he draws. So I guess in terms of the slipperiness of the ice question, I mean, I guess you could make the argument. Again, I don't think it makes any difference to his legally whether he would be charged with this or not. You would say logically he should have just kept walking, right? He shouldn't have stopped. Does that change your opinion, like seeing it from that angle on the slippery question?
Well, yeah, look, I don't know the conditions. I know if there is a lot of ice on the road and you take a stance, you plant your feet on the ground, it would be very hard to move. Oh,
they're saying once you stop moving, it can be harder to, yeah, sure. Right.
Yeah. That's the thing. Like once you got the inertia going and you're moving along, but from a dead stop, your feet are going to slip out from under you. The same reasons the tire slips when she steps on it.
Right.
Your feet will go out from under you if you try to go from a stop to a run.
Yeah. No, that is true. That is true. People will make the argument. They'll say, let's go back. They'll say, well, he should have just kept walking. That'll be the argument they'll say. They'll say, well, he should not have stopped and then drawn. He should have just kept walking. But I think they're probably right in terms of the thought process of stopping was he wanted to try. I think I wouldn't be surprised if his thought process in that moment, and we are doing mind reading, was
just box her in. Yeah.
Yeah. He wanted to try to stop her from driving away, either to do an arrest or to, in case she tries to drive away with the guy's hand in the car, like what happened to her. That would be my guess as to the thought process. But even if that's true, that's not going to hamper his ability to, in a court, make I think a strong self-defense claim, because he would be authorized to do that.
Well, he takes out the phone and all of the documentation puts him on firm ground to make an arrest, right? He's only allowed to interact with citizens who are impeding his investigation, right? Impeding his work. Well, his video shows that they're totally impeding his work.
I don't know if his video shows that, because in his video, all you see is a car in the middle of the road, in the side of the road. You don't even know what the context is. I guess if you have additional context that yes, this person is blocking traffic intentionally to try to impede ICE vehicles, and then you say, here's the video. I think his video is more just to identify the car and the person, not to show whatever the thing is that they would be accusing them of doing, right?
Right.
So
it seems, look at the video for me, I'm trying not to be biased here, but the video for me clearly shows that they're activists trying to stand in
Well,
the
they
way
are.
of
Yeah,
ICE.
I think that's
Yeah.
indisputable.
But
Yeah.
I think if someone on the left could look at that video and they would say, "What, Adam? It doesn't. They're not saying anything about impeding an investigation. It's not clear that they're impeding the investigation at all, right?"
Hmm.
They would say, "Oh, that video completely exonerates them.
Right.
They just don't like ICE officers. They're just yelling at the ICE officers."
Well, that's why, as I said, I would want more information about like what was that person doing? Why were they in the blocking one lane of traffic? Were they actually?
According to the law, though, they can be arrested by ICE if they're impeding
Yes.
the operations of ICE, right?
Yes, or detained and
So,
then given, I guess, to authorities who
so
could do an actual
me
arrest.
as an officer, I would be thinking, okay, well, I want to document this because I want to show evidence that they're impeding our investigation. So therefore, I've got a case to
Right.
arrest them, right?
Yeah.
And I think that video clearly shows that they're impeding their investigation.
Right.
But look, I obviously people on the left aren't going to see it that way. They're going to say, "Oh no, they're just innocent. They're innocent activists just peacefully protesting in the middle of the road."
Well, the argument it's kind of similar. I hate to make this comparison. It's a little similar to the Kyle Rittenhouse situation, where people would make the arguments like, "Well, he shouldn't have been there, and he shouldn't have had a gun." And it's like, okay, but that doesn't matter because because he could do those things.
Because he
So
was there and he did have a gun.
yeah, and he was allowed to do those things. And so if you say, well, even if you're going to make the argument that ICE had no jurisdiction to interact with this woman, which, as I said, is not very clear whatsoever. Even if you make that argument, even if we just change the actors and say, well, let's imagine it wasn't ICE. Let's just imagine it was a random person. Okay. If a random person walks in front of your car, you're not allowed to just run them over.
Oh, of course
Right.
not.
And then even if now you might say, well, what if there's two random people and they're trying to break in your car? Like, okay, that's true. But if you have two people who are clearly law enforcement officers, okay, even if regardless of whether they have jurisdiction or not, I don't think it's reasonable for a U.S. citizen to see an ICE officer approaching them and have a. I don't think it's reasonable for a U.S. citizen to reasonably believe that as an ICE officer approaches them and tell them out of the car, that person's going to think that their life is in danger. I don't think that's reasonable. And I don't think a jury would find that reasonable. That doesn't really make sense, regardless of the jurisdictional question. So that's the problem. You would have to argue that Renee Good had a reasonable fear for her life, which I don't see how anyone could really make that argument.
I'm just trying to focus in on what was the outcome of this situation if she wasn't shot and killed. Like if she put her car in park like a normal fucking person. It seems to me, and look, all these guys have radios, so I mean, they know what they're going to do ahead of time. If they can communicate. They might not.
I think they would have tried to.
Was she going to be arrested?
I think they would have.
Were they going to? Were they in arrest mode? That's my question.
I think that guy, not the one who shot her, but I think the guy approaching the vehicle, he did seem to be in arrest mode. He was going to detain her, and she would be detained, and they would probably let her go because depending on whether they even could detain her or charge her with anything, maybe she would get fined, and that would be it if she just didn't do what she did.
So then he stopped in front of the car because they're going to arrest her. He's like, I'm not going to let her leave. She's not going to run me over.
That was a stupid decision. That was a stupid thought on his part, right? I think, as I said, I think his thought process was, I'm going to stand in front of here so that it's either easier for her to get arrested, or I'm going to stand in front of here and draw my weapon in case she tries to take off, because I don't want my coworker to get dragged by a car, right?
Aren't we? We're going off so little information here. They could have had 18 interactions with this woman before any of this ever happened, and we know nothing about it.
Right. That's part of the problem with all the sort of headcanon and trying to figure out people's intentions and all this other stuff, is we don't really know a lot of the information.
Yeah.
So now I don't know if you saw it, and we'll watch a clip of it. It's kind of insane. Hassan said, so Hassan went to Asman's chat and was like arguing with him through the chat because Asman won't talk to him. And Hassan said that he would have done the same thing. He would have tried to drive away.
Hassan said that?
Yes.
Oh God, please let Hassan try to drive away in one of these situations. I mean,
oh God. It was just like I couldn't believe he said that. I was like, Jesus. He's telling his entire audience to like do some very recklessly
to run
dangerous
from the
action.
police.
Yeah.
Run from the police.
It was pretty
You know,
stupid.
the people used to say, look, you got to have the conversation with your kid, right? When you interact with the police, you know, don't do anything brash, right? Don't
Right.
run. Don't spit in their face.
Of course.
Don't call them pigs, right?
Of course.
Hassan
I
is
know.
having the complete opposite talk. He's like,
Yeah.
when you run into police officers, you need to run from those, run from them.
Right.
You need to throw dirt in their eyes and run.
Okay, let's see. Mr. Graham for $10 says, I'm not certain any of that really matters in regards to whether this is justified use of force. A lot of, yeah, like I'd say like probably like 75% of what people, and even what we're just talking about, just because it's kind of interesting, doesn't really matter in terms of justified use of force. I think at the end of the day, justified use of force is just going to be, did he have a reasonable concern of harm, serious harm to his body or death? And I think the answer that most juries, including myself, would say is probably yes.
I would say hell yes.
Floki says, did you see Dev and Hassan are starting a romance? I saw, unless it's different, when I last saw on X this morning, I saw Hassan was trying to praise Dev, and then Dev spit in his face and called him a commie bastard. So I do appreciate that.
Hassan Piker
Yes.
was praising Dev?
Yeah, Dev made some post about like, I don't remember exactly what he basically was saying, like, oh,
Breaking news. Holy shit.
He said he made a post that was basically like, oh, people are still concerned with like woke harpies being crybabies. And in reality, the biggest crybabies are groypers whining about not having a white ethno state. To which Hassan made some reply where he was like, oh, something, Dev is like becoming like a normal person or something now. I forget. He made some positive comment. And then Dev's response was like I've always been, like a liberal in favor of individualism, and people like you and your commie bullshit have been ruining society or something.
Wow. So Dev basically gets solicited for orbiter status,
and then
from
spits
from
in
Hassan
Hassan's face.
himself.
Yeah. So for all the people that are mad at Dev, you got to give him credit for that.
That's hilarious. That is
good.
hilarious.
Oh.
I mean, I thought he was auditioning to be a Hassan orbiter. What's going on here?
Right.
He's like, nah.
Squeeze Louise for $20 says the year 2026, the position you can't hit law enforcement with your car while fleeing arrest is controversial. Literally all she had to do is not hit the fucking gas. I might not make it 2027, you guys. Yeah, at the end of the day, I mean, as I said, I've said this before. Don't resist arrest for any reason. If you resist arrest and some cop does something that's not the best thing in the world, it's usually going to fall on your shoulders at the end of the day because of that. Just don't flee from law enforcement.
Just put the car in park.
Yeah. Arnaud Zero's here for $20. Says cops tell her to stop, then try to open the car. At that point, the officer who shot her wasn't from the car. She then backs up with the wheels turned, making the car face him. She then accelerated, hits him, and gets shot. Yeah, except, well, again, as I said, when we were just looking at the video we were looking at, he is walking. It is both. He is walking in front of the car, and she turns to center the car on him. So I don't know if that doesn't really matter at the end of the day legally in terms of his defense. So
I just, if you're dealing with a hardened criminal on their third strike, you're an idiot if you get in front of the car, if you stand in front of the car to arrest that person.
It was stupid.
But if you're dealing with some fucking soccer mom,
well,
like,
no.
How are you an idiot for getting in front of the car and saying, stop, you're not going anywhere?
I don't agree.
You think you're dealing with some fucking sane person.
I'm not sure I agree, because there's kind of the meme of like a lot of the like women, it's kind of the meme. A lot of women, like, they don't really have good cognizant understanding of their interactions with the world when they do very dangerous things. So you could kind of make the reverse argument of that. Like, But anyway, if you're a cop, you should probably never stand in front of a car for any reason.
My question is, was his thinking, I'm going to stand in front of the car because she's not going anywhere?
That was probably the thought process, but it was
that's what I'm thinking.
It was a dumb thought process because obviously that she did go somewhere. She probably hit him or clipped him.
Yeah.
So you shouldn't stand in front of the car. It's pretty clear. Okay.
Right.
You shouldn't stand in front of cars for any reason.
No reason whatsoever. What if you get in a big fight with Sammy and Sammy's leaving? She's like, I'm leaving.
I'll stand in front of the car.
I bet you would. Of course. Everyone stood in front of a car before to stop somebody from leaving.
Okay. Loser Domain
doesn't believe me. Everyone has done it.
Loser Domain doesn't believe me. I'll read you the Dev tweet specific. I'll read it word for word. Okay. You can go look on Dev's timeline. Dev says, these people still think the snowflakes are pussy hat wearing feminists from 2016 that haven't updated their programming in a decade. The most triggered political demographic nowadays are the groypers crying about how oppressed they are that they can't publicly hate Jews. So then Hassan responds to that saying, am I crazy or are you normal now? Then Dev responded to that with actually a ratio on Hassan saying, Hassan, your normal is being a tanky boot slurp. I have been liberal this entire time.
Wow.
And then actually Kraut weighed in too and was shitting all over Hassan. So, it's a good old Hassan beating.
Wow.
Okay. Anyway.
How do you see all this stuff on Twitter? Oh my God. I'm so rarely on Twitter now.
I don't know. The algorithm the algorithm provideth. Renee Zero here for $5 says all that matters legally is if it is a reasonable cop in his shoes would have feared for his life or great bodily harm. That is true. And I think the answer to that question is going to be yes and found to be yes. Cameraman 502 for $10 says, I don't know where this idea that ICE can't arrest U.S. citizens comes from, but they are empowered 8 USC 1357 to arrest anyone they have probable cause has committed a federal crime. Yes.
Don't tell Nick.
That is true.
Don't tell Nick. He thinks ICE can't do anything to him.
Mr. Grams for $10 says there are actually two relevant questions. Was he in fear for his life? And was that fear reasonable? As in, would a different person in the same circumstance also fear for his life? Yes. I think it was. I think I would agree. And I think most people are, again, he did things that were stupid. He didn't need to shoot her, obviously. But I do think he was in a reasonable fear for his life. I think most people would agree with that on the jury. Jan Havy for $20, thanks so much, says her previous actions are irrelevant. He took the gun out and had his cell phone in his other hand, which he shouldn't do. He put himself in front of the car, which also he shouldn't do. Any other officer did verify he did not follow protocol. So it doesn't really matter. If a police officer doesn't follow protocol, but they're in a situation where they have a credible and reasonable fear for their life, even if they're doing something stupid, they're not following protocol, they're doing something stupid, they put themselves in a dangerous situation, it doesn't really matter. Like if you had a situation where like the car is speeding from like a block away, right? And the cop, you jump out, the car is like really, it's like, 200 feet away, and you jump out and you pull a gun, and you're like, stop. And the car is like, trying to, move out of the way, and you keep like positioning yourself in front of the car. Then okay. Yeah. Then, you have some argument like, okay, this guy's like really, asking for it. But in this situation, I don't think it really matters. I agree. He did something stupid. It's not going to matter in terms of, was it reasonable for him to fear for his life? And was it reasonable for him to fear his life? That doesn't really matter whether he's following protocol or he's doing something stupid at that point. So I understand people don't like what happened. I don't like what happened. He didn't have to shoot her. I'm just saying I think it's all going to play out legally. And legally, this is why you should never listen to Hassan. Like, I will try to like drill this into people's heads. If you ever have a police interaction, the laws are stacked against you. If you ever have any sort of police interaction, any sort of law enforcement interaction, the laws are stacked against you. Do not fight the police in the streets. You will do whatever the police tell you to do and then fight them in the courts. Every fucking time. Every fucking time. Do not fight the police in the streets. If you don't have to talk to them. You can just shut up and say, I'm taking my Fifth Amendment right to not talk to you. I don't give you any permission to search my car or search my person. You can do all those things. That's all fine. But don't fight them. And if, don't try to drive away. Don't, resist. Don't do any of that stuff. It's always, always dumb. I don't know.
True.
For $10 says,
definitely.
I sent you another angle of the shooting on X. Oh, is that you that sent me that? The one we just saw? Well, thank you.
All the angles in the world.
Yes.
Let's talk about the moral situation. I don't give a fuck about the angles.
Big Beans for $5 says Chris Rock's video.
The angles.
Chris Rock's video on how to not get your ass kicked by police should be mandatory viewing. Do not ever fuck with cops. Tragic that she's gone. Yeah, thank you. I feel like it's just a very reasonable. That should be like the reasonable position one has. Like what happened is horrible and is tragic. And now a child will grow up with no fucking parents. And this woman is dead. But just don't fuck with cops. It's like very simple.
Yeah. They're not inhuman.
Right.
Yeah. They can make mistakes. It's just so weird.
Metalworks, $5 says if they're changing license plates, then that breaks my argument of just writing down the plate and letting the car go and get them later. Well, I mean, I don't know. That's what's going on, but if they don't have the authority
in the
to
video,
do anything
she
anyway,
says,
that's what they got to do and just take their chances.
She's like, we don't change our plates like everyone else does. Oh my God.
Right.
These
Yeah, it was
people,
weird that she said that.
These fucking people.
Right. Lives in Deswell for $5 says maybe the primary intention wasn't trying to hit the officer, but she clearly she didn't care about making any effort to avoid doing so on the way out. So we're all kind of guessing on like what the intention was. So obviously, we saw what we saw, and it does seem like he was clipped. My guess, just based on the quickness of the events where she was looking when she started to move and her wife yelling at her to drive, I wouldn't be surprised if she like almost didn't even perceive that he was there. Like she didn't see him cross in front of his car before she started to go, in my opinion. So, but again, that doesn't matter because even if you don't see someone standing in front of your car and you start to drive, that's on you. As a driver of a car, you always have to look what fucking way you're going. And it's always on you if you hit someone. So,
unless you can get away.
Unless it's a clanker. You're allowed to hit
obviously.
A clanker. If it's a robot, then you're
occasionally you run over a kid on a tricycle and you're just like, oh shit.
Suzuki says she looked directly at him in the POV footage.
I think she looked past him.
I interpreted that. Again, we're all sort of like mind reading. I think she kind of looked. I think she looked past him too, but I don't know. It doesn't matter because, as you said, Squeeze Louise for $5. Her intention is completely irrelevant. The only thing that matters is the officer's perception, whether it's reasonable or not. Parentheses, it was, which I agree with. So
yeah.
The Oceanist for $5 says how she looked at him and smiled. That's right. She looked at him and she's like, I'm gonna fucking run that guy over. The Oceanist for $5 says, how do you guys view states' rights versus federal rights? Seems like all this ICE stuff made the Dems and reps flip flop on it. I've always said this. You can go back a million years. I've always said the whole states' rights versus federal rights thing is not a real issue for 99% of the people that talk about it. It's only that people only argue it when they feel like the federal government is on their side or the state's on their side. That's about it. Most people don't there's like 1% of like the libertarians out there that care about this. Most people don't actually give a fuck about this whole concept of states versus federal rights at all. And in terms of the ICE actions, I don't think sanctuary cities should be legal. Federally legal. I don't understand how they are federally legal. I have no problem with the federal government, trying to force them to not be legal. If you have a bunch of people in your state committing federal crimes, I don't think the state should impede the federal government from stopping them. That seems kind of crazy to me. Bernuski for $5 says, this is Kyle Rittenhouse 2.0. The left is trying to lie about what is literally on video. Didn't work last time, won't work this time. I'm not sure I would agree, just because to me, the Kyle Rittenhouse thing was so cut and dry. It was so black and white. It was like the perfect scenario. The guy only shoots the people directly attacking them, doesn't do any spray and pray. It's like super clear that he's being attacked. It was so crystal clear. There is enough I think wiggle room and ambiguity and people's biases are going to kind of shape the way that they perceive the situation. Bob Noguchi for $20 says, "Hey yo, care to comment on how two of the three shots went in perpendicular to the driver window? How is this going to play out if forensics proves either of those shots was a lethal one? Also, this happened a mile away from my place. Wild. Wow. That is crazy. That happened a mile away from you. Wow. In terms of the perpendicular, yeah, if the perpendicular shots are the one that killed her, it will make, it's bad. It's worse for his case. It's really going to depend on how a jury, I don't think most juries are going to look at it like autistic robots and say, well, the exact microsecond, in that like quarter of a millisecond that he was shooting from the front, from the side, his brain should have like sent the neuro energy to his hands to tell him to stop. Like someone, a jury could say that. They could rule that. I just think it's most probable that that's not going to be the case. I think most juries are going to give some level of charity to say it all happened so fast that he couldn't even really stop himself in that like half a second window of time. That'd be my guess. I don't know if you agree or disagree, Adam. But...
I was looking something up.
Okay, don't worry about it. Dan Richards for 10 months says the officer never steps for the vehicle. She repossesses the vehicle to put him in front of it. This is so similar to Ashley Babbitt. Well, as I said, I think he does walk. He does walk and she does reposition. They're both true. I did see a lot of people compare this to Ashley Babbitt. It was weird. I saw Adam Carolla compare this to Ashley Babbitt. I don't know how you feel about that. I don't really feel like it is that comparable to the Ashley Babbitt situation. I mean, I guess it's sort of, but
I mean, Ashley Babbitt was doing something she shouldn't have been doing, and law enforcement got involved. I mean,
right. Which, I mean, that is the similarities situation here. This person was doing something they shouldn't have been doing, and law enforcement got involved, right?
Yeah.
So, maybe it's more similar than I would first glance. Codus Stu Visat for $20 says, you guys should check out Angry Cop's video on this. He is a SV detective and a vet. He brings in the emergency call logs to help establish events and timeline. He also did a really good video on Tim Walsh's military history.
Oh, he has the 911 calls.
Oh, interesting.
People called in. Some crazy bitches on our road.
Chad Summeru for €10 says, Barnes versus Felix. Supreme Court voted 9-0 to overturn the ruling, saying a court deciding a use of force case cannot review the totality of the circumstances if it has put on chronological blinders. Oh, interesting. John Havy for $20 says, I love you guys, but it's really bothering me that right now, that the right has now come to believe, quote, just as long as you comply, you won't die. Ice on cops. Why did he have his gun out in only one hand, even before she started driving? So my guess, now we're guessing, my guess is he has his phone in one hand because he's filming the car because he's going to do, presumably, the thing that most people would want him to do, which is that he's going to just report her car to the police, the local authorities. I would agree, like, obviously in that situation, you should draw and put your phone away. But I also think in a situation that takes place in 2 to 3 seconds, like I could see someone just drawing, like they're not having like the thought process, like they might even be more distracted if they're going to try to put their phone away and draw their gun at the same time or something to that effect. It seems from the footage that he draws as her car shifts from reverse to drive is when he draws his gun, which I don't think is an unreasonable thing. I mean, again, he should have just kept walking and not stopped. But at that point, I don't think it's unreasonable if a car shifts the drive for a police officer to pull their gun.
Doesn't he pull his gun as an attention grabbing device to say, look, stop the car, put the car in park? I think if the wife would have seen the gun, she probably wouldn't have yelled, drive, drive, drive.
Yeah.
As soon as a cop pulls out a gun, you're like, okay, things are getting serious now. Let's stop.
You are probably correct on both of those.
Yeah.
That he probably drew the gun in an attempt to be like, don't move.
Slow everyone down. Right. Hey, everybody.
Right. And
we're the ones with the guns here.
And also, if the wife had seen the gun, she might not have been telling her to drive off.
Yeah.
Right. So.
But everyone's like,
true.
But it didn't work because nobody saw the gun.
His phone is replacement for
the wife didn't even see the gun once she shot her 3 times. Like,
yeah.
It took the car crashing for her to even realize what was going on.
Right.
They were in full-on LARP mode. They were like, oh my God, we're in LARP mode. Nothing can hurt us.
His phone is a replacement for a body cam. Yeah, no, that is probably true. And they should just they should force, probably. I don't know if the Trump administration wants to do that, but they should just make the ICE people wear body cams because, I agree. It's kind of stupid that you have your phone out. Though, like, hypothetically, in the alternate world line, if he wears a body cam, I don't think it would have really changed anything that he did. I don't think he would have magically, like, dive rolled out of the way without shooting if he had a body cam on, so he had his other hand free. Squeeze Louise for $2 says the situation is not ambiguous. It's Rittenhouse 2.0. Well, I guess we just agree to disagree. Ignatius Fantiok for $5 says 18 USC 11. The officer could make the arrest, of course. They're federal officers. Yeah, I believe it's if they see someone engaged in doing some sort of federal crime, then they could act at that point. But if it's just, again, if someone's just blocking, like look at it this way, and I guess this again is part of why we have to figure out what's going on. If they're impeding on ICE or they're doing some sort of federal crime, then yes. If an ICE agent turns a corner and there's a random person just blocking the road for just crazy or something, right? They don't have the authority at that point, I don't believe, to arrest them, because even if they're doing some sort of state violation, it's not a federal crime at that point. Thought Heretic $5 is there's another 18 USC 135785A permits them to stop people for obstruction, battle in the courts if you disagree. That is true. Always fight it in the courts. Don't fight it on the streets. Nasby for $10 says, do you guys think he walked in front of the vehicle, or did her action of reversing put in front of the vehicle? Most likely, I feel this guy isn't charged, but will lose his job. God bless. Well, I'm glad we have this other video now, because now we can very clearly see, even though, again, I know a lot of people are, we like to fixate on things because, like, I guess they're interesting to us, even though it wouldn't really make a difference. But now we can kind of clearly see that he does continually walk in front of her car. And also she does her backing up does align, as you can see right here. He just continually walks. Yeah. He doesn't stop walking. He actually doesn't stop walking until she stops backing up. So they're both kind of putting themselves in each other's range. Excuse me, for $10 says, have you guys not seen the footage from the front where he clearly gets hit by the car and the first shot is fired while still in contact with the car? You are using the worst angle here. Well, I don't know if you just came in whenever you sent this. I mean, we did play the footage from his own camera. So where it does make it sound like he got hit by the car.
Do you think he got hit, or does it just sound like he got hit?
I don't know. You're hearing his phone get hit. That's what's making that sound, right? Presumably. So it does look like he gets clipped. I do think the car made contact with him. I don't know if he was seriously injured, but the car definitely made contact with him. A WYFT for 10 Canadian says, hey guys, you should watch the Jake Tapper interview with the mayor of Minnesota, Frey, and the chief of police. When the chief starts talking, the mayor just stared him down the whole time. The Frey guy is nuts. Oh wow, I didn't see that. Okay, maybe we'll check that out.
Who stared who down?
The mayor
got stared down.
Was staring down the police chief.
The police chief? Because the police chief was like shaking his head. Oh, I knew this was going to happen. We got a soft on crime mayor here.
Mm-hmm.
Things are getting out of control.
I only see. Is it like I only? Oh, I think I see the video you're talking about. It's only like a minute long. Let's see if this is the video.
Too long. We can't listen. We can't watch that.
Far.
No figures. It's like you can barely hear it.
She's calling Minneapolis like this dystopian hellhole. You know how many shootings we've had so far this year? 2. And one of them was ICE. 2 shootings in a large city so far this entire year, and one of them is ICE. This is a safe city. ICE and Kristi Noem and everything they're doing is making it far less safe.
I will be the first one to stand up for my cops when a situation happens, and it is abundantly clear that there's no indication to think that an officer could have possibly done anything else. I'll be the first one to stand up and say, my cop put their lives on the line and they did what they have to do, and I have no reason to think that it wasn't anything other than our policy and lawful. But I think, we have to use caution, even as Tom Homan has said, and allow a full and impartial investigation to proceed.
I mean, there was no conflict in this clip at all.
If that's the clip you're saying, yeah, it's kind of whatever. Unless there's another one.
Where's the conflict? I thought these guys are sleeping together. I'm convinced of it. Anyway.
Mr. Grams for $5 says they think they live in a Marvel movie. This explains their idiotic bravado. Josue Calihero for $5 says her driving while panicking is no different than driving drunk. When you're behind the wheel, you're responsible. That is true. At the end of the day, you are responsible when you are driving a vehicle that can be a deadly weapon. Yes. Zaniga for 39 months says, thanks guys for keeping me anchored throughout the years. This was a tragedy that's snowballing because both sides don't want to see their mistakes. That is true. Trap Sunk for 5 Canadian says, did she even have the situational awareness to not run over him if he was behind the car when she was reversing? That's a great question, because I would say no, because it really seemed to me like when you see his body cam footage, like she says something to him, so she sees him, and then he walks behind her, and then at that point she's kind of like looking at the other officer and talking to the other officer. I wouldn't be surprised if she just completely lost track of him at that point. I don't know if she saw him at all. So you're right. She could have completely run over someone. I wouldn't be surprised if there was someone behind the car that she would have hit him, because I don't think she was looking at all.
Crazy drivers.
Ben Riley Spider for $10 says, hey, are you guys going to review the New York Times video on this too? Also, why did he move the camera to his left hand when he moved in front of the car before she reversed? Well, I would assume it's because he thinks maybe he's going to have to draw his gun, I would imagine.
Yeah, he's definitely contemplating grabbing his gun. But I don't think he's grabbing his gun to kill somebody. He's grabbing his gun to say, look, playtime's over.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like a common occurrence if people get feisty, right? If you're going to make an arrest, you pull a taser, you pull a gun, you get the cuffs on him, right?
Yeah, in terms of the legal case, it doesn't matter, unless you could somehow prove, like he said, "Oh, today I'm going to go shoot a protester," right? Unless you could somehow prove something like
Okay.
like a video right before he did this, like on his cell phone, he's like, "All right, guys, my name's Ross, and I'm about to shoot a protester, and this is Jackass," right? Like unless this doesn't really matter, he's not going to get in trouble. It's not going to really affect his defense.
We're all flying blind here. All of his supervisors have all been briefed. He's gone through exactly what he was doing, exactly what he was thinking, exactly what was going on. They all have that information. Everyone else is just speculating. Like he's gone in and talked to his supervisor and said, yes, we were going to make an arrest. Like they've all done all that.
Right. But even then, I mean, he's obviously going to frame it in a way that is, the most amenable to his situation.
About the arrest thing? You're saying like he could potentially have not been talking about making an arrest with other officers, and he's just going to say, oh yeah, we were planning on making an arrest. He can't change the story between the other officers, obviously.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, obviously in some situation like this,
yeah, look, if he pulled
I wouldn't be
thinks,
surprised if the officers are going to get their story straight before they do a reporting. Right?
He's going to pull up if he's thinking, look, I'm going to pop this bitch. He's definitely not going to tell that story to his supervisor. You are 100% correct. He's going to say, look, we were planning on making an arrest.
Right.
Yes.
Yes. Obviously he's going to tell her the thing that's, legally.
Look, every leftist in this country believes this story that he was secretly thinking, oh yeah, I'm going to pop this bitch. And he's
Right.
like orchestrated this whole situation so that he could
Yeah,
go,
yeah, yeah,
oh
I
yeah,
don't
you
think
hit,
that's the
oh,
case.
boom, 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 you're dead.
Right. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't believe that's true, or there's no evidence. That's
So you
the
don't,
case.
okay, so I don't believe that's true either. I think that's
Yeah,
completely
yeah,
fictitious. So I'm trying to get to the
right.
bottom of what actually happened. And
Yes.
I don't think he would, if he was contemplating he has in his mind whether or not it's going to go to arrest. You know, the switch flips, right? For cops,
Mhm.
they're like,
Yes, the
I'm going to
talking
try to
switch to
de-escalate
arrest
this.
switch.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
The question that I have is, has the switch flipped?
Mhm.
When he walks around that car, I'm thinking, okay, the switch has flipped. This is like, okay, you've been a nuisance all day. We're in arrest mode.
Right.
There's like even 3 of them, and one of them says, "Get out of your car." It seems
Yeah.
like they are in full on arrest mode. So they're just like, how do you take someone in? Like they never want to be arrested, right? Even you see these Karens that they throw around in the street, like they don't even want to be arrested. So
Yeah. And James says this is a possible too, saying in terms of another possible motivation for why he's walking in front of the car is at that point the car is, well, I don't know. I think it looks like he's walking in front of the car as it's reversing. I don't know if it's quite in park as you think, but he could have also just been walking in front because he was planning to walk to the other side to help, pull the person out of the car and arrest him. I would say just from the video, again, it's a very grainy video, but it seemed like he's walking in front of the car and then stops. So I sent you a Twitter video we can watch.
okay,
This is the New York Times did some sort of video on the situation.
I saw this video. Yeah,
Okay, we can kind of watch it. I don't see it on YouTube, so we'll just have to pause it.
this is very set up to be like
I haven't seen this, so I'm curious.
These cops
Right.
are, yeah. This video is like, be sure to riot in Kenosha.
Mhm.
Guys, we really need another riot in Kenosha. Anyway, it's a 3-minute video. I guess we're going to
Yeah.
pause as we.
Yeah, we'll just pause it.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. This video includes graphic images and language. Trigger
On
warning, guys.
Wednesday, in Minneapolis, a federal agent fatally shot a motorist, 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good. Trump administration officials said these were, quote, defensive shots fired because the officer was being run over.
And a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over.
But our analysis of bystander footage, filmed from different angles, appears to show the agent was not in the path of the victim's SUV when he fired 3 shots at close range. Here's how events unfolded. Moments before the shooting, the victim's maroon SUV is stopped in the middle of the street. Multiple unmarked federal vehicles are idling nearby. Secretary Noem alleged the motorist, quote, was blocking the officers in. Bystanders are blowing whistles and yelling at federal agents.
Go home to Texas!
Then, federal vehicles start moving toward the maroon SUV, with sirens and lights blaring. A federal agent films the scene on his phone. The driver rolls forward slightly, turning left, then stops and waves for others to go ahead. 2 agents exit this silver pickup and walk toward the vehicle. Moments later, shots are fired. Let's look at the scene again more closely. This is the agent who shoots the driver. He walks around the car filming and disappears from view. Other agents pull up and order the driver to exit her vehicle. One of them grabs at the door handle and reaches inside. The SUV reverses, then turns right, apparently attempting to leave. At the same time, the agent filming crosses toward the left of the vehicle and grabs his gun. He opens fire on the motorist and continues shooting as she drives past. The moment the agent fires, he is standing here, to the left of the SUV, and the wheels are pointing to the right, away from the agent. This appears to
So
conflict
here,
with
pause it for a sec.
allegations that the SUV was ramming.
So
Yeah.
if this does go, if you go to, the 2023, where it's got like, the little square on the wheel, if this does go to trial, like obviously if the prosecution is going to bring up this in the case,
Mhm.
I still think most juries, if I was on my jury, I would also, even though I think what this guy did was wrong and stupid, I still would say at this moment, he doesn't have this ability to know the exact like wheel curvature of the car. Because remember, it has to be from his perspective. Does he have a reasonable fear for his life? He's standing, he's in front of a car or near the front of a car, it's moving towards him. And you're like, okay, well, does he have the telescopic vision to see the exact angle of the tire at that moment? Or does he just see that he's standing in front of a car? And it does seem like it clips him from the other angles. So he's either shooting as he gets hit, or he shoots right after he gets hit, or right before he gets hit, or clipped by this car. So I don't think any of this sort of like analysis that people are saying, well, the wheel is turned at exactly this moment, right when the shot goes off. And, I don't think any of that really matters or is going to have that big of an impact on a legal court case. I mean, it could if you have a jury that's very, very anti-ICE, obviously. But if you have a neutral jury, I think they're going to give a lot of leniency to this case. I don't think they're going to say this is a bad shoot. They're going to say the woman should not have driven away and potentially almost hit someone. Because that's essentially
this is not about this is not the framing of this is not about the legality of this case. The
Right.
framing of this is a narrative to establish with the general public.
Mhm.
That's what's going on here. That's obvious.
Right.
So all the talk about how this affects the case, that's not what's going on here. The New York Times made this not because of the case. You get that, right?
Well, well, it depends. You could say, okay, well, they're just trying to look at it objectively, or they're trying to set a narrative. It's either a legal or political narrative on how they want people to interpret the story.
Yes, correct.
Right.
How did they frame the story in the very beginning here?
Well, yeah, they're
What is
obviously
the
framing
framing
it
of the story?
as the Trump ICE administration is bad. It's obviously the framing of this.
The whole framing of the story is Trump said a woman ran over ICE with her car.
Right.
And Trump is a big no-no, bad boy, liar.
Right.
That's the whole framing of this. How long do you think it took before Trump saw the officer's video?
I don't think he saw the officer's video before he even made that statement. I don't think it was even out.
How do you know? So you think the only way he can see the officer's video is when it's published in the news?
Because he made some kind of comment about seeing, I think, this video.
Who do you think was the first person to see the officer's video?
I'm not sure.
Probably his supervisor, right?
Yes.
You think he's keeping it a secret?
Yes. That would make sense.
I bet Trump saw the officer's video before he ever made his statement.
I have to bring it up. Trump made a comment that made it sound like he didn't see it.
Oh, okay. Well, obviously the recording from the officer, like the first thing he does when he gets out of there, he's going to show that video to his supervisor. That's not going to be top secret.
I understand. Yeah.
Everyone inside ICE is going to see that.
Yes, of course. If they deem it's, useful for their case, they're going to show it to everyone, of course. Yeah.
Sure. And if Homeland Security is making their assessments off of his video, not off of any of these other videos, then they're completely talking about two different. I mean, the officer's video is night and day compared to these videos.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone who looks at the officer's video clearly thinks, okay, Willie got hit. It seems more likely that he got hit in that video.
Yes.
You want to continue with this?
I was trying to find Chrissy Noem's exact statement because I think, I don't know if you would agree. I think her statement, again, which came out 2 hours after the shooting, she just didn't know. Like, I don't think she saw any of the videos. And I think she was speaking completely off the cuff when she made these comments about this lady being some domestic terrorist who was attempting to run over an officer. And I don't think she should have said that.
Well, I mean, it would be interesting to know the path of that video that the officer took. Because
Even
obviously that
but we-
video would have gone, like they immediately know that this is going to be a situation inside the administration,
Right.
right?
But we both independently, because we never talked about this until the stream. We didn't really talk about this at all.
No, of course not.
We both independently saw the 3 angles of the footage, including the cell phone footage of the ICE agent. And we both came to the conclusion that we did not believe that she intended to run over him independently of each other.
Right.
So I don't know. I don't think there's any magical information that Chrissy Nome could have seen right after the shooting where she could have made that determination and publicly made the statement that she made.
But
Or she
in the
said this
video,
was
though,
it.
if someone saw that video first, they're going to assume that the woman hit the
Yes.
officer. This video, this New York Times video, is making the argument that the woman never hit the officer. That's the point of the video.
Oh, that is, yes, that's true.
Yeah. So if you see the video from the officer first, you're definitely going to be biased towards the officer was hit. It
Mhm.
seems more likely that he was hit. You hear an audible sound, right?
Right.
So people who saw that video are probably going to think, okay, the officer was hit. They're going to put that information out. Everyone's looking at these other videos. They've never seen the officer's video.
But
And their
this is,
ultimate
but
goal is to say
I know
the
you're-
officer
yeah,
hasn't been
right.
hit.
I know, but I know you're saying that they're not trying to make some kind of legal argument, but it is because the way that almost everyone out in the public interacts with these stories is that no one, unless you're like some sort of weirdo autist like us, most people cannot be comfortable with adopting a position where they say, I don't like what the officer did. I think it was stupid. I might even think it was immoral, but it was legal. And I don't think they should go to jail for it. Like, so few people ever feel comfortable making that argument.
I totally agree.
Right. And so when they frame it like the way that they're framing it here, and I agree, they're not making a technical legal argument. It is going to, like, whenever you talk to someone about this, because obviously it's going to be a big thing when, he doesn't go to jail or charges are not really brought against him or whatever happens or dropped. It's going to explode in this huge, it's going to reignite in this huge conversation about, well, she didn't even hit him. I saw the New York Times video. I saw the tires, right? It wasn't even angled towards him. He fired 2 shots from the side. Like, all these things are going to come up again, even if they're not really relevant legally to the case or not as important to the case as
They're going to come up in the court case.
They're going to come up in the public conversation about why he should go to jail.
Yeah, well, I'm just making the distinction between that and the legal case, obviously.
Right.
Like, there's still people who believe Kyle Rittenhouse is a murderer and killed people in cold blood and all that
Right.
stuff.
Of course.
Well, that's why they jump on this stuff. They want to establish a narrative. There's a narrative war going on here.
Yes. What was the time? Where are we at on the video?
I'm not sure. I moved it back because I wanted to hear the intro.
We're at like 2:23.
Okay.
Okay, ready?
Yeah. Hold on. Go.
And the wheels are pointing to the right, away from the agent. This appears to conflict with allegations that the SUV was ramming or about to ram the officer. President Trump and others.
See, I paused it again.
Right.
This conflicts with the allegations that the officer was even hit.
Yes, that's true.
So
they are playing the other video, the other angle, where it does look more like it happens fast, but it does look like he got hit in this.
Well, I think
angle.
but in this video, I think they say, "Oh, he doesn't." It still looks like he doesn't really get hit.
Right.
Watch, we'll continue. I'm at 2:35.
Okay.
Hit by the SUV, often pointing to another video filmed from a different angle. And it's true that at this moment in this grainy low-resolution footage, it does look like the agent is being struck by the SUV.
It does look like he's been hit. But
when we synchronize it with the first clip, we can see the agent is not being run over. In fact, his feet are positioned away from the SUV. The SUV crashes into a white car
Here, pause for a
parked
second.
down
So if he was, let's just say hypothetically he wasn't hit. I mean, you can criticize Trump and Kristi Noem for saying that when he wasn't hit, which is fair. But let's say hypothetically he wasn't hit. That's not going to really matter. I mean, I guess it would, if he is hit, it does give him a stronger self-defense claim. But even if he's not hit, I still think he has a very strong self-defense claim, regardless of whether he's hit or not. It's not the make or break on the case, the way that people kind of hyperfixate on this stuff.
yeah, are people super focused on the legal action here, or are they? I think people are more focused on the moral action of it.
They're doing,
and the narrative war that's going on.
but they're all connected. To most people, they're all connected. So they're going to say, this guy did an action that I think is immoral, therefore he should go to jail. That's the
Right.
way that like 99% of the people interact with these sorts of court cases.
Right. But they're not concerned about what the law says. Like the law
No.
could say he's 100% innocent. They're still going to have that opinion
Yes.
based on their own moral understanding of the situation.
Right. And based heavily on the politics of the parties involved. Because obviously, if this was like, a Democratic federal officer and a Democratic administration, and this was some, Roiper protester, like, a lot of the politics are going to be completely flipped around. So
This video is just even the tweet itself. Breaking: New York Times forensic analysis debunks Trump admin narrative that Renee Good deliberately tried to run over ICE agent.
well, they're gonna deliberately
I'm at
there is the
304.
okay.
the road. A bystander runs toward the collision. The federal agents on scene do not appear to rush to provide emergency medical care. Eventually, the agent who shot the motorist approaches the vehicle. Seconds later, he turns back around and tells his colleagues to call 911.
Shame! You shot someone! You shot someone!
Agents block several bystanders who attempt to provide medical care, including one who identifies himself as a physician.
Can I go check a pulse?
No! Back up! Now!
I'm a physician!
Hey, listen, we understand.
At the same time, several agents, including the agent who opened fire, get in their vehicles and drive off, apparently altering the active crime scene.
What do you think? Do you think this video is biased?
Obviously, the video is biased. Yeah.
Yeah, hugely biased.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gallad for 5 months says there's an important issue. There's an important aspect of this you're missing. His shooting was as much about potential harm to other officers as it was about him. Well, if there's another officer down the road, or if the officer had his arm in the window, then yeah, that would be a strong case. Because he doesn't want to get the guy dragged or whatever. So. Watask for $10 says the thing for me is just what Sitch said. If he was going to be run over, him doming her would not save him. Shooting her makes no pragmatic sense. Overdeveloped trigger finger, in my opinion. Yeah. I mean, it's not going to help him, but it doesn't really matter, again, legally. John Habby for $20 says, but Sitch, thank you. But Sitch, there should be responsibility on the government agent too, surely. Yes, the smart thing to do is to comply, but doesn't this take away all accountability from the cop? If he can shoot and move, he can do it without shooting. So I think cops or law enforcement agents, they do have responsibility in terms of attempting to de-escalate situations, I believe, to some capacity. But in this case, again, so you are in a car, a law enforcement officer tells you to get out of the car, and they reach into your car. Another law enforcement agent is in front of you, and you start to move your car. Okay, so you're now ignoring what an officer said, and he's got his hand in your car. So again, This is, I guess, another important thing too, which is what Tosca is talking about. If an agent of an officer, and I guess this is something that we should talk about because I haven't really seen a lot of people talk about it, even though you brought up earlier, Adam. If an officer has part of their body in your car, in your vehicle, and you start to move it, you are putting that officer in danger and at risk because now a part of their body is in a moving vehicle. Okay. And another officer is standing in front of your car and they draw a weapon, you can make an argument, okay, they shouldn't do that. They should just move out of the way. I would agree with all that stuff, but it doesn't matter. At that point, yeah, there's a responsibility of self-preservation on their part, but there's a responsibility on you as a citizen to as a driver of a car, you are not supposed to drive your car into people, period. Doesn't matter if they're an ICE agent, doesn't matter if they're a random person. You are not supposed to, you are supposed to have complete awareness of people when you are driving to not drive into people. Okay. She obviously failed to do that. She obviously completely failed to do that or didn't care. And she didn't give a shit. It's one of those two. She obviously didn't realize or didn't care, which is both bad and very recklessly negligent on her part. And she's also endangering the officer who's got his hand on the car. And she's also ignoring the order to get out of the car. And she's trying to flee the scene. So I do think that the government agents have responsibility, sure, to try to not, kill someone. But I do think legally and even morally, she has a greater responsibility to not put herself in such a dangerous situation, which she very clearly was. Ben Riley, Spider for 10 hours says, also a good mental exercise to be rigorous is to describe the event without using any adjectives or adverbs where possible, to not try to make statements of mine or intentions first. Really helpful rule. That is true. That is true.
We've been doing super chats for like 2 hours. Are these all $20 super chats, or
we're talking about the story?
Oh,
I think
okay.
this is an interesting. We're bringing conversation about the story. Liz and Deswell for $5 says, quote, she can't just run over a federal agent. She was a mother. I'm sorry, I had no idea. She should be able to do whatever she wanted all the time. Yes. Liz and Deswell for $5 says, that said, this is a tragedy. I generally hope someone can give the child a normal, happy life. Yes. Equal Shit Oxford 10 says, at the very least, can we say that Trump's tweet and the ICE statements were tone deaf, incendiary, and self-destructive to their own goals? At least don't stoke the fire of the public against yourself. I would say that 100%. That is true. I mean, this is true with every situation. It's kind of expected. Trump is not a person who ever really has any desire to not stoke the fires and to calm things down or to do anything in that capacity. So it obviously seems to be beyond Trump's capabilities.
True. Totally, 100%.
Skillet Friday says, it's disgusting that we're so used to politicizing death now. How are people comfortable using human shields to push politics? It is disturbing, but this is sort of, unfortunately, the environment that we're at the moment.
Well, and because it all takes place through screens, it just seems like a video game to people. It would be much harder to politicize this if you were on the scene, saw the woman shot, were there.
Right.
But look, since it's just a video game, it's pretty easy to politicize it.
Ben Riley for $10 says, some people on the right are focusing on if they should have given aid and not left if they knew she was already a wanted domestic terrorist, but leftists are trying to say her being a terrorist doesn't matter. Well, I mean, I believe legally and even morally, if, police officers shoot somebody, it doesn't matter if they're a random suspect or they're, Osama bin Laden or whatever. They're supposed to, they're supposed to capture people. They're not supposed to kill people. So they are supposed to call in for aid regardless. But in terms of like the policy question of, because there was the thing that kind of brought up in the New York Times video where it's like, well, why don't they let the doctor on scene look at her and all this other? First of all, I mean, I don't think it would have made it. We'll know when we see the autopsy, but, it probably didn't really make a difference one way or the other. But I do believe this is something that comes up a lot. I do believe most, when I was kind of doing some preliminary research on this, most law enforcement agencies have policies where they do not let random people on the street who claim to be doctors, go and try to provide aid to someone who's been shot, unless there's that's the only person available. They're going to usually call in for an ambulance. And if they're going to arrive in a timely manner, they're going to do that instead. Anonymous Mouse Cower for 10 hours says the reaction to this event in the article about white men pushed out of institutions is a microcosm of wokeness. I think the studies concluded that they won't message to them woke is not dead. Rain again for $5 says Tim Walz signed a Minnesota law that would put the agent in the clear in 2020. Look up Minnesota statute 609066. Let's see, what is this? Authorized use of deadly force by peace officers. Deadly force defined for the purpose of this section. Deadly force means force which the actor uses with the purpose of causing, which the actor should reasonably know creates a substantial risk of causing death or great bodily harm. The intentional discharge of a firearm other than a firearm loaded with less lethal munitions and used by a peace officer within the scope of official duties in the direction of another person or in a vehicle in which another person is believed to be constitutes deadly force. Less lethal munitions being projectiles which are designed to stun, temporarily incapacitate, or cause temporary discomfort to a person. Peace officer has the meaning given in subsection 626.84. And then basically it says the use of deadly force by a peace officer in the line of duty is justified only if an objectively reasonable officer would believe, based on the totality of circumstances known to the officer at the time and without the benefit of hindsight, that such force is necessary to protect the peace officer or any other from death or great bodily harm, provided the threat can be articulated with specificity. I can't say the word now. Specificity. Adam's not helping me. He's totally tapped out.
Well, no, I'm reading about Kristi Noem's access to the officer footage. Evidently, I just
specificity.
asked,
Okay. Is reasonably
Kristi
likely to
Noem
occur.
See the ICE officer's video footage before the general public, and it says yes. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem made public statements about Minnesota ICE shooting, indicating that she had access to internal information, potentially including the footage, before it was widely analyzed or released to the general public.
Okay. It says
Like
it's
she could have had access to that video
There's two things.
in
Number
15 minutes.
Okay. Well, even if that's the case, as I said, we both looked at the video and we would not have described it the way that she described it. And I don't think it was correct for her to describe it the way that she described it. And I think you agreed with that.
As intentionally hitting
As a
her,
domestic
no.
terrorist intentionally trying to run someone over, yes.
No, not intentionally hitting him, but hitting him.
Right.
Yeah, definitely hitting him.
I know, but she didn't say that.
Well, I mean, you can focus on the done purposefully, or you can focus on the. I'm just in the New York Times piece.
We used to live in an era where our government would say, there was a shooting, and unfortunately there was a loss of life, and we are doing a full investigation, before we to determine what's going on there, and that would be the end of the statement.
Oh yeah,
you would immediately go on Twitter and be like, "Libtards get wrecked." Okay, that used to be like a world we used to live in.
Is that what Kristi Noem said?
That is the intention of the tweet.
Libtards get wrecked.
Libtards get wrecked. Yes.
I don't know what the Trump statement was.
Okay. Anyway, regarding the Minnesota statute, it seems to be basically the same law that would be applicable to any peace officer using any force, though I will comment that I don't know if this law has anything to do with this situation, because peace officer defined in this law, I believe, only applies to state police officers. I don't believe it has anything to do with federal police officers. So I'm not sure if it's that relevant. Floki EVT for $20 says 8 USC 1357 allows ICE to detain anyone committing a felony in their presence. They're suspected, and per the wife was committing 18 USC 111, disrupting and impeding federal operations. She was not afraid per the agent's POV. Yes, I do agree with that. Indicans for 10 New Zealand says, how does the U.S. have sanctuary cities in states? What other federal crimes can be ignored because the states say so? Slavery, states' rights versus federal law seems to be the start of the Civil War for you guys. It was, kind of was. It's stupid. It's stupid. I mean, the reason it kind of exists is And as non-Americans, I get it. Most people, we have a very weird system of how the states and the federal government interacts with each other. So, but it's stupid. It shouldn't exist. John Havey for $20 says, even if she was trying to run him over, him shooting her would have been more likely to get him killed if it accelerated out of control into him. Also, Daniel, Penny, and Rittenhouse situations were completely different than this guy. Zero Fox says it does say federal in the definitions. No, it doesn't. It says the peace officer who's employed by a law enforcement agency of a federally recognized tribe. Talking about Native Americans. It doesn't say federal officer. At least I don't see it saying federal officer anywhere. It says law enforcement agency means a unit of state of or local government that is authorized by law. So I don't see where it says federal. But anyway, it doesn't really matter that much. MQT1 Wheel for $5 says domestic terrorist might be a little strong language. I'm not 100% sure, but didn't Biden use his labels to shut down parental rights on trans issues? I don't know. Did Biden call people terrorists or something? I mean, listen, Biden used a lot of shitty language. And obviously, as we talked about, Biden also implied Kyle Rittenhouse was some kind of like white racist. So Biden obviously does not escape the using very shitty, irresponsible rhetoric in politics claim. A recycled soldier for $20 says the car was pointed at him. Her intent doesn't matter. She accelerated. Had he been 10 feet away, it might be different. He was about 1 feet away or so. Justified. Problem is, Minnesota leaders are not keeping the peace. Minnesota leadership to blame here. Jay Slime for $5 says, simple question. Can the police stand in front of someone who's trying to run away from a crime scene to stop them? Does it being a car change that? Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, obviously a police officer can stand in front. If a police officer sees someone committing a crime, they can 100% stand in front of someone and tell them to stop and try to stop them. Yes. Now, if it's a car, I mean, I think it does change things to a little bit of an extent, as I said in the hypothetical. If the car is like 100 feet away from you and is driving towards you, and you're a police officer and you keep moving in front of the direction of the car, it gets to a point where you're like, okay, what's going on here? That's kind of a comical situation that I don't think really would happen at any point. At the end of the day, I think a police officer might legally have the right to walk in front of your car, pull out your gun, and then if you start driving, shoot you. I think they legally have the right to do that, but should they do that? Probably not. Soldo Richard says, you guys are missing Barnes versus Felix. Can I come on? Sure. I don't know. Is that okay, Adam?
I don't care. No, have them on.
Where are you, Soldoge, in my DMs?
Barnes versus Felix. What is that? Are they arguing about this
Soldoge
case?
is going to let us know. Okay. I sent you the link, Soldoge. Metalworks for $10 says, if ice is on the road, is that bad? Why walk in front of the car and possibly endanger yourself? I live in Pennsylvania. I know how bad ice can get. If the ice is that unstable, I wouldn't get in front of the car. Yes. Jan Habby for $2 says, hey, do you guys still have call-in discuss streams? We haven't done one in a long time, but maybe if people feel really passionate about this subject, maybe we'll do that on Tuesday.
Do what?
A call-in stream about this topic. People want to argue with us about it.
Oh, okay. I mean, I don't really want to argue about it. So
okay, I'll argue. You can just sit there.
Look, you can argue to your heart's content. Sounds like great content to me. We should do that. We should definitely do that.
Okay, look, there you go. Got him. Got him.
You can line it up. Let's just start inviting. Look, we'll drop the link in the chat.
Okay, well, we don't want that. Everyone and their mother is going to try to lie. Yeah, it's probably a bad idea. Ben Riley for $5. David Packman was questioning if ICE going door to door is formally legitimate law enforcement operations. Libertarians disagree that it is. I don't know. I don't know what ICE. I don't know if ICE can just knock on every door in a city and just like start checking for people's papers. I don't know actually know what the legality of that is in terms of those sorts of operations. But okay.
What was the Majority Report video?
I'll show you.
It's up, ready to go.
Oh, not on my screen. I guess I have to hit back.
Yeah. Oh, I did cheat.
Left
I did
one. I think Alpha must be a right wing.
Okay. I just want to show you this one part of the video. It's kind of funny.
It's our favorite disembodied voice.
Yes. Did you watch Crystal and Sauger's video?
No, I saw they did like an hour and a half debate, but
yeah,
we have set so little information. It's like, why are people going in and establishing these crazy positions based on no information whatsoever?
Yes.
Why?
Essentially, yeah. Because everyone wants to. What do you mean?
Yeah, it's crazy to me. This is why, look, I don't want to debate this because something could come out tomorrow that could completely change my mind on this. And Piso is going to make a fucking 10,000 tweet thread about all the things I said that contradict what I'm saying when the new information came out.
Do you really care what he says?
Not really. No.
Okay.
That's good. Okay.
It's just, look, I don't want to be, I don't want to be making
Hold on, give me 1
assertions
second.
on little information whatsoever.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Which
this is a still
I mean, it's not
developing
really a good
scenario.
idea, right?
No, I agree. This is a still developing
we don't even know if the guys said on the radio, okay, we're going to arrest this woman. We've had 6 interactions with her whatsoever. I need backup so that we can bring her in.
Yes,
I don't know
think
if they're
the
in
bigger
arrest
issue,
mode or not.
I think the bigger issue with this is you have to ask yourself, how are you going to find a fair and impartial jury in the country with this story?
You're not.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no scenario where there's going to be a fair jury and it's immediately going to be a hung jury.
Well, the way people are talking, I don't even think charges will be filed. So,
well, I think if it's a federal case, I think they'll do everything they can to not file charges. Yeah. Which I think is going to be disgusting. I do think this should go to a jury.
Oh, really?
Yes, very much. I am very much of the opinion.
You think he should be brought up on murder charges?
I think so. Although I think what will likely happen is he'll be brought up on civil violation charges more than anything, which kind of relates to the court case I mentioned, Barnes versus Felix.
What does Barnes versus Felix say?
So Barnes versus Felix was a court case decided very recently, 2025. And what it states is that for civil violations, you have to take the totality of circumstances into account, not just moment of threat violations. So the court case very specifically deals with something similar to this. A police officer pulled someone off to the side of the road. They tried to drive away. The police officer drew his firearm and stepped in front of the vehicle and fired upon the person. They were able to plead that life was in danger for self-defense. So they weren't brought up on murder charges, but they were later sued for Fourth Amendment violations. And basically the Supreme Court said, hey, like police officers cannot deliberately put themselves in danger by stepping in front of a car and then arguing self-defense.
Is there a video of this incident that we can see?
I think so. I've only read the text of the court case myself. I never actually looked at the video, but I mean, there's pictures of it at least. I'd have to look for the video itself.
Let's see. Is the guy's name Ashton Barnes? Shooting of Ashton Barnes by Officer Felix. This is from 20. I don't know what the case was, but the shooting was in 2016.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, here, wait, let me send you the watch together here. Okay, I think that link should work. Yeah, it says 2016, 24-year-old black man, Ashton Barnes, was driving a rented silver Toyota Corolla in Houston, Texas, when he was pulled over by Robert Felix, Jr., traffic enforcement officer, due to unpaid toll connected to the car. Blah, blah, blah. Felix ordered Barnes to exit the vehicle and pulled out his gun. Barnes opened the driver's side door without exiting the vehicle, and the car's left blinker turned on. Felix pointed his gun at Barnes and shouted, "Don't fucking move," and then stepped on the car's door still as it began to move forward with the door still open. Felix fired 2 shots. Barnes was pronounced dead at the scene. Okay. Did you get the link?
Got it. Trying to get it to work. Hold on. It
It's
does
not
not
working.
like the VPN that I use.
Oh, look at this guy over here.
Watch out.
Hiding from the law.
As soon as you
Okay.
take that VPN off, Solos, you know
Yeah,
what's gonna
yeah, I
happen,
know.
right?
Try the
Fed-
second link I sent you.
The feds are going to be all over you.
Might work a little
I knew
better.
you guys were secret
Descend.
feds all
It's true.
along.
Descend on your house. We've been waiting for this moment. We actually
knew.
invited you on so you would turn your VPN off.
Mm-hmm.
I knew it. Ever since you laid those allegations of me liking
Mhm.
Loli, I knew you were
What-
after me.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you
Loli
didn't know the secret
allegations?
reason I came on the show was to
I
clear my
didn't
name.
know. No.
Yeah. No, the reason I'm here is to clear my name. Today we're going to
Oh,
watch
okay.
Solodoge's top 10 MILF hentai with commentary provided
Oh,
by
no.
Alex.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Okay. So here we. Oh wait.
Yep.
Here.
Okay, watching it.
Everyone turn the volume off because it's like terrible traffic sound. Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm
Okay,
Deputy
so
David
the
Hospital
officer
office.
is
Reason
approaching
being
the
stopped
property.
today because your vehicle alerted to outstanding tow violation.
Did you turn the volume off, Adam?
No, but we have to hear the conversation. He's giving orders inside the car. That's
You
what
have your driver's license, proof of insurance with you?
you have a license and insurance with you? Come on.
I understand that, but it has outstanding tow violation. When did you put the vehicle? About a week ago. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
It's actually rented in my girlfriend's name. I'm on the way to get it washed and turn it back in.
Okay. What's her name?
Long as this video.
Okay. You have your driver's license?
Just want to speed up to the point in question.
Okay, let's see. Okay, it looks like I think something's about to go down here.
Why did he pop the trunk?
According to the court case, he was inspecting the vehicle for what he thought was marijuana.
Those reefer dudes.
Don't fucking move! Don't fucking move!
Holy shit, he fucking went for a ride. God damn.
Okay, so the court said that was unjustified?
Yeah. 'Cause-
Interesting.
So the argument they're saying is he deliberately tried to step inside the car as it was driving off. He put himself in danger, essentially.
Hmm. I don't see. That's kind of crazy to me. I would.
Turn your
well,
volume
I
off.
guess
I'm
the
gonna watch
question
it
is
again without
okay. I
sound.
guess the question is, they say is the police officer allowed to put his foot in front of like on the car, like was the police officer allowed to do this action, right? Get like half inside the car, like
But
that.
you turn your volume down. I'm just going to play it for the
Okay.
audience without the volume.
Right.
Don't pause it. Just turn your
Okay.
volume down so you don't get ear raped again.
Yes, thank you.
Holy. It's like, oh my God. That's like,
Mhm.
Yeah,
he went
goes
full
for a
Mad
hot
Max
minute.
here. Holy shit.
Yeah.
So for those of you who are just listening, the officer has the guy's car door open. He's on the driver's side, and it looks like the guy's going to run. So the officer steps up onto the rail, and the door is still open. and he pulls his gun out as the guy is driving. So he goes a good, I don't know, 200 feet down the road, and then he shoots the guy. God, he's so lucky that he didn't. Like when you die, who knows how your foot could be a brick on the accelerator, right? It could go even more dangerous. Yeah.
Well, that's what happened in this case with
it did?
with Renee
No.
Good.
Well, yeah, because he drove into the car.
Yeah, we're lucky she veered into a ditch more than anything else.
This stops him. This guy is stopped cold though, and he's that's crazy.
But yeah, and this whole incident that
all
we're
for
looking
toll jumping, all because he didn't pay the toll.
Yep, and that was part of the court's reasoning as well. Is like you're trying to use deadly force to stop a guy escaping an unpaid toll. That's excessive force. And so it's a little weird because in Barnes v. Felix, before the dash cam got released to the public, a grand jury decided not to bring up murder charges against the officer. And so what the actual court case is about is excessive use of force. Basically more of a civil trial than it is a criminal trial. And the Supreme Court affirmed that this was excessive use of force. So I think if you look at it legally, he'll probably not go for murder, but he will get charged with some kind of heavy fine for excessive police force action.
Well, I guess if the argument is that something about like, can the officer put themselves in some sort of dangerous situation? I guess the question for this case is what, in this like 1 second, what made the officer go from talking to him into I'm now like going inside your car like this? Like what happened that preceded that?
From what I understand the court case, it was that he thought the person was trying to get away from the officer's traffic stop.
So I think that would be the problem, is that if the officer says in court or says to his police officer, I thought this guy was going to try to drive away, so I stuck my body inside the car, then I could see that that's going to get you in trouble. Because it's like, okay, well, you literally thought a person was driving away, so you did this dangerous action, right?
Yes,
so
but
you could say that would have an impact then in this case. It could have an impact if it's like the guy says, if Jonathan Ross says, well, I thought she was going to drive away, so I stood in front of her car, right? Like then this would be applicable, I guess, if that's assuming that's what the court says. If it's just that he's walking because he's just basically filming her and she reverses and they just sort of end up in the position that they end up in, I still think that then this wouldn't really apply in that circumstance.
Well, I think it would apply because I think he knew something was about to go down and that he was walking circularly around the car in this case, which also violated DHS's own policy. People dug through a lot of DH policy in the past couple years, and they wrote a policy. I'll see if I can find it and send it to you. That explicitly states, don't put yourself in front of or behind vehicles.
Oh, I'm sure it does.
For this exact reason.
I'm sure it does say that. But I don't think that's going to be super relevant to the court case.
And so I think it's hard for him to argue it was self-defense when he violated his own training and his own policy that was designed to prevent scenarios like this.
Well, I don't think that's related. You can violate a policy. Like a policy can say, don't do something because it's like dangerous, right? And then you do it, because you're dumb or you're not paying attention or whatever. And then suddenly you're in a situation where your life can be at risk. I mean, just because if you're a law enforcement officer, just because you do something against policy that puts your life at risk, I don't think that automatically dismantles a self-defense argument.
Not in all scenarios, but I think in this specific one, it does, of like, this car is turned on, I'm going to deliberately step in front of it while also starting to draw my service weapon. Like, I think there's enough to say he knew she was going to try and drive or something was going to happen and put himself in an unsafe scenario.
If we look at I don't know if we can. I don't know if we have the information to judge that at all. Because if we looked at from his video and from the other video, it looks like he's just doing a full. He's filming the car. He's doing a full circle around the car, and then the other guy comes up without communicating to him at all, and then tries to pull out of the car, and then she immediately reacts to that. And when we looked at the vantage point, he's just walking the same speed and only stops once the car shifts from reverse to drive, and he stops and pulls out his gun.
So the reason I think I disagree with that is because we see in the video, others have done the breakdown, he switches the phone from his dominant hand to his non-dominant hand before the car even begins to move, and starts to index his service weapon and place his hands on it without drawing it. Which kind of tells me he knows something's about to happen.
Yeah, because she moved the car.
I sent Sean the link. Mostly because he agrees with my theory. And he's an attorney. And he's a practicing attorney.
No.
So
potentially criminal. Sean.
I mean, he had the phone out because they don't have body cams. And he was documenting the fact that this, she wants to LARP and resist while she's impeding them from driving down the road. That's why he's walked around.
So he has cause, right?
Well, no, at that first step, I guarantee you the U.S. Attorney's Office said you need to document what they're doing. They don't have body cam, so he uses a cell phone. He's coming around, and then he realizes his buddies are going to arrest her. Oh, shit, I better go film that arrest so she doesn't claim, like, we beat her to death and raped her in the middle of it. So he starts walking across, and, Captain Einstein puts her car in reverse and points it at him. And now he's like, shit, I got to move. And all of a sudden, it all kicks off. I mean,
well, first off, if he knew he was going to arrest her, why did he walk or circle the vehicle?
I don't think he realized I don't think he realized that she was going to get arrested. He was filming her.
You just said she
because
was.
No. He's filming her because they're going to cite her, and they're probably going to, take a picture of the license plate, take a picture of her. They can go fill out paperwork and serve her later down the road. Like, he's clearly getting into his car, and then he sees his buddies say, "Fuck it, we're going to arrest her." And now he's like, "Oh, well, I guess I better go film that." Like, he's trying to get into his car.
If he knows he's going to arrest her, then he knows things.
No, he doesn't know that he's
going
to arrest her at that point yet. Like once his oh, go eat your sandwich, fat boy. Then he's like, oh, I guess my buddies are going to go arrest her. I better go help them.
Yeah. So at that point, so are you arguing that when he starts taking the videos, he does or does not know that an arrest is about to happen?
I don't think he knows an arrest is about to happen yet.
But a citation is in order.
I mean, they can send her, they could send her stuff in the mail. They can find her later and charge her and arrest her. There's probably ways they could do that.
ICE doesn't have that authority.
I don't think he was.
ICE can't issue traffic violations or anything.
It's not
like
a traffic violation. You're being charged with violating.
Investigation.
No, it's 18 U.S.C. 111. You cannot instruct or impede officers as they're doing their job. It's not a traffic citation. It's not a traffic citation. You cannot block the road for them doing that.
That's not just what 18.111 states.
It's one of the things it can be.
No, but it's specifically 18.111 states that you cannot criminalize mere noncompliance, filming, criticism, or presence.
Non-compliance? She's parked her car across fucking traffic.
Yeah, but
her
that's
car's not a normal lane of
travel.
Your car's not a normal lane of travel. She's literally perpendicular to the flow of traffic on a one-way street.
Dancing and honking her horn for 3 minutes.
Why did other vehicles have the ability to drive past her? She was literally waving vehicles past her.
That doesn't mean anything.
Yes, it does. It means she's not completely obstructing.
Humor me. Let's say she encounters the regular police and they cite her for obstructing the highway. And she goes into court. Well, Your Honor, there were other lanes. Was I really obstructing traffic? The court's going to convict you. You can't do that shit.
So
you can't do that. That is a retarded argument to make in the court. Oh, I wasn't obstructing everybody. You could walk around me. No.
You're just made the argument that it was a traffic obstruction.
Okay, you're not, you are
ICE
not
doesn't have the ability to determine traffic violations.
Humor me here for the sake of argument. You're not tracking it all.
I'm tracking exactly what you're saying.
No,
you're not. I know you're wrong.
No, you're not. Just listen to me. She is obstructing them. Oh, I can go around them. That's not the point. You're not allowed to get in their way and force them to go around you. Who the fuck appointed you? It's no different than if this was a traffic citation. You couldn't go into court and make the same argument. You're going to lose there as well.
It is different from a traffic citation.
You wouldn't be able to do it either way.
Yes,
You wouldn't be able to
she
do it either
can.
way.
If someone is
not just
committing a
merely
traffic
not complying.
violation and ICE notices the traffic violation, they don't have the ability.
Does it ever occur to you that the traffic
exercise the law
violation, like
against her.
by, does it ever occur to you that by blocking the road, I'm committing a traffic violation and also impeding them? Like
Depends
I
on
can be
if she
charged
is
both ways.
actively impeding them.
Do you
If
not
she's
think that's
waving
actively
cars,
impeding them?
if she is waving cars past her,
Okay.
then it's a traffic violation, but not actively impeding ICE.
Solados, you don't think she was actively impeding? You don't think that was the purpose?
What, that she was like physically trying to keep ICE
You don't
from
think
moving forward?
why was she driving like Helen
Why?
Keller? Then
Look,
you
why
tell me
was she in the road for 3
Sir,
minutes
please
honking her
explain
horn
why.
and dancing?
Explain why.
Hold on. Which question am I answering first?
Why is she parked like Helen Keller in the middle of the road?
Why? Obviously because she wants to observe ICE. She wants to be an annoyance to them. But that doesn't mean
So
that
she is impeding.
No,
That's
not the same
she
thing.
wants to impede? Why didn't she just park her car normally in the lane and just put it in park?
Yeah, why didn't she just yell
Why
at them
did
from
she
the
have
side
to
of the
go
road?
perpendicular to the flow of traffic? Why?
Why is she still waving traffic past her?
It doesn't matter. Why is
It
she doing what she's doing?
No. Well, you're gonna have to ask her yourself because no one actually has that answer.
I can't because she's a retard and she's dead.
Yeah, because the cop decided to execute her. Congratulations.
No, she decided she didn't want to be arrested today, and that's not how that works.
Okay, so you're just. I love how you're going to assume intentions for her, but not assume intentions for him. This is
What am I
wonderful
supposed
argument.
to assume? What am I supposed to assume?
We did assume intentions for him. We talked about how he was documenting, and we don't know any of that stuff. It's all speculation.
I mean, there's reasons for why is she doing it the way she's doing it?
Why did he decide to put himself in front of the vehicle against his own policy?
He's allowed to stop the car. Like,
he's not allowed to body block it.
Sorry, Mrs. Bad Lady. I guess you have to go away. We can't ever stop you because we can't get in front of you. Do you see how retarded that sounds?
He literally had the ability to go around her and then just report her for a traffic violation.
They weren't going to report her for a traffic violation. They were going to report her for violating federal law.
She wasn't violating federal law. That's not
their. You don't think that counts? You don't think that
What is
counts?
the punishment for this, Sean? Do you know?
What's that?
What is the punishment for impeding a federal investigation or whatever she was doing?
I mean, it's going to be some level of time, but it's not like she's going away for 20 to life or anything like that.
Right. She's going to do like
Maybe.
10 days in jail or something.
I mean, I'm sure she would, but here's the thing. She probably would win on that anyway, because we saw, for example, that guy out in LA who towed cars. He got acquitted because of jury nullification. I'm betting she would find it very sympathetic. Yeah.
Wow.
So she would have gotten away with it, but
I'm
also
betting
she
would have found a very sympathetic jury, and they probably would have acquitted her. Or she got a hung jury out of this. Like, the idea that they hadn't prepared for this or thought about this is really disturbing.
I like
Sitch,
how
what
your
do you
argument
think?
is
Do you think she was
guilty?
Do you agree with Solados? Hold on a second,
If you break the law, that doesn't mean that you can't be arrested for it. Like, the idea that she might have got a hung jury out of if she went to trial doesn't mean go break the law. Like, I'm just telling you the reality of how this probably would have turned out for her.
Sitch, you agree that she was deliberately trying to impede the investigation, right? You don't agree with Solados.
Yeah, well, I would assume she's in the road to impede them to some capacity, of course. Yeah.
Why are you making excuses for her, Solados?
Why are you guys making excuses for a cop committing cold-blooded murder?
Was it cold-blooded murder?
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, we already went over Barnes versus Felix, where he's not allowed to just throw his
do you know what
body
the
in front
Fifth
of the car.
Circuit said in response to that Supreme Court decision? Because it
Please
got sent back
tell
down to them. They said it's all good to go. And
What does that mean?
Here's what I'll
What
tell
does
you.
that mean, Sean?
They
What does that
assessed the
mean?
totality of circumstances and they decided, yeah, it's still okay. Qualified immunity wins. Now, here's what I'll tell you.
So
I
he
disagree. I
still
think
had
that officer was
qualified
very
immunity?
reckless. Yeah. I still think that officer was horribly reckless. I don't think he should have done that, but we are where we are.
Maybe he's auditioning for action hero.
Maybe.
Movie stuntman.
I don't think he should have jumped in the car like that. I think that was very reckless.
Yeah, it definitely was reckless. So
Yeah, almost as reckless as deciding to jump in front of Renee's car. Crazy.
He didn't jump in front of her car. She moved the car.
Right. He was just slowly walking around the car while drawing his weapon.
Why couldn't she just take her pinch like a man?
Why couldn't he just not blast her in the face?
Well, because she tried to run him over.
I mean, she clearly wasn't trying to run him over.
She clearly did, though. She tried to run him over. Like, that's how it ended up going. Like, you don't just get to like, oh, I didn't mean that, like almost kill you. Like, no,
Well, you're the one
responsible for your
assigning motive
actions.
that she is trying to run him over.
Well, yeah. I mean, like,
Do you,
either that or
Sean? Do
she's
you
so
really think
retarded
she was trying to run him over? Or you
I mean,
think
it's
it was
either
just
that or she was
accidental?
too retarded to realize what she's doing, and that's just as dangerous.
Right.
I mean,
And
like,
I think
take your
it's
pick.
just as dangerous that he is not competent enough to follow his own policies
Oh, I
and
think he's very
deliberately put
competent.
himself in danger.
He's
Like,
very
we're also
competent.
not taking into account the context that right now DHS
Mhm.
has decreased the amount of time of training for their agents from
He's been
16
employed
weeks
for 10
to
years,
6
so
weeks.
he's been employed for 10 years. That doesn't work. Try again.
You don't think there is a drop in standards with DHS and how they
He's been
handle cases right now?
he's clear. You're now whining about people that this doesn't apply to.
I'm taking the totality of ICE, their training and their standards.
He's not one of the people that just got hired, so that does not apply here. You're worried about something else.
No.
Explain the DNS.
Yes, if he had been
situation.
working for 2 weeks and killed somebody, yeah, I'd agree that's relevant. It's not cogent to a guy who's been working for 10 years.
Do you think an organization dropping their standards is going to have an effect on everybody in the organization?
It might. Are you sure it's going to?
There we go.
Are you sure it's going to? Well, no, explain
It
to me how
might.
that's definitely.
What,
So, now we're in hypothetical land.
I'm
They
quoting
dropped their
own
hiring
words.
standards.
We're
Is
just
that hold on a second, guys. Hold on. You're making the argument that them dropping their hiring standards affected a 10-year veteran. Is that the argument you're making, Soledad?
Well, I think they've dropped their standards across the board, not just hiring standards, their training standards, and the standards that they hold their agents to.
Okay. And how would that affect?
This
the
isn't
10
isolated. We've seen
so it-
DHS act in manners that are constantly violating people's rights across the board. There's video after video every day
Okay.
of DHS acting in a manner that shows they have
And I don't
no
disagree. They've done
standards.
some things wrong, but is this
Oh.
reflective of that? Yeah, they've done some things wrong. I'm not going to tell you they're perfect.
Oh, I think it's
Yes,
more
I'm
than
willing to
just
be
they're not
honest
perfect.
about it.
I think they are deliberately acting in this manner.
Okay.
That they are deliberately dropping their standards to allow their agents to become more violent and more aggressive. They're no longer
certainly they've
holding
been
their
more
people.
aggressive since 20. They've
do you
certainly been
think-
more aggressive.
Do you think that if a DHS agent acts in a violent and aggressive manner and leadership does not reprimand them for it, that sets a new standard for everyone to behave by?
Oh, now you're making a different argument. Now you're making a different argument about changing the rules of engagement or how they wish to discipline people. That is correct.
Yeah, that is
but that has nothing
absolutely
to
true as to what has happened.
You ran in squeezing that out about the 6 week or 6 day whatever thing.
That's part of it.
That's different.
You think if they take people
that would
and
be
they
more
don't give
your
them
first
training
part would
and
be
then
more
allow
effective
them
to
to
say
do
that.
what they want?
No,
Do you think
you
that
should
if they
you
list-
should have you it's okay that you made a bad point. You came around to the right point to make.
I don't think you understand the totality of the point. But that's
I do
okay.
understand the totality of it, but you
I
started
don't
off
think
on
you
a
do.
bad spot.
And that's okay.
You then migrated to the right argument. I agree with that part. Your first part was a non-starter.
Sure. Okay. We'll move on then. Sure.
No, let's stay here. I don't want to move on. We can keep working on this.
Okay.
I was just pointing out
So
that was
you
a
don't-
bad thing.
You don't think dropping the standards has an effect on people who've been in?
It could.
Oh.
It could. Well, now you want to speculate. It could have an effect. It might not. Because would you
so it
agree that it
could.
might not too?
It might not.
Oh! You see how retarded that sounds?
Look,
No,
but if
not
you're
really.
a 10-year veteran
does.
that who wants to play fast and loose with the rules, how is lowering the hiring standards for rookies going to affect your behavior?
Because
though?
you're going to be surrounded by other people who want to play fast and loose with the rules, and that's going to
yeah,
create
but that's
a culture.
you're still going to get in trouble if you play fast and loose with the rules.
No, because if they're bringing in people, I mean, it sets the culture. Do you agree the culture of the organization plays a role in its people's actions?
To some extent, but I mean, I thought you were making the argument that they're lowering standards so that people are not really well trained.
That's where
Well,
he
that
was
is
starting
playing a
out,
role
and
too,
then
that they're not
He
well
started
trained.
there, and once that didn't work, he migrated.
Oh, so now he's migrating to their lowering standards, letting every psychopath in.
Yes, now, but
Well, they are
He
doing
started
that,
there,
yes.
and then he migrated into. This is now a culture of problems.
Wait, do you think who you hire doesn't affect the culture of an organization? Seriously?
It definitely does.
Okay.
Yeah.
It can.
I don't see how
it can. Well, do you
I'm
think
in
that
the
if,
wrong
like
for
how do you know
saying
that
that-
would have affected him here? Like you're speculating at this point.
Well, we don't know anything about this guy.
We're speculating about every aspect
So-
of this case. You've speculated about Renee's motivation, saying all kinds of things about what she wants to do without knowing.
Okay.
So
well,
I don't see
she
why
made
my
a big
speculation
oopsie.
is
It doesn't
any
really
worse.
make it any better. He could still shoot her in the face.
I think I'm comfortable. We know her motivations pretty clearly. I don't think we know a lot about the ICE shooter guy though. So
His motivation was, I don't want to get killed. That's
yeah,
about
but I
don't
mean, if
think
we
that was
find
his motivation.
look,
at
if
all.
we find out that he has a history of taking things too far, Sean, that could change.
I'm sure
Your
if he
opinion on
does,
that would
then he
change
could
pretty
be.
quickly. Yeah.
100%. And if he acted outside the law, then I hope they fucking hang him.
Yeah. Well, we just that's why I was saying, look, we don't have a lot of information here. That's why people taking these strident positions without really knowing much. I mean, you're just speculating, Solidos. You don't know if this guy has a history of taking it too far or he's squeaky clean.
This whole thing is speculation. What do you mean?
Yeah, but why
That's all
speculate
we can do
when
right
we-
now is speculate. Because we haven't taken this to a trial where all evidence is brought forward.
What's the purpose of the speculation, though, other than just like entertainment?
I don't know. You're the one that decided the topic of the video today.
Well, I'm not taking any super strong stances here on things. I mean, I'm trying to go off of what we know for sure, uncontrovertibly.
Are you? I feel like you have taken a stance on whether you think he is guilty or not guilty of violating any law or anything like that.
Yeah, because that seems pretty clear.
Well,
But
I
look,
don't know if it's clear.
It could go any way if a jury gets involved, obviously. Like it seemed to me Kyle Rittenhouse was pretty clearly innocent. It seemed to me Daniel Penny was pretty clearly innocent.
I would agree with you in both of
Yeah.
these cases. I would argue it seems pretty clear to me, based on all the evidence that I have seen, that he was acting outside the bounds of his capabilities as an enforcement officer of the law and put himself in danger. And then he shot her, but tried to claim it was self-defense. And I think based on the evidence, that's not a good claim.
Okay, well, you'll be right or wrong. We'll see what happens.
So
I guess so.
Sitch, yeah.
It says that with the Barnes Felix case. So the Supreme Court ruled that what they can't, before they were basically using this very narrow window of time, saying that they would only look at the exact instant that the potential deadly force occurred to
And
make
I
a
think this is the
determination.
correct assessment. It should be everything at once.
Right. And they said they had to look at everything. Right. And then they sent it back down to the lower court. And then I was kind of skimming the lower court opinion as you guys were talking. The lower court affirmed through summary judgment and said, taking into account that we are looking at the totality of the whole thing, we still find that his actions were totally, or not totally, but they just still find that the police officer's actions were justifiable in self-defense.
So he didn't even get in trouble for that.
No. So does that change? Would that change your opinion in terms of like, if they were saying that guy's actions were legal, in terms of how do you think this is all going to play out legally?
Yeah, that changes a lot.
This was also, keep in mind, this was also the lawsuit for suing for deprivation of civil rights. This wasn't this guy fighting for
This was a civil case.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So this is a little.
Well, so it's not even a criminal case. Holy shit!
It's a little weird because they had the grand jury for the criminal case.
Solidosh?
Hold on. They had the grand jury for the criminal case. They didn't move forward, and then it was after the grand jury met that they then released further evidence.
So this case is completely irrelevant, though, to this.
No, not at
new
all.
Case.
No, not at all.
These standards are entirely relevant. Garner, Connor B. Graham, they're all relevant. Barnes, Felix, it's all relevant. Plicker,
I'm glad we agree on that.
Oh, fuck off. Seriously, fuck you.
Relax, it's a joke.
Are you sure? I don't know about your intent.
I don't know about your intent.
Okay. Regardless, Soto's the fact that the lower courts, when it got kicked back down, still affirmed that the officer was justified. Do you think that's going to change the legal outcome of this case?
No, I don't think so.
And why is
Not
that?
necessarily, just because the evidence available at the time, I think it's a little different for this one.
How does this case make the case that the current one is unjustified? Why is Solidos presenting this?
Because a large part of the argument, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, go, no,
a large
go
part of a large part of the argument is that in the moment of like this narrow 1 to 2 second window, when the car started moving forward, that is what should be analyzed for self-defense and nothing else. And I am arguing that once you look at the totality of things, he put himself in that scenario deliberately. Kind of like if I decided.
Yeah, I disagree, but.
Kind of like if I decided to play Frogger on the interstate, I don't get to then draw a firearm.
Well, he wasn't
and
exactly playing Frogger on the interstate, though.
He was violating.
He was
a
walking
bunch
in
of,
front of a stopped vehicle.
Well, a stopped vehicle with the engine turned on while his buddies were moving up to yank on the car door and reach through the window.
Which they're all allowed to do.
Reach through the window? No.
Yeah, they are. You're under arrest. You're getting out of the car. They are allowed to do that.
No, if they specifically tell us she's under arrest, but they didn't.
But you are not free to go. You are seized by all definitions under the Fourth Amendment. You are clearly not free to go. Get out of the car.
Did they actually do that, or did he just immediately reach in and try to manhandle her?
They said, get out of the car, get out of the car, and they walked. And by the time they got up there, they reached in because she wasn't complying. Yes. It wasn't like they were going to have a breakdance competition. Like, even she knew what was going on.
Oh, yeah, that's why she ran.
Yeah.
She knew what was going on.
So then if everybody knows what's going on, again, we bring ourselves back to the scenario. Why put yourself in front of the car?
I didn't think she was going to be retarded enough to run is probably what he's going to say.
Yeah, I would assume.
Which is a ridiculous argument.
That's probably what he already said to his supervisor, right?
That's a ridiculous argument because you can just say, well, here's the policy you're supposed to follow, stating that when you're arresting somebody, don't put yourself in front of the car.
And policy is not, like, it's useful, but that doesn't mean, therefore, he's guilty of anything.
Well, it means he doesn't get to claim that I'm just an innocent uwu who happened to be attempted manslaughter. Like, he can't reclaim the small bean self-defense argument if he's deliberately putting himself in a scenario that puts himself at risk.
As a law enforcement officer, it's a little bit different for him. He had every right to be there doing what he's doing.
But not in the specific manner that he did it.
You're now relying on the policy, and the policy will not govern it like that.
Well, let me ask you a question, Sotos. If he had walked while he's filming, if he had walked directly dead center in middle of her car in the front, and then the guy turns, then she sees him, and then she turns and talks to the ICE agent who's like, get out of the car, and she just doesn't and immediately starts to drive forward, so she knows the guy's standing there. Does that change your opinion on any of this?
Yeah, if she knew he was directly in front of the car and still decided to drive forward to kill him, yes. Because then obviously you can say she knew she was going to kill him.
Okay. So I would agree with you in terms of like that would change in my mind her level of recklessness or maliciousness or anything to that capacity, but it wouldn't change his level of whether he's doing something smart or against policy, right? Because he's still walking in front of a car. So why would that situation be different from the situation that you're laying out here?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Because I would say he is still responsible for his own safety. He doesn't get to claim self-defense if he's putting himself in danger.
But he'd be
no, but like if he walks in front
way.
of her and she sees him and then she turns and talks to the guy and then drives off, I mean, he's still putting himself in front of the car, right? He's still putting himself in a dangerous situation, right?
Oh, well, then in that, let me think about that one for a minute.
Okay.
Everyone in chat is convinced that, well, not everyone, obviously, but a lot of people in chat are convinced that she looked at the officer and smiled at him. Which I
Well,
just,
she
I
did that
just
at the
didn't
start
see.
of
I
the
don't think
video.
she
Yeah.
smiled at him. I don't know if she saw him or she kind of like.
I don't think she saw him at
I think
all.
she was caught. Like honestly, what happened? She was playing these reindeer games. She said, "Oh shit, I'm getting arrested. I don't want this to happen. I didn't sign up for
Yes.
this."
Yeah.
And then she started driving, and once again, either she was malicious or an idiot. Either way, you know, you didn't realize there was somebody in front of you. Well, that's on you, and that's what
Ugh.
happened. You know, when you strap on your cleats, this can happen. And I don't think she was prepared for that. And I think that's actually the real tragedy here. Whoever got her all gassed up didn't, let her know, like, they're probably going to arrest you if you fuck around. And if you do, this is the disobedience part of civil disobedience.
Right.
When are we going to see the wife's video? That's what I want to know. When do I get
Well,
to see that video?
Her
'Cause
video.
she was filming too.
Yeah. Oh, I want to see that video. I want to see that initial video we're watching. I want to see that because remember, that starts, as things are going.
Can the feds confiscate the wife's video? Because I wonder if
Sure.
it's in
They
police
could.
custody
Search warrant.
already.
It's evidence.
Evidence, yeah.
They can request it for evidence, yeah.
No, they can get a warrant for it and they'll take it.
Yeah, it's a criminal investigation, right?
Yeah. They
They're
could.
investigating the ICE officer.
Hopefully they did get it because I do want to see it.
I want to see it too. Yeah, I want to see it.
I'm sure they were having I'm sure they got out of that car. They were having a joke and a smoke and this is going to be so much fun.
Can you imagine? Oh my God, what's on that cell phone?
Mhm.
Oh,
I think regarding the question I asked Sodosh, I think there's like a moral trip up here that I think you and a lot of other people are unknowingly kind of weighing, which is that if you felt a certainty that she's acting with some sort of malicious intent to strike him, then it changes your perspective of whether he's justified or not, which I don't think legally matters.
Well, so after looking into it, because for a few seconds, because I remember seeing an article about this, part of the reason it wouldn't actually change it is because you're still, as a police officer, not allowed to try and put yourself in front of a vehicle for the purpose of stopping that vehicle. So he still put himself in danger regardless of her intent. And that's part of the
I'm
issue.
assuming that whatever you're reading, like, no, I don't know, but I'm assuming whatever you're reading is going to be something like if an officer sees a car speeding, they're not supposed to jump in front of it and then start firing and be like, well, I had to fire because it was coming towards me, as opposed to the car is parked and you're walking or you're circling it and then it starts to go forward.
Well, no, this is
like once you're in front of
the
it.
one I'm referring to. I'll see if I can link the article to you. Is about stopped vehicles, like when you perform a traffic stop.
Okay.
Because like that is
so I
this
guess
is something
the worst case scenario would mean the state would have to prove that the officer's intention of walking in front of the car was to stop it at that point.
Probably, yeah.
Which even then, now I know it was a different court because I think the Barnes thing was it was in Texas.
Barnes in the Fifth Circuit, which is
okay. Yeah, right. If they're going to look at that scenario, where I'd say that cop put himself in a lot more potentially risky danger by putting his foot inside the car than this guy did by simply walking in front of it.
If they're going to
say, if the court is going to say that that's totally fine and justifiable, then it's hard for me to think that they're going to say this one is not, or they're going to say that it's less risky to walk in front of a parked or reversing car than it is to put your foot inside of a car as it's about to take off.
It's possible, but I do think it means that like they can't just say he thought based on the cars in that small window that there was a threat to his life. I think that is a common thing that is constantly being argued right now is based on this 1 to 2 second window. Therefore, case decided.
Yeah, I guess as I said, and Sean said, I agree. It's important you have to take the whole thing in the context, but I don't think that's going to help her. I think it's an uphill battle to show that he's acting in some sort of negligent way outside the bound, because you basically have to say that the officer acted so recklessly and so negligently in his action that he's forfeiting his life or his right to self-defense. And it's hard for me to look at that footage and say, okay, someone taking 2 seconds, they're walking around a car, and in a 2 second span they walk in front of a car as it's backing up, means that they're going to forfeit their right to self-defense at that moment. I think it's hard for me to see that. I think it's going to be hard for a jury to see that.
Possible. Do you think his past behavior of trying to punch a hole in a car and then get dragged by it shows reckless behavior?
No. If he did it according to policy, no. I mean, because there's pictures of it. He smashed the back window out to reach out and grab the front to unlock it. Like, that's how cops will do that.
Yeah, I don't know the specifics of the case, but if he's supposed to do that, then sure.
He did it. That's what happened, and he got dragged.
Yeah. I mean, was he not supposed to? I don't know that specific.
No, that's how they do
supposed
it.
to do it.
Like,
so yeah,
I've seen them do it to my clients a million times.
Mm-hmm.
They'll smash out the back window because part of it is they don't want to shatter glass in your face if they can avoid it. And he reached in to try to unlock the front door or front window, and the guy decided to drag him down the street.
Mm-hmm.
They smash out the window behind the driver's seat.
Yeah, he smashed out the rear window.
Gotcha. Yeah. Standard procedure there, Soladosh. Someone sent me this.
I don't. But I don't. Once again, who knows what she's looking at or what she's actually thinking right that second?
I know no. I don't think she
looks like a goober, yeah, but that's about it.
She's like, I'm gonna get this fucker.
I
Nazi.
I think what you said, Sean, is exactly right. She's got like the smug reindeer face games,
Yeah,
idea
well, I like
head.
the whole part of like, I'm not mad at you. It's like, I guarantee she thinks they're the Gestapo. Of course she's mad at them.
Who cares if she? Who cares? Again, you're trying to just read her mind now. Like, you keep trying to do this thing where you say you can't know his intention.
I was just bringing up,
but I
thing of, like,
perfectly know hers.
Well, I'm saying in terms of, I think that her intention. People are saying that they think she was intending to murder the guy.
No, I don't think so. But I think she clearly was. It's clearly to show this was intentional. She knew what she was doing. They were intentionally blocking the road. She didn't want to get arrested, and she panicked. And you know what? This is one of those times where when you start panicking, you got to keep a cool head.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, you're the police officer, in which case
I think he kept the
you don't have to keep a cool head. You can panic.
I don't think he panicked here.
I don't agree.
I think drawing your firearm and unloading 3 rounds into a person at point blank range is usually pretty panicky.
But that's the problem.
Why is that a panic? He's got to shoot her, right? Like, should he?
He doesn't have to shoot her.
Should he have shot one and go?
Have to shoot her.
Oh, it's like the Olympics. He needs to spot it. Like, well, why is the 3 a problem? Is 1 a problem? Is 2 a problem?
First off, he does not have to shoot her to stop the vehicle.
Well, how's he going to stop it otherwise?
He doesn't have to stop it. In fact, that's why police are not supposed to try and stop vehicles by discharging into them.
Mm-hmm. Well, unless if you're trying to save your life, you won't.
Which, again, doesn't apply if he's deliberately putting his life in danger.
He literally walked around.
We're just going to argue in circles about this one.
Well, yeah. When he walked around the car the first time, was that dangerous and wrong?
Well, when he walked behind the car? Yes.
No, because the first time he had to walk around it because he was clearly filming her. Like,
yeah, he walked behind the car, which
no. First, rewind this video here, you guys.
The first time he started by walking in a.
He starts in front of the car, so he starts in the front and then walks around from the front.
Can we rewind this video
back,
to the beginning? This one, the Alpha News one.
It's just a still, Sean, so I can't.
We don't have that.
Unfortunately,
okay.
yeah. someone
I'm sorry. I thought this was the thing. Fucking pause.
We can play it frame by frame, still by still.
No, we have to play it frame by frame.
It doesn't matter. I can describe. We understand the concept. He walks out of his car. He starts in front of her car.
Yeah.
Walks around it. That's when she says, "I'm not mad." So he's starting from the front.
So are you going to say that was foolish and dangerous of him to do it right then and there?
Yeah, walking in front of the car.
He should have been fired immediately.
Yeah.
Oh my God! You walked in front of a car.
Now you're yeah.
Well,
she's clearly she's stopped. She wants to do this. He's filming the entire and documenting the entire situation. And now he's going to document her getting arrested. And then she decided on her own to start moving in the middle of it.
Yeah, but he still decided on his own accord to put himself both in front of and behind the vehicle.
Well, hold on. You don't want to get pigeonholed into.
I mean,
like
based on that logic, he can't ever get back to his car ever again.
That's what I was gonna say. Like,
well, no, because
yeah, you don't want to be in a
every time
situation
I have
where
ever
no, he
argued,
can't. He can't go in front of her.
the police can't cross a car.
Can't go around it. Can't go. Yeah,
that's why they have the policy of requesting the person turn off the vehicle. You're supposed to have the person turn off the vehicle if you're going to do that. Like inspect the trunk is for exactly that reason.
Listen, let me. I'll give you. I'll give you a better argument. I think it's totally reasonable and not risky for when she's parked for him to walk around the car. Maybe you can make an argument is that once somebody tells her to get out of the car and it's becoming clear she's not complying and backing up, then that definitely changes the circumstances. And you can say, well, maybe it's a more risky behavior at that point. I think that'd be your stronger argument. Then it's never risky, never not risky to walk in front of a car if you're a police officer.
Even then, okay, sure, we'll accept that one for now.
Okay,
I'm not gonna go into the full argument on that because I've been pulled over before, and every time they ask, "Can we inspect your trunk?" They request.
What is that like for you,
That makes sense. I mean,
this is not a traffic stop.
Yeah, I know. That's why they should not have tried to arrest her.
Okay.
But anyway, what was your question, Adam?
Anyway, I don't remember, but it was an interesting conversation. I disagree, Sodoj. I think, well, I actually, no, you did say something I want to talk about, which is, I think is important, is
okay.
I do think that I disagree with Sean in that I don't think it was smart for him to shoot her. I don't think it was necessary. And I think what he did was stupid by shooting her. But I think what she did was also stupid and more stupid. And when you have a stupid off with a police officer, you're going to almost always lose the stupid off, both in your life and in legally. So you should just not ever engage in a stupid off with a police officer.
Sure, she did a bunch of stupid stuff. I'm not going to deny that.
Right. So I think that's why the laws are going to say what he did was acceptable.
Don't challenge a cop to a stupid off. I don't think he acted stupidly, but I agree in general.
Okay.
Don't challenge them to a competition on who could be stupid.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, he does cross in front of the vehicle twice.
But he also crosses the front.
He does.
Yeah.
I mean, he could have got hurt twice now.
She does look,
should not
and
have
she
done
smiles
that.
the first time. She does see him the first time he walks in front, and she does smile.
And see,
she's like, look, an officer.
Yeah.
Anything else?
No, like I said, I think most likely he won't get charged with murder or anything like that. So I think he'll probably find a way to get off free on that charge. I think there will probably be something kind of civil case.
Mm-hmm.
I think morally he was completely in the wrong. And I think a lot of higher up administrations that are defending him by trying to call her a terrorist and stuff like that are morally abhorrent.
Oh, I agree. She's not a domestic terrorist. Oh, I agree.
And it's not just that. It's the fact that they immediately start lying. In fact, this was one thing I wanted to bring up was...
I mean, aren't all Karens domestic
terrorists? I mean, there was a lot of lying going on. We heard that she was dropping kids off at school. She's doing a U-turn.
Hold on. If we're going to talk about domestic terrorism in the year of our Lord 2026, we should talk about people who still use Zoom for video calls.
Oh, I agree. I agree.
Well, look, if we're domestic terrorists,
feeding our information to China,
guilty as charged.
Was I correct, Sean, in how this would get kicked up to a federal court?
Well, I mean, like it's happened multiple times. You know, Vicky Weaver got shot holding her baby, and Lon Horiuchi never got indicted for it. Yeah, because the feds removed that pretty quick. Yes,
right.
It's a very the supremacy clause is supreme. Is how that works.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I think that's also kind of the morally abhorrent part of it is that the DOJ is not going to want to prosecute their own. They're going to do whatever they can to try and bury it.
Well, and that even if this is right, that Tim Walz and Keith Ellison are going to want to see this guy hang regardless.
Sure, yeah, but
well,
I mean, that's just going to be the difficulty of is it better to have it be taken to trial where then you can at least have a jury decide it, or just never take it to trial to begin with?
Well, but that trial may result in an unjust and unfair verdict for conviction.
Probably will.
I mean, do you think he's going to find a fair shake in Hennepin County?
No
way.
way.
in hell.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's
I mean,
a
they
screwed
did
up
some mild-
situation.
they did some
Even
mild
then,
to
I would still
before.
argue it is better to at least have the justice system go through its paces than to just try and suppress it entirely. Would you disagree with that? Because he can at least argue that it was an unfair
He
biased
can argue it's
jury.
an unfair jury as he rots in prison for the rest of his life. That's not really a just outcome.
And she's dead as a result. So, like, who's really worse off here?
Do you think Kyle
You want
Rittenhouse
to
should
go
have
to
been
prison
brought
for
up
the
on
rest of your
charges?
life? Are you
Solidos?
serious right now?
Do I think he should have been brought up?
Yeah. Do you think Kyle Rittenhouse should have been dragged through a trial?
Yeah, I think he should have at least gone to a jury trial.
Why?
I think he's innocent. But
Really?
I still think, yes.
No. If
Absolutely.
somebody's
God.
clearly innocent, why should they stand trial and risk a conviction?
Yes, that's
Because we have a
insane.
justice system for a reason.
Okay, that
What
doesn't
do you
mean we should
mean?
just use it. It's not like a fucking bicycle.
Like,
I mean,
Yeah.
based
Hold
on
on,
your
hold on.
logic, then. So I'm
so
I'm
your
a
so
big
your
fat
logic
guy.
is that for a perfect justice system, we should just have a single person make a decision every single time.
If it's obvious that
we
there was
normally
no crime
do. That's how
committed.
the charging starts.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I think they should err on the side of charging people and then have a grand jury and a regular jury decide if they're guilty or innocent. Like,
This is
we have-
interesting. Solidos, aren't you against law enforcement? Now you're saying law enforcement should
Well-
be charging everyone.
hold on. There's a difference between being in favor of law enforcement and being in favor of a court system. Yes?
Yeah, but you're saying everyone should
not too
just be
much,
charged
really.
and let the courts work.
They're
it
all
out.
branches of the same tree. So
That
It's all, yeah, it's all law enforcement.
Well, no, I'm
they're
just
very
pointing out that
distinctly
the-
separate things. Hold
Mm.
on. The executive is distinctly separate from the judiciary, which is distinctly
I mean, they're
separate from the
distinctly
legislative.
separate, but try suing a cop and dealing with qualified immunity, or the way governments and courts routinely will not allow suppression to go through and will allow police to abuse rights. I mean, to act like the courts, like, yeah, they're distinct, but they operate hand in hand. Let me tell you, buddy.
Let's hear about your before you go, Solidos.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
I'm just saying from personal.
What happened when
experience.
you were pulled over? What was your interaction with the police?
It was
You
fine.
spit in his face?
Fuck no. I'm not stupid.
Oh my God. You went full bootlicker.
Okay. What actually
How dare
happened
you,
was
Solider.
I recognize,
You
look,
should have been proud.
since we're talking about the law,
Did
it's
you
an
just
important-
bend over the hood and say, "Oh, give me that
PSA.
ticket. Give me that ticket harder."
Important PSA for everybody here. Just remember, this is pure, perfect legal advice. All right, your taxes pay for public goods like national parks, which means the cop's gun is your gun. You're free to reach for it.
Oh my God.
Yes,
Well,
grab
don't
their
do
gun.
that.
Yes, do it. I know.
But
Yeah,
at
it's a free
least tear up
gun.
the ticket in their face. Come on. Have some dignity.
No, what I did was just not show up to the court trial. I was in it
God.
because they gave me the ticket while I was in the middle of a PCS move to a separate state. So I just had a buddy show up to the court as legal representative and got out with the ticket that way.
Oh my God.
Wow.
He dodged it. Look at this.
I didn't dodge it. I had a buddy who is a lawyer and he just argued it for me. While
I was
didn't
about to
show up
say,
court.
I didn't.
I was about to
Don't,
say,
don't you
I'm like,
have to
wait,
be a
you just-
lawyer? You can't just have like a
where-
random
I'm like-
person show up for you, right? Like,
No. He was a lawyer, but
Okay.
he just argued the cop's radar was off or some shit like that and got off with it.
wow.
Speeding tickets are pretty easy to get out of, all things considered.
All right. Thanks for coming on, Solidos.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for coming
Thank
on,
you.
both of you guys. It's an interesting
Very
conversation.
interesting discussion. Are we saying goodbye to Sean too? Thank you,
I can go
Sean,
bye.
for coming on.
I can see you guys.
Goodbye.
I put your channel in the description and I pinned a comment in the chat for a while. So everyone subscribe to Sean's channel.
Don't forget to pin the Discord.
He's pretty based. Discord? What are you talking about?
Just
Our Discord. What do you mean?
Bunch of feds in your Discord. We don't want to
The
promote
Sitch and
that.
Adam Discord. What are you talking about?
There is no Sitch and Adam Discord. What are you talking about?
The one from. Really? What do you
You're
mean?
insane.
I love the plausible deniability here from Adam.
Look, I don't think either Sitch or I have been in a Discord for like 3 years.
I know that's
Yeah.
part of the issue.
That's
It was
true.
the one that was for you guys that you abandoned.
That's hilarious. Anyway. All right.
Well,
Well,
is
Sean does live stream on his channel regularly, so you can hear his take, and I'm sure
Also,
he'll
guys,
be following
yeah.
this. Yeah.
Just please remember, you're a
Mhm.
I can't do anything for you if you're dead.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Right.
like, you know,
You're beyond
it's-
legal advice at that point, right?
Well,
Propaganda.
I was going to ask
Sean-
Sean, was there
I
any
can't
other
bring it. You can't testify through a Ouija board.
were there any other legal or moral questions you wanted to bring up, Sean, before you go about this case?
I mean, I think right now it's. I think it's a tragedy. I don't think I don't think it's good that she's dead. And I think the people who are cheering for it, it's really fucked up. I wish she wouldn't have, but it's kind of like that motivational poster. Sometimes your life is merely an example for other people, and this is maybe what she's become. Is when the cops tell you the dance is over, the dance is fucking over.
Mm-hmm.
But do you really think
sad.
that's the case? I think people are inspired to do the wrong thing because of her
Well,
now.
I mean, and if they happen to read those tea leaves wrong, that's on them. I mean,
Okay. Well, you got half the country reading the tea leaves completely
Well,
wrong now. This is going to
it's-
make them worse.
Yeah, well, and I'll be standing over here not getting shot in the face by a cop, so I guess
Oh,
I'll
yeah.
have that going for me. So, just when they're playing Simon Says, it's time to play Simon Says. Is all I'm going to tell you.
Right. Yeah.
True.
Park the car, right? If she
Yeah.
parked the car, she'd
Well,
be alive today.
Don't do this. Don't drive like Helen Keller.
Well, that's debatable too. Hold on. It's been 10 days since the start of the year,
shit.
and already 4 people have died while in ICE custody.
Oh, okay. So you're saying they would have arrested her and then she would have magically disappeared, magically died?
Not magically. They bring her to a detention facility that has very little oversight. And
interesting.
She wouldn't be in
them-
the same facility as an illegal. She'd be taken to federal custody, which would be for different.
That's not entirely true. We know that not to be true with multiple cases in the past of U.S. citizens being held in those facilities.
Well, those are when they don't believe that they're U.S. citizens. Like,
Okay.
she's clearly a U.S. citizen, so they'd be taking her to the normal.
She's
federal
white.
lockup.
She speaks
There's-
English.
Yeah. We know they like to racially profile, but come on.
Well, I'm assuming she has a driver's license that they can look at.
They don't
yeah,
accept those either. There have been cases before where people present things like
No, there have-
passports
oh,
and
even
driver's
worse,
license,
somebody
and they
presented,
just
people
refuse to
presented
believe
tribal
them.
documents or whatever. Yeah.
So I think it's wrong to say that it's just guaranteed
Well, I
she'll
don't think
end up
she's
in a
going
nice
to see-
facility.
You know what? You convinced me. Fuck the police. Fuck ICE.
Yeah, you convinced
Justify.
me, no
She should have
borders
drove
now.
harder. Okay, obviously.
Tear down the
Okay.
wall, sell it for scrap.
That's right.
2025, 32 people died in ICE custody. So I'll look into this, Soldos. Thanks for
Well,
bringing it up.
It's going to be like
Thank you.
how the morbidities those people were facing as well.
They're like they had a heart attack. Is that what happened?
Well, no,
Yeah,
but
they're
I'm
all
thinking like,
fat.
that, or like they're coming from the third world and they've got the plague, or who knows
They've
what the
got
hell else they
AIDS
got
and
going
cancer,
on.
both.
Yeah, well, yeah, like that's always something to consider. It's not like they're, Olympic level athletes getting arrested.
I don't know if you got to swim across that river to get on this other side.
There's
It
this
must be pretty
article in
fair.
The Guardian. They're going to give me good reporting on this, right, Sean? They'll be able to tell me
Yeah,
The Guardian?
it'll be somewhat.
exactly what happened. I don't know. We'll figure it out. All right, we're kicking you guys off. Take care. Have a good day. Thanks for
All right,
coming
bye,
on.
everybody.
Yeah, have a
Later.
good one.
Bye-bye. All right. Now that we got rid of them,
Still
we
here.
can get back to the real entertainment. Oh, you
still
guys
here.
are still here.
Get out of here.
Don't you
Oh, no,
guys
you
know?
were kicking me. I got to
No,
kick
This
you.
is
get out of
Zoom.
here.
Oh my god.
No, you hang up. No, you hang up.
Oh my God.
No, you hang up.
It was Zoom though, so it took forever for them to find
Okay.
the thing.
Now, let me play this clip for you, Adam, before everyone has a meltdown. I just want to show you
The
this one
Sam
part of this
Cedar
video.
clip?
Yeah, this is kind of.
I know. We got to see it. What's going on here?
So they're talking about Crystal and Sagar having a conversation. Now, Sagar's opinion was basically, I think it was pretty similar to my own. It's basically he's gonna, he's not gonna get charged. Probably shouldn't have done it, but he's still within his legal right to do it. That was all Sagar basically said. Okay.
Oh wait, I got the volume
Got it
off
muted,
here.
yeah.
Okay, got it up.
Ben Shapiro, I saw that Crystal and Sagar had a debate on the shooting. I don't mean to impugn your fellow commentators, but what on earth is there to debate about?
Well, I mean, I couldn't watch that because I could barely stomach seeing JD Vance was.
They're debating a murder, Sitch.
I know.
Oh my God. A cold-blooded murder, and they're debating it.
What's there to talk about in this very contentious topic? There's nothing to talk. There's no debate here. Okay.
Oh man.
Was saying yesterday and Christy Nome, but I'm sure Crystal held her own in that regard.
I mean, it's just the media we live in. But Sagar is a fascist, and he.
Oh my God. Is that the part? Is that the
Sagar's
part?
a fascist, Adam. You didn't know that? You didn't know Sagar was a fascist. That was the part.
Oh my God. They've learned nothing from the Charlie Kirk situation.
Crystal I think Crystal Ball is a collaborator because she streams with a fascist. Okay. She's mainstreaming a dirty fascist like Sagar.
Yeah.
His fascist talking points to
You're right.
a left-wing audience.
She's like a tailor for the Nazis.
Yeah. It's crazy. Crystal, what are you doing?
Should we go on, or is that the
Previously last year said, what was it? What did he say about the Venezuelan hairdresser that got sent to, like, he's a nasty guy who will defend nasty shit. And, you know, it was nice that they got Glenn Greenwald on there to give him a little talking to. But he's not competent for this. And I assume he disgraced himself. I'm not going to watch it because I'm not going to watch that guy talk anymore.
He didn't watch
it. He's too triggered.
He didn't even watch it. He's like, that guy's a
triggered.
fascist. Now, I didn't actually watch what he said about the incident, but, you know, he's definitely a fascist.
If you're calling him a fascist, you're too biased to really take in his commentary anyway. So,
of course.
What's he think of Nick Fuentes?
Well, he doesn't like Israel, so I'm sure he's fine.
Oh, you're right. He probably likes the guy.
Yeah.
Oh my God. We haven't watched
he's
Majority
okay.
Report. We haven't watched Sam Cedar in forever. Is that it?
No. Which is probably a good thing. Can you hear me? My internet kind of blinked out for a second.
Yeah, no, I can hear you.
Okay.
I mean, we've already done all the super chats, right?
No, of course not.
So we're done for the day.
We're not done. We're not even
What's
close
next?
to done. Don't you want to watch Hassan?
Oh yeah.
What has in the major wave?
Look, I do want to watch this.
Okay.
This guy.
So this guy.
You are cutting out. Oh my God.
It was kind of funny.
Plug your computer.
Well, this
in
like
or
weird
something.
situation where Hassan is like.
It's okay.
I plugged in. I always plugged in. Plugged into
you're coming in and out.
No.
At least it's not my internet. My internet brings the whole show to a screeching halt.
Well, you know, it's weird because usually my internet problems only come
late. I know.
Yeah, 2 or 3 hours later. This is the first time.
Come early today.
Yeah, no, but I'm all plugged in. So
okay.
This is kind of interesting situation. Hassan has been trying to debate Asman on a wide variety of topics at the moment. Asman does not want to debate Hassan and is dodging. And so Hassan has decided to show up in Asman's chat, and then he argues with him via chat. While Asman
now,
responds,
why is Asman dodging? Doesn't he think Hassan is bad faith or something?
That is, I believe, his argument. Yes. This is like interesting optically because it's kind of it's a win for both sides. It's a win-win. Asman and his fans get to say, "Look, Hassan is so desperate to talk to me that he's going to come and chat and like talk to me in this like weird chat manner." And then, so look, Hassan's pathetic and sucks. And then Hassan's fans get to say, "Look, Asman is a coward and pussy, and he won't engage with Hassan at all." So it's kind of like this weird win-win situation playing out.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like it.
But before that, karaoke for $20. Thanks so much. As I bet he stopped walking after she reversed because he had to be ready. She could have plowed forward into the spot he was walking. He didn't know which direction she'd go. So I believe he was pausing to assess her next move. Yeah, it's possible. And these are all sort of like there's so many ways in which people can kind of go in this in their mind, which is again, I think, is going to go to his defense in some sort of court case like this. Ben Rifador says, "Did you see Tim Dillon talk about this?" I did see Tim Dillon talk about this. It was kind of interesting.
What'd he say?
Now I'm blanking. I listened to the entire
he's
thing.
a big important podcaster, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You don't
He had a good
look.
joke
I've been
about
listening
it.
to a bunch of stuff. I don't know.
He asked a 6-year-old. No, he made a joke about how he asked a 6-year-old child opinion in a Cheesecake Factory. If I recall correctly, his opinion was basically he seemed like he was kind of against it, which is kind of surprising considering he's more on the right side of things. But he seemed like he was against it. So, if I recall correctly,
Right.
Our Hiltzert, hey, what's up for $5? Our Hiltzert says too many people act like this guy was a security guard that got slowly rolled over by Austin Powers. That is true.
Right.
Is
He had
true.
all
That
the
is how
time
that-
in the world to think.
Yeah. And our Hiltzert no $2 says, does anyone else cringe when people yell shame? Yeah, bring in the Cersei flashbacks. But no, it is super cringe when all the people are yelling at them and honking, and it's dumb and cringe.
It's weird that her wife was so. I mean, she didn't even really know what happened there. She's just kind of walking away, not even paying attention. I guess she doesn't have film of the actual incident.
Well, you think she didn't realize that she got shot until she crashed?
Yeah, it seems like
It's definitely possible. I know you think
seems
she
like
would-
that's the situation with the video. Like she
Right.
turns around and walks away like she's just driving off,
right.
like she got away.
Well, that's what's crazy. People don't realize. Like we're always because this thing you have to remember. We're watching a video of not only are we watching a video of something, but we know what we're watching. So you say a person got shot by an ICE officer in a traffic stop. So you have the context in your mind. So you're looking for that when you watch a video of this incident. If you're in an event in real life, you don't have any context of what you're looking for. So it's entirely possible that while people were shouting and driving and all this other stuff, she didn't even hear or realize that shots went off until, like 30 seconds later, a minute later or something.
Yeah, that's what appears to be what happened to me.
Right.
Because I keep
always,
I'm like looking for her in the frame because I'm like, bitch,
Right.
don't you even know what happened there?
So that's always the difficulty of, when everyone tries to like slow motion, dissect Monday morning quarterback, every little like tiny incident or thing that everyone does.
It's just weird. Like when the video dropped, their smugness is just wafting out of them, right?
Right.
And as soon as she realizes they're getting arrested, she's like completely changes. But then the moment that's not on camera is when she discovers her wife is dead, which has got to be like another level of, oh my God, the fucking tragedy of this whole situation. It just goes from complete farce to tragedy. This is a super sad situation.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird. So many people are just instantly in debate mode, political debate mode.
Because it's a politically contentious topic. So it's going to instantly become the new debate. Moncore for $20. Thank you. Says, why was she waving people around if she wasn't blocking the road? This guy is hussed, bad faith, 100%. What?
Well, I think they're like faking that she's got something wrong with her car or something. Seems like that's the scam, right?
I don't know. That's why I'd be curious to see the full thing. I was wondering if she was trying to block the road and then failed to do it, because you need more than one card. Like maybe they're trying to box something in, and then they gave up, and then so she was waving people. I don't know, but yeah, obviously she's doing something because she's waving people. She was blocking a full lane of traffic.
Yeah.
Zero Fox in the chat says, Dev is slandering you on Twitter for grooming Sammy.
What? Oh my God.
Dev tweeted out, he's joking, but he tweeted out, this is the first time I've seen this. Sitch grooms Sammy confirmed. It's the YouTube video. I don't know why Dev has this. It's the YouTube video where we're talking to the, I'm assuming it's the one where we're talking to the Tifa chatbot. and we have Sammy.
Yeah.
Like,
We were
standing
trying to
in
get
for
the Tifa chatbot to show us her boobs.
Oh no, it's not that. It's just a video where we're just talking to Sammy in her Tifa cosplay. Okay. I don't know why. I don't know why Dev asked this randomly. But I said the truth. I said false. She groomed and stalked me. I'm innocent, which is obviously true.
Look, I made a joke about Dev auditioning for a Hassan Orbiter role, and Dev immediately DM'd me. I said it was just a joke, but he said it was funny anyway. So,
yes.
Look, you guys, that was a joke. Dev is not trying to become a Hassan Orbiter, okay?
True. Well, but you said, but it was good. I think you could be correct. Not in terms of Dev, but in terms of Hassan.
Oh, Hassan was definitely trying
Hassan
to
was trying to
orbiter.
feel out.
Yeah.
Dev was like orbiter status, and then Dev said, "Fuck you," which is based. So you got to give credit for that.
It makes me wonder how much Hassan knows about Dev. Like, Dev is. Well, is Dev still friends with Sargon? Because I mean, that would be a stellar orbiter for Hassan. That would be like, that's orbiter gold for Hassan. Oh my god!
Right.
I turned a Sargon colleague into a Hassan orbiter.
Right.
Yeah.
Dev, why
That's
are you
some
watching
internet
this?
drama?
Is this? Are we talking? Is Sammy talking about hell stuff? Or is this like a hell stream? Is that what's going on?
Is it one of the streams that Sammy was on?
It was the one where she was on in her Tifa cosplay.
Yeah. How are you grooming Sammy? Sammy was obviously grooming you.
Exactly.
For,
That's my
for
point.
her significant other. You don't go
That's
on
true.
a live stream in that sexy little Tifa outfit unless you're trying to get some. Come
That
on,
is
let's
a
be
true
real here.
statement. That's very true.
It's fucking obvious.
So obvious. I'm trying to see if
Well,
I
like
can
it wasn't obvious enough for Sitch. I had to tell him. I had to say, Sitch, come on, Sitch.
Okay.
She knows I'm married. She's not coming on the live stream for me.
Right. The Oceanist for $20 says a lot of people who chased Rittenhouse didn't see the shooting. They just heard get that motherfucker. Maybe some of them thought they were stopping a legit threat that doesn't affect Rittenhouse's ability to defend himself. True. That's
I wonder how many people they jump on Twitter and they just repeat other people's arguments and they don't really have any concept of all of the facts. I had so many people just trying to argue ridiculous shit with me.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, what?
True.
Read a little on the story before you jump in there and start arguing with everyone.
Yes. Lord Stark, thanks so much for the 20 gifted memberships. Thank you.
Yes. Wow. Look at that. 20
like
gifted
10
memberships.
10
We got
gifted
another
memberships.
Okay, 10. Just
That's
as
so
good.
good. Yes. Okay. Let me find where this starts. Because this is going to be a weird video because it's like him typing into Asmon's chat. And we're not going to watch the whole thing, but parts of it are kind of hilarious. If I can find where the right part is.
Well, it's before the Robert Maxwell as well, but they think yes. And also, let's take a look. Asmongold going on about people saying violent shit. Let's take a look at this 60-minute compilation that Disinformation Tracker put together.
Hassan is already going graybeard here. That's a little. What's going on there?
Whoa, Adam.
I don't have much gray in my beard. Hassan is
Well,
much
lucky
younger than me.
you.
What's going on?
Lucky you fucking
How old
piece
is
of shit.
Hassan?
I have a little bit of gray when my
Do you really?
When my hair, my chinny chin hair comes out, okay.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. You know what?
Wow.
You know why? It's all the stress.
I was gonna say, look,
it's all the stress.
I try to relax.
Talking to you. It's all the stress
okay.
that you put in my life, Adam.
So what you're saying is my fault. Huh?
It's your fault. That's what I'm saying.
That's funny. That's funny.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, look,
This is the
Hassan
wrong
doesn't even
video.
know who I am. So what is Hassan's? I guess it's from shocking his dog so much. He finally feels bad about it.
Yes, that's true. All the pressure of dog shocking.
What are you doing?
Okay, that was the wrong video.
Actually, it is interesting. I have never known gray in Hassan's beard before, but now that Asmongold has taken the #1 streaming spot away from him, he probably is experiencing a lot more stress.
Oh, you know what? That's true. That's a great point. Yeah,
This probably is stress gray.
he's
right
freaking
here.
out.
He is. He's fucking freaking out. He's gonna be full gray. This time next year.
You have stomping
Doesn't
them
make
out.
any sense. Didn't you explicitly say she wasn't trying to run him over? Well, she was running him over, right? I mean, that's what matters, right? Whether she was trying to or not is kind of irrelevant. Like she knew that she would have run him over.
Do you think this background music goes with the situation?
Why
Just
is there
out of
this weird music
curiosity.
here? Yeah.
You think this is good background?
I know.
music
I think
for
this must have been from Hassan's background music while he was streaming. I don't think this was added to the video.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And she just chose to do it anyway.
What?
I mean, is that really a big difference for you? Does that really matter to you? Like, I don't think it would matter to him if he's the one getting run over. I think it's going to be about the same. He's going to probably be paralyzed or dead, or have a massive injury that's going to fuck up his life. It's semantics. Yeah, you're arguing about semantics.
I said, what are you talking about? He walked away.
I don't know enough about what happened, about the shooting. No, it's justified, and the video alone seems not at all justified. Yeah, it definitely is. 100% is. And soccer, if you kick
You're
someone in the head,
crazy.
whether it's on purpose or
Unfollowed.
not, you're getting a red card.
You're R-word.
And, whether it's, manslaughter and all about perceived threat. Yeah, exactly. She was probably scared that her actions had consequences and tried to speed away, but at the end of the day, regardless of politics, right or wrong, just or unjust, the person's life was ended.
Oh, look, he's right next to the crime victim. Kaya is in this video.
Mm-hmm.
Son walked over to Kaya and Kaya's like, give me some pets. But he's like, no, fuck you. I just want to drink. What is
All right,
going
hold
on
on.
in this video? What are the,
Let
who
me-
are the
hold on.
players?
Let me jump ahead a little bit here.
No,
Oh, yeah,
just,
actually-
but.
So
is
Hassan
this-
is in Asman's chat, and he's going to start arguing with Asman via. He's going to type in his argument, and then Asman's going to respond to it. Okay.
So Hassan, Asman is live and Hassan is live.
They're both live. Yes.
Right.
Right.
But this is Hassan's stream. Hassan is
Yes.
watching Asman and he's going to
Yes.
respond in chat.
Yes.
Sometimes you see 5 streamers on the screen.
I know, and you're like, yeah, what's going on?
You don't really know until one gets paused
Right.
whose stream it is.
No, this is live. This is, or from their ends, this is live.
Right. But we're watching it recorded.
Yeah, yeah, obviously.
Now we
I mean,
know.
look, everybody's trying to look and see, talking about me, what I think, etc. It's very normal. Like, I'm used to it at this point. Of course.
Here, I'll do something that he
She was
does.
not trying to run him over. You're wrong. Oh, he's in chat. Hassan is in chat again. What a surprise. Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay. She was not trying to run him over. You are wrong in coping. What would you have done in this situation when the police officers told you that you had to get out of the car? What would you have done?
De-escalate and talk to her instead of immediately trying to.
Hassan is so dumb. He doesn't even understand the question. He's not asking what
Don't
the
worry.
cops
He
should do.
don't worry. He answered. It comes back. There's a follow.
I was like, oh, he answered correctly. De-escalate. That's right. You know, put your car in
no.
park.
You only de-escalate if you're the officer.
No, you can de-escalate. You should look, if you interact with the police, you should de-escalate.
No,
that
no,
should be
no.
your ultimate goal.
Maybe if you're a cuck.
Yeah, that's right. No, spit in their face and run.
That's quitter talk.
Pull your gun out.
Right.
Say, officer, my gun is bigger than yours.
De-escalate and talk to her instead of immediately
As usual.
trying to open,
All right.
trying to force open the door.
See, all these arguments go out the window if this is the 7th interaction they've had with her today. They seem to have a familiarity with this woman that makes me think, oh, they've probably been interacting with her a lot.
I don't know if there's any evidence of that. I think there's a familiarity with them engaging with people like this who follow them and annoy them and block traffic
Yes.
and do these things. But
Well,
I don't
no,
know if
her
specifically.
interaction with the ICE officers,
Yeah.
seems like she interacts with them all the time.
Oh, she might. Yeah, I
Look-
don't know. I don't know if there's been evidence.
Look, and
of that yet.
I don't know either. Obviously, I'm just speculating here,
Mhm.
but we'll have to see what comes out.
The real question is, do you enjoy the background music?
No, obviously it's terrible.
This wasn't appropriate.
Just give it a minute.
By
It's all right.
law enforcement standards at all. These guys
De-escalate
are
and talk to her instead of immediately trying to force open the door.
Hopped up.
It wasn't appropriate by law and circumstances. That's not what I asked.
No
so if the police come up to
accountability.
you and they say to stop the vehicle and get out, what would you do?
I told you already.
What would you do? It's very simple.
Once again, he's not hearing what I'm saying.
Just a minute. Let me put
the irony.
I know.
The irony.
By the way, this is Hassan's clip channel. The Pro Hassan clip channel uploaded this. Okay.
Right. They think he's killing it.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Some other music on.
I already told you the appropriate way
the guys are untrained,
of
hopped up on
dealing
fumes. I
with
told you
this
already.
By law, LEO.
De-escalate and talk to her.
Standards.
No. I'm not asking. Maybe he's confused. I'm saying if you were in the woman's shoes, if you were the one driving the car, what would you have done if you were in her situation and you were the one driving the car?
I would have driven away.
I'm not talking as the
as
opposite.
well, just as she
God.
was trying to do. Many people would have done the same. She was clearly trying
I told you already the appropriate
to
way of dealing this by the LEO standards.
drive away.
You have. You've told.
Oh my God, this is insane.
So we've gone from like such a radical, because I mean, as I said, we're talking to Sodos, we don't agree on it, but we've gone from like this completely radical perspective of like, well, he shouldn't have done what he did. It was, risky. It was dangerous. So she didn't deserve to get shot. All these other things. To like, no, she should drive away and place herself in a dangerous situation intentionally. Like, wow, that's so fucking stupid. He's telling his entire audience of retarded leftist LARPers that if they're engaged with the police or ICE, that they should inherently do an insanely risky action.
Yeah, I heard hindsight was 20/20, but evidently that's wrong. After a woman is shot in the face doing this maneuver, he's like, nope, that's exactly what you should do.
Yeah.
That's a correct response.
Mm-hmm.
Told me multiple times, but you haven't said what you would do. Because you know the answer to that, and it's obvious. You would have gotten out of the car like a normal person.
My God, this is insane. This is so insane. Yes, you should have gotten out of the car. Nope, I would have driven away.
And you would have said, okay, I'm going to comply with the police.
The person...
You know what? Hassan should have been like, I would have gotten out of the car and I would have karate chopped the ICE agent in the throat and disarmed him and then shot the other ICE agent with his own gun. Obviously, that's what he should have done.
Yeah.
I mean,
Probably
driving
would end up
away
in
is like
jail
being a
with that.
pussy, right? Isn't that being like pussy shit? You gotta fight.
Who has power and responsibility to de-escalate is the LEO in this situation.
I would have driven away as well. Oh, he said, you would have driven away as well, just as she was trying to do. Many people would have done the same. She was clearly trying to drive away. The person in power has the responsibility to de-escalate and do the LEO. Listen, guys, anybody in the Assange chat, listen, I'm going to say this.
All right,
please, guys, do not take this advice. This is such a bad idea. I promise you, Hassan's got a lot of money. He's got tons of money. He can afford this. It's okay.
I can afford being shot in the face? What are you talking about?
No, again, we've seen this clip again. And there it is. Yes, obviously they hit him. Yeah, let's not even get into that. Please, guys, do not take his advice. If a law enforcement officer tells you to stop the vehicle and to, get out of the car, do not randomly drive away. You will ruin your life. They're going to find you. They'll run your plates. They're going to arrest you. You're going to have to go to court. You're going to go to jail. Potentially. Maybe you won't. It will up your whole life. Do not do this.
It's so disgusting because, like, Hassan his son is, a rich, famous streamer. If he does get into some sort of law enforcement trouble, assuming he doesn't get shot, right? He does drive away and, he doesn't get shot. Yeah, he can spend a long time fighting this in court and maybe they'll, it's LA, maybe he'll get some granted leniency or something. Don't fucking tell your audience. Don't mind rape your audience into this stupid, like, this is what this is the idea. This is the rhetoric. This is the kind of shit that gets people like Renee Good into doing these stupid fucking situations. Is that they hear these dumb fucks like Hassan. They hear these other fucking dumb fucks that hype each other up and sort of like, you gotta fight ICE. You gotta fight the police. Comply or die. What are you, a pussy? Blah, blah, blah. All this dumb shit. And then they go and they fuck around. And then unfortunately they die in some sort of horrible fucking tragic way that should have been completely fucking avoided if you just were not fucking stupid. You just say yes and just do what the fucking law enforcement officers fucking tell you to do.
This is the luxury beliefs on display right here. Because I do not believe for a second Hassan is like booking it out of there. No fucking way. Yeah. He's putting the car in park. He's pulling out his license and registration. Like, he's not even going to be there blocking ICE officers.
No.
He's not going to do that.
That's a good point. Why the fuck is Hassan not out there putting his body on the line? Okay. And
because he's not that
actions.
Stupid. He knows, look, this is why it's luxury beliefs. He knows these are the things that you say that people will go, the left will go, oh yeah, great. That's right. Exactly. Based. Mm-hmm. But in reality, he's not going to live by any of those ideas. Other people are going to die for those ideas. Not Hassan, though.
No.
That's what's so tragic about this whole situation. Look, and it's exactly like Sean was saying. Like, this is not going to change their attitudes at all. Normal people would look at this and go, okay, we should learn from this, right? No, they're not going to learn anything.
Mm-hmm.
They got Hassan jumping in here with both feet. Oh, yeah, she did the right thing. Exactly what I would do.
Oh, yeah, just
bullshit.
Drive away. I mean, and you're 100% right, too. I don't believe for a fucking second. Hassan's a pussy. I don't think for a fucking second, he gets pulled over by the police or he's, even if he could be cajoled or embarrassed into actually doing some action like this, he's not going to fucking drive away in his sports car. Okay. He's going to sit there. He's going to pull out his fucking license. He's going to film it. He's going to talk to the ICE people about it. Yeah. He's not going to, I would drive away. No, you're not. Like, get out of here. It's so fucking stupid.
Yeah. He would have someone film it. He would film his arrest. He's not going to put himself in any danger.
None of these people do.
No.
Yeah, his danger was that he spent like 5 minutes at that one LA protest. And then the second they shot a little smoke bomb, he's like, okay, I'm out of here. That was his big that was him putting his life on the line. Remember? He's like, oh my God, dude, like like a rubber bullet went by my head. Oh my God. It was like 100 yards away and I was like in the other direction, but I was right there. I was right there on the front line. It's like you guys.
Zero Fucks makes an excellent point here. It would be harder to hit Hassan's head because obviously it's so tiny. So he might actually get away.
That's a good point. He should actually, like, just from a logistical, pragmatic perspective, as a leftist revolutionary LARPer, he should be on the front lines because he'll be so much harder to stop.
He has
his head is so small.
privilege.
Yeah, well, exactly. He's like immune to headshots. Okay.
If it was Hassan, he'd be alive today.
Yep.
Yeah. Sorry. Comply or die. Always W. Okay, you're getting untimed out. All right.
Is there?
You keep posting a 5-pixel video for Cope all you want. The dude clearly had no right to shoot her. Okay.
Where
can somebody
you
find
don't
the video and we'll
automatically
defend. Well, anyway, that was the only part I wanted to show you. Was the whole I would have driven away insanity.
Yeah, crazy. At least Asmongold stepped in and said, "Don't do that.
Yes,
you guys are risking your lives."
The Oceanist for $5 says listening to Hassan speak slow should be used as an enhanced interrogation method at a CIA black site. Also, you guys skipped my first super chat.
Yeah, it is bad, huh? I guess he's reading as he types, and he types slow.
Mm-hmm. The Oceans for $5 says local JDM expert is also a legal expert. Clearly, the Johnny Sins of streaming. True. Thank you. Okay.
All right,
okay.
painful.
Let's see. Kino Flex Reviews for $5 says if an officer is in the wrong, just comply and get it sorted out later. There's zero reason to escalate and stupidly throw your life away. How fucking true is that?
Yeah, even if the guy goes to jail for the rest of his life, she's still dead.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucked up.
Right. Metal Rules for $10 says a similar incident happened in Portland. ICE said the victims were TDA. Police chief withheld that info because he was afraid of victim blaming. He admitted this, then cried in the press conference. What the fuck? Ben Riley for $5 says the admin already said they have absolute immunity, so why would it go to any trial, state or federal? Well, that's kind of even insane, more crazy. Without doing an investigation, they've already determined they have absolute immunity with no investigation, or doing an investigation in a few hours. Doesn't really make sense. And again, it's stupid for them to make those sorts of comments because they're adding so much level of doubt into the judicial system and saying, okay, well, obviously I don't trust the Trump administration to actively or actually do some sort of objective investigation into any of this. TZC for $5 has just hopped on. Not sure what you guys talked about, but there's a video of her dancing in the car, blocking the road. Yeah, we watched it in the beginning. Cameraman
that's more
for $5
insanity.
says, pretty sure the agent placed the phone on a clip on his vest sometime when the wife is telling him to grab lunch, so he is hands-free at that moment. No, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure you can see he's holding it in his other hand in another shot. I don't think it was hands-free.
Yeah. That's
Thought
pretty
Heretic
crazy,
says,
huh? Filming in one hand and gun in the other.
I was kind of surprised when I first saw that. And I was like, you didn't drop the phone? That's kind of crazy. Thought Heretic says he was walking back from talking to the wife. From the other angle, you can see he looks like he put something in the car, and it looks to me like he starts walking back. He's either putting something in the car, or as Sean said, maybe he's even planning to leave. And then he starts to walk back because he sees the guy says, get out of the car. And then he's going to go support him.
Right.
Hennessy for $5 says he won't be legally charged, but civil wise, I think he's going to lose due to Barnes v. Felix new ruling on looking at the totality of the situation. That's interesting. Talk about that. I don't know. We'll see. I really don't think he's going to lose legally or civilly.
You never know what a jury's going to do, though.
That's
what's crazy about it.
That is true. It is difficult in terms of like how it all should play out. The way it should, in terms of like how it should play out, it is frustrating because there should be an investigation. There should be an actual investigation into this, because there could always be information on either side that we just don't know about that can either totally clear him or make him look way more guilty. So there should be 100% investigation. The problem is we have two sides here that to me seem so biased. I don't trust either of them. The local government is super politically biased to throw him in jail, and the federal government is super insanely biased to let him go. So it's kind of like, we got two insanely biased actors here, and I don't really trust either of them to adjudicate any of this in any sort of objective way.
That is so fucked up. That is so fucked up.
Yep.
It's like you can't even really have the investigation because the investigation is just going to turn up a bunch of bullshit, a bunch of partisan bullshit.
Yep. It's the environment we're in.
Sad. What are we going to do?
W Vance for 43 months. Thanks so much for being 43 months. Discipline equals freedom says we don't really need many new angles now since we have the ICE officer's video that shows she was there with a goal and she did in fact hit the officer that shot her. Her wife and her were interfering. Well, the video definitely plays to their favor, to his favor.
Right.
Our hilts hurt for $2 says, oh yeah, I read that one. Ben Riley for another $10. Thank you. Says, I mean, if I was on the jury, the type of car, the geometry, if the ICE agent can see the steering wheel and the driver would be the most important thing, right? Then the number of shots and aid demeanor. I don't know if they, I mean, people fixate on the aid demeanor a lot in these situations. I don't know if it really matters, though it would play to his favor because he clearly tells people to call, he clearly tells the agents to call 911. It looks like he checks on her and then tells them to call 911. So, it's hard to, I know you're saying like, oh, the type of car and, when whether you're seeing the steering wheel and all this other stuff, it's just, all these things happen in seconds. They all, like, that whole incident takes place in like 3 to 5 seconds. And I think it's too hard for most people to make these sort of like very accurate determinations.
Yeah.
Nux.
You're definitely gonna be running that tape in your head over and over again.
Of course. Nux HB for 5 months says, any specific evidence that people should be looking for to sway one way or the other? Every video angle just seems to affirm everyone's existing beliefs. I mean, if there's a clear video that shows unequivocally whether he was hit or not, people are gonna fixate on that. I don't think it's gonna change anyone's belief anyway. So if he was hit, the people or clipped, the people that say he wasn't are still gonna say, well, we still shouldn't have shot. If he wasn't clipped, people are still gonna say, well, he could have been. So it's not really gonna matter. So I guess that's true.
Do you think he would lie? Do you think he possibly wasn't hit but told his superiors that he was hit?
I mean, I don't know anything about the guy, so of course it's possible he would lie. The Woot Man for 32 months says, as a Canadian, listening to a Floridian and a Californian talk about snow and ice is very entertaining. When the temp is below zero, ice forms.
Well, look, we have snow all over California. You don't have any snow in Florida.
We have no snow. Well,
Zero
sometimes
snow.
in northern Florida, occasionally, but not.
I'm an hour away from the snow. I can go to the snow whenever I want. Come on.
Wow, look at this guy.
But look,
perfect
we have
weather,
nice.
Can go to snow.
Yeah, look, it's nice in Southern California, but we're close. We got Big Bear right around the corner, so
right.
I can hit the snow. I can go skiing. I can go slip on some icy roads.
While you're standing in front of a car,
while
shooting
I'm
somebody,
protesting ice.
The Oceanist for $10 says, leftist brings up the guy who claims to be a doctor and is proof of murder. Keep in mind they brought up how Rittenhouse said he was an EMT when he was not, was proof of him being there to cause trouble. They also, I remember people saying, well, if he was an EMT, shouldn't he have checked on the guy he shot, which I thought was ridiculous. But to be fair, Rittenhouse didn't say he was an EMT.
Murderous mob after you.
I know. I got to make sure. He didn't say, Rittenhouse didn't say he was an EMT. He said he was medico, right? Medico. That was the meme.
Yeah. Anyway,
Jason Mulgreen for $10.
The ice discussion was fun. I don't care what you say.
Who didn't say it was fun?
Chat.
Oh.
So we're like, I don't know what we're talking about.
Okay. Jason Mulgreen for $10 says, everyone, if any law enforcement officer from any agency tells you to do something, the only response should be yes, sir, and comply as quickly and calmly as possible, period. Very, very true.
Mm-hmm. You're supposed to work with the officers.
Yes. Cameraman for $5 says, Soldos, remember in that case, the district court found the officer in the case acted reasonably on remand. There you go. Peter Keys for $5 New Zealand says, bring on Sean from potentially criminal for balance. Look, Adam saw and he did. Okay. And Sean for $5 said, Barnes got sent back to the Fifth Circuit, and they said the totality of the circumstances were still all good. Yes. Floki for $9 says SCOTUS sent it back to the Fifth Circuit. Everyone was saying this. I should really look at the chat more, huh? Cameraman for $10 says Soto's wrong. SCOTUS decided questions, not cases. The question that SCOTUS was asked was, should courts use the in the moment or totality of circumstances? SCOTUS said totality, try again with that, which is true. That is what they did.
Should I tell you I had lunch with Melissa McCarthy the other day? Actually, I think it was yesterday.
The actress?
Yeah, Melissa McCarthy, the actress.
You
I had
didn't tell
lunch
me
with
that, no.
her and her producer. I don't know what she's working on though.
Wow, that's impressive.
She was in the same restaurant as me, but it was at the same time.
I
was
saw a
having
famous.
lunch.
I saw a famous person. I shouldn't say. I saw a famous person in a restaurant too, but I don't want to say who it was because they'll probably give away where I
Recently?
live. Recently,
What's
yeah.
that?
I shouldn't say. I'm not going to say.
What do you mean?
I saw Donald Trump.
No, did you really?
I was at Mar-a-Lago. I'm just kidding.
Listen to this.
I know. I actually have a membership to Mar-a-Lago. I don't want to tell you guys. It's a great club. I don't like Trump, but it's a great club. So what am I going to do?
God, can you imagine?
Righteous Indifference for $10 says if he doesn't move a step the moment she goes in reverse, he would have been hit, especially if she was turning. Moving made him safer. He switches the phone when he reaches into his car. Dumb point. Peter Keys for 5 New Zealand says even the wife thinks they were going to come to see them later. This guy's a fool. Thank God. Sean termed up. Righteous Indifference for $2 says her car's positioned the wrong way on a one-way. Oh, was it a one-way? It's even worse.
Is it? Wow. Holy shit.
Well,
Doing that shit on a one-way? Oh, I guess that's how they're blocking
it had white
the road,
lines,
right?
didn't it? Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, I guess it had white lines. Ben Riley for $2 says, okay, so no one cares about mind reading. It's hard. It's hard. It's just so awesome to do it, okay?
Mind reading is fun. You just
It
have
is.
to acknowledge that you're just speculating.
Cameraman for $5 says it's obstruction even if you can go around. If I step in front of a cop chasing a defendant, that's still obstruction even if the cop can go around. True. Swamp Fae for $2 says, what the fuck with the quote due process, but not for Karens?
Okay. I still stand by Karens are domestic terrorists. You can't sway me on that.
Ed Wood Sr. for $5 says, can we argue the proposition that Ross was protecting the agent reaching into the car? I mean, we can, it's possible. Obviously, we'd be speculating at that point. I don't know if there's like a real way to make a determination other than he's going to say whether he was doing that or not, and then you believe him or not.
What typically they reach in the car to unlock the door so that they can open the door and pull you out of it, right? That's what it looked like he was doing.
Right. I'm saying the argument that like he stands in front of the car and draws his weapon with the intention of protecting the other agent as he's reaching into the car. Right.
Mhm.
Because if he says that, I mean, first of all, people that don't want to, the people that want him guilty of murder aren't going to believe that. But if he does say that, that would be like a massive, I think, defense for his actions in a lot of people's minds.
Everything he said has already been said. I'm certain that they had a major interrogation quickly after this whole incident took place, where he made a statement that they witnessed and signed off on. That's generally how these things go. That's like step one. And there's no way that they don't know that this is going to be a massive incident, right?
I mean, it was a massive incident, like, I don't know, a few hours after it happened, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So you can't go in there and change your story and stuff. You're just like, they sit you down, you tell your side of the story, everything you're thinking and doing,
Well, it
and
depends.
your perception of it.
If you're talking to a group of people that want to protect you no matter what, you might be able to change your story. I don't know if I have that level of faith in whoever he was talking to.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. Wow. Okay. Usually you're a little more towards the institutions not being fully corrupted, but
Yeah, I know. I'm not not at this moment.
now you're thinking, okay, he's going to sit down with his superior officer and they're going to be like, let's craft what would this best story be for the public?
Because the problem is you have literally the president is on your side, and this becomes a whole incident that relates to the president's policy on immigration. Think of it from that
Right.
perspective.
Yeah. No, it is definitely a headache for Donald Trump. Yeah.
Right. Like if this guy gets found guilty, it's gonna, it's gonna be bad for the administration.
Well, this is why I think the video he took was probably circulating widely in the administration quickly, because they're going to want to know what kind of response they're going to have here. And that's the most relevant information.
Mm-hmm.
So all of their responses, I think, are off the first video, or off of his video, his cell phone video.
Right.
So I think all of their responses, it's like this miscalculation. Everyone else is responding to the publicly available videos that are from a distance, and they're all speculating off of very little information. But the administration has a lot of information. Like, they know they're obstructing, obviously. They were taunting them. Their intentions seemed far more clear to them.
Let me, there was a story. Now, again, this is a story, so I don't know 100% know if it's true or not. There was a story, I believe, supposedly the source was someone who works in the White House, and someone who works in a second source, I believe, mirrored this, who works in the oil industry, who said that the Trump administration had no meetings or any sort of conversations with any oil companies about helping rebuild Venezuela oil.
Yeah.
Until after Donald Trump publicly said that was what was going to happen.
Okay.
I don't have a lot of faith in this administration's people like Trump or Kristi Noem to go out there and to say statements that are based on like things like you're talking about, based on some sort of investigation. I think they just say shit and then react to the news. So I guess I have a lot less faith that Kristi Noem or Trump made some sort of informed comment on the subject based on seeing this video or having some sort of investigation so quickly after the incident happened.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of looked into it while you were talking with Solidoge a little bit. And I think there's one interview where Kristi Noem mentions that she has more information. I think she's being interviewed by Jake Tapper. And she mentions that she has information. And I think Jake Tapper says something to the effect of, well, he realizes that there's a cell phone video from the officer. So,
well, I did see that.
But I read a summary of it. I didn't see the actual interview.
No, I watched the Jake Tapper Kristi Noem interview. I don't think she came out well in it. Because he's basically saying like, why, he's saying like, why did you say you use these like very strong statements? And she just kind of obfuscates, in my opinion. So, but whatever. What was her name? Pam Bondi also said she had all the names of people on her desk about the Epstein files, and that turned out to not be true. Yeah. So I don't have a lot of faith.
It could be nobody had access to the video at all.
Right.
That could be the case.
No, I could
be
believe,
interesting to. I'm curious about the path of that video.
I could believe that, like, he showed it. I'm sure he showed it
to his supervisor. His direct supervisor definitely saw that.
I wouldn't be surprised if Kristi Noem and Trump had not seen his video at all, but they had someone tell them, well, I
describe the video.
Yeah, like describe something to them, and they just kind of made some statement.
Stephen Miller watched the video, sure.
There you go. Right. But then even if they do see it, they're going to, even if they do see it,
he's going to interpret it.
Obviously, even if Trump and Kristi Noem see it, they're going to hyperbolize it in a way that's politically beneficial to themselves, which is exactly what they did.
Of course. So. Yeah.
Joe the Make for $5 says, even if she didn't mean to run the officer over, she hit him with the car while trying to escape detainment / arrest for obstructing legal ICE operation. Ben Riley for $5 says, these guys are both lawyers, right? Why are we mind reading and using so many adjectives and adverbs when describing an open case? Well, Solidoge is not a lawyer. I don't know what Solidoge's job is. Sean is a lawyer, but Sean is Sean, so he gets to have fun, right?
Sean's a defense attorney, so
yeah,
he'll be defending the ICE agent.
Ethan Rogers for $5 says, Solidoge, do you actually care, or are you just trying to argue against an anti-immigration agency because you're ideologically determined? You're ideologically dedicated to mass immigration.
I don't know that.
I don't think Solidoge is in favor of mass immigration, but I think he's correct in the chat, so he can answer your question. Yeah. Messy
Solos
tenant.
does hate the cops, though.
That's true. Messy tenant for $10 says a good question to ask is why are these people allowed to assault, impede, delete somebody from life like Charlie, burn cities, hunt, dox feds, and civilians? Is that terrorism or so-called protest? I mean, I'm glad that no one's been burning down cities so far, but that's good. But yeah, it is obnoxious. There's a very one-sided political slant to all this shit. Righteous Indifference for 32 months says, should I be shot if I grab some samurai swords and do my sick Beyblade impression at my nephew's birthday party? I clearly don't intend harm. Well, if you're doing listen, if you grab some samurai swords and you're doing your Beyblade impression, you're doing the spinning whirlwind, okay? And you're like coming towards the kids and they're like, stop, stop, stop. And you just keep coming. I think they're within their right to shoot you. Okay. You got to make sure you're in a safe area before you do your Beyblade impression.
Do you or do you not think Stephen Miller saw the video?
I think Stephen Miller not only saw the video, I think he played on a loop while he masturbated to it.
Okay. Look, he definitely saved it in a personal folder.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
He did. Yeah. 100%. Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says Soul Doge has big Reddit energy. So
Oh, that's sad.
Not a fan. Ben Riley for $5 says, did Ahmed Arbery have a self-defense claim the same way Kyle Rittenhouse did? I'm trying to remember what I said about. I don't even remember what my position really was on Ahmed Arbery. I know we talked about it a lot. I don't think those guys had the authority to track him down. I don't remember. I have to go back and rewatch the video.
Didn't those guys end up going to prison for life? Seems like they did. They boxed him in with their car.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they went to jail.
Ahmed Arbery. I'm sure someone in the chat remembers better what my opinion was. I'll stand by past Sitch's opinion on Ahmed Arbery. I have to go rewatch the video to remember.
I listened to, I believe, the closing arguments in the case.
I think we did on stream.
They were pretty damning. I'm not sure. I don't think so, because I think I was mowing my lawn or something. I was listening to it in my ear.
Okay. Metalworks for $5 says, I think the focus should be ICE's hiring standards and their poor leadership, and that this is what led the scenario, not the officer in question. Well, when the hiring standards, because I know a lot of people brought that up, and I know it came up with Sean Soldo. Well, like, yeah, this guy had been with ICE for 10 years, so I mean, he was a new hire. But I don't know I have no clue what their leadership is at the moment in terms of what they're telling people to do. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they have an attitude of kind of like,
We're above the law.
Out. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised, but that's kind of my own bias in the thing. I don't know if we know that for certain.
I mean, it's a giant organization. I'm sure there's guys on the inside who have that attitude, and there's probably guys who don't like that attitude at all. I mean, I have some family that works in law enforcement, and they always cringe at the people that come in and want to push boundaries because it's a danger for all the other officers.
That's a good point. Good point. Krat for £5 says, Soul Doge, with your logic, can officers run over all the protesters? They don't want to do it, but protesters put themselves in front of a car. Grolf for $10 says, I wish the conversation was about how we shouldn't have police shoot drivers because it's been proven not to stop the vehicle safely. Instead of missing someone by less than a foot is dangerous. Yeah, I mean, obviously, they probably, in most cases, the police should not shoot drivers for that purpose. There's a couple where I think it's warranted. Like there was one that happened, I think a few years ago. Remember the video? I probably saw the video of it. We didn't watch it on stream, but there was a video of like the guy is like, they're like trying to get this woman out of the car because she just shoplifted. And the guy's like, there's like a guy at the door and there's a guy in front of her. and she starts driving, and he's like on the roof of the. She pushes him onto the roof of the car. He's like, stop, 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 and she doesn't stop, and he just shoots her. And I was like,
did the car stop?
It did, yeah.
Oh.
But you're right. It is always dangerous. You never know what's going to happen when you shoot someone driving. Oh. Insensitive for 10 hours says Soto thinks the state executive and judiciary are separate. The Chevron decision would beg to differ.
Do I really want to read about the 32 people who died in ICE custody? This sounds depressing.
You should, to have an informed decision on the topic, and then tell me what happened.
But do I want to be depressed?
Yes.
That's the big question.
Right. Lord Stug, thanks so much for the 10 gift memberships, Lord Stug. Sales Temple for $5 says legality of the shooting aside, the admin inflamed the situation by reflexively lying and declaring her a terrorist when they had no info. I do agree with that, but that's kind of expected, I guess, from my perspective of Trump reacting to everything. Like, how bad would it would have to be so bad, I think, for the Trump administration to come out and be like, yes, he did a wrong. He shouldn't have done that. Schnitzel Rada for $5 says Dev and Carl haven't been friends since Sargon unfairly kicked Rags out of their D&D game when V lost his shit all over whether to give an orc a bath. I thought they had been friends after that. I don't know if they're still friends. I've been seeing them fight on X, but
I know that I do see that. The algorithm does dish that up for me.
Yes. I do see them going back and forth.
All the Sargon Dev back and forth.
Cal Petty for $15 says no sympathy for her. If only the law would go after these individuals who obstruct to deter this exact action and prevent things from escalating. Throw the book at people who obstruct lawful acts. True. I agree completely. And if it's true that, I haven't been really following it, but if it's true that Minneapolis and all these other states are just totally letting these people fly, I mean, fuck those prosecutors. They are scumbags. And yeah, they are helping create an environment like this. That's very true.
Yeah, it's sad. Look, she's a dipshit, but I don't think dipshits deserve to die. So
true.
I mean, that's why it is a sad situation.
Yep.
But
and if you're going to, I feel like there's an attitude like back in the day that, people did civil disobedience and they expected to get arrested. And that's part of it. They're going to get arrested. Now it seems like people feel like they can do civil disobedience and, do things that are illegal. And then they're like, well, I'm going to just run away when the police show up. It's like, okay.
Yeah, no, that's not how it works.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I look at it more like a terrible accident. Like if there's a tragic car accident, you don't go, oh yeah, I'm glad the person died because they were fucking around on the road or whatever. It's like she died, but it's a sad situation no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
They could have played out so much differently.
Yeah, it's a pointless loss of life.
Yeah.
Mythhead for 28 months says, regarding states' rights, because if states could handle more stuff, we could experiment more to find better policies and reduce the fighting over every issue. Well, it's supposed to be the way it's kind of theoretically people think it's supposed to be done, but that's not really how it works in practice often. Though it is interesting to some effect, because you can look at, people always like to point to, I think it's Houston, or there's other areas in Texas that have done a very good job at, while they've been expanding and having lots of people move, they've done a fantastic job at building more and more and more homes and keeping the price of housing down. So that'd be a good example of like that working, that experiment working. And people should, if there wasn't so much political pressure, you would say, okay, people should look at that as an example of like, what are they doing? And we need to copy that in order to get the prices of housing down.
They'll never do it.
Well, it's because they have their own political pressures not to. Or there's some cities in Florida that are very interesting that I was actually looking into, which were like 20 years ago, kind of shitty, had a lot of crime. The city areas were kind of poor. And now they're like beautiful. And I was like, okay, people need to study this. They need to figure out how they like turned around these cities in like 10 years and just try to replicate this in other places. Because it obviously will work.
Yeah. So much of the problem, though, is that they have this anti-capitalist bias. So if any of the turning around, if any of the things involved in turning the situation around have a pro-capitalist bent, it's hard for them to accept that.
Yeah. Well, and also a lot of it is, law enforcement actually having good law enforcement too, which they don't want to acknowledge generally.
Well, that too. That's the same bent, right? The fuck the police bent. The police are the criminals. If you're like, oh my God, security is essential for these cities that turn around. Maybe police aren't the bad guys. They're like cognitive dissonance. Oh no.
There was a phrase that I think like mind raped a generation of people on the left. And it was the phrase, what was it? School to prison pipeline. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just this idea. I don't know who came up with this idea. That would have been a good Sitch video back in the day. Was just this idea that like, oh, these kids, they get knocked out of school, they get detentions or they get expelled or whatever. And then they immediately go from this situation to prison. And the whole thing was basically framed like it was not their fault, that they have no personal level of responsibility whatsoever for their actions. It's all just the system. And I think that just completely like mind wrecked a generation of people on the left to look at crime in the completely wrong way. Just look at
so true.
To look at like, oh, well, all these criminals are just, innocent baby angels who have no agency in their lives and are all just the victims of a horrible, horrible system of racism and poverty. And therefore it's, makes me feel bad if the police are going to come and arrest them.
Yeah, the only thing you can do is let them go free.
Yeah.
You break the system by letting them roam the streets, letting the psychopaths roam the streets. That's the answer.
Which you could be sympathetic to, a lot of people do have bad situations, but the answer would be, no, you have super tough on crime policies, but then when people are arrested, you actually have a lot of programs available to people to rehabilitate. Be the answer, not to be weak on crime.
Mm-hmm.
Lives in Deswall specifically for $5 says Hassan Brannigan. I send wave after wave of my own men into the ICE agents until they ran out of ammunition. True.
Well, they've done those.
Hassan Brannigan. Yeah, I get it.
They've done those studies where when you let the bad apples into certain programs, they end up corrupting all the use in the programs, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be a similar effect if you're just not incarcerating those bad eggs, right?
Right.
Because then they're influencing their peers around them. And everyone is sort of turning to a life of crime. Where if you took the really bad offenders out of the community, there's probably people who are on the line that would go more towards civil interaction than a life of crime.
Yeah. But also I feel like all the people who go on and on about this, most of them, they don't actually exist in those situations. Because when you exist in those situations, especially in schools, it's like you have not just what you're saying, you have the problem children, which then influence all the other children negatively, but they also prevent anyone from actually learning.
Yeah, totally. Look.
So they can't even get an education to get like a job or go to college or do anything.
Yeah, everyone in school knows who the troublemakers are. They're like, oh yeah, that guy's a troublemaker. He's a fucking troublemaker. He's the one that's going to be incarcerated. He's the one that's going to end up in jail. But then they just stopped arresting those people. And you're like, okay, well now I got to deal with them. Fuck.
It's like that thing in Game of Thrones where they're like, oh, well, we stopped people from stealing all the food before the siege. Oh, how'd you do that? Well, I rounded up all the thieves and arrested them. Oh, before they did it. Yeah, all the known thieves. So now we only have to worry about the unknown thieves.
Well, it's not quite like that. I mean, I would let him actually commit the crime and then arrest him. I think the problem is they're just...
What is this soft on crime nonsense, Adam?
Well, look,
let them commit a crime first. Come on. You got to protect the people.
We're letting out offenders that have done like 25 crimes, okay? That's the problem. You don't arrest them before their first crime. But
haven't you seen the South Park movie with Hassan?
After three, you got to bring back the 3 strikes law.
I see.
They didn't like the 3 strikes law because the 3rd strike was they were stealing bread because they were hungry, right?
Right.
He stole a sandwich. Now he's in jail for life.
Right.
Well, don't fucking steal the sandwich. Why'd you do the first 2 strikes, right? What were
Right.
those?
There you go. Zero Fuck says the 1st strike law.
I like that. That's a good one. Why not the 0 strike law?
Ron did not say he arrested them. Okay, you're right. He said they rounded them all up. That's true. Maybe they were not arrested. Maybe they were summarily executed a la House of the Dragon style.
Mm-hmm. The House of the Dragon was good. Rapist.
Dick chopping.
Look, it works.
That was very clearly, whatever. I was gonna say, let's not talk about House of the Dragon. Renault Zero's here for $5. Says, why was Solos ignoring that if a cop's prerogative is to detain people and that she was the instigator in the situation from start to finish? Well, I think his argument to that, I mean, he's in chat, so I'll answer. I'm assuming his argument would be that it's not the ICE's prerogative to do that action. He's arguing they don't have jurisdiction to do that action. Which I'm not sure.
That rapist. Did you know that rapist came back later in the show? In House of the Dragon?
The one who got his dick chopped off?
Yeah, it was Philosophy Tube. You notice that?
You got me. That was pretty good. That was good. That was a good one.
You didn't see that?
You little fucker. That was good. That was a good one.
I knew it. I was like,
You got me there. Yeah. The Ocean is for $5 says, listening to I read that one. Our Hilltop for $5 says the most surprising part of this event is that the car wasn't a Subaru. A Subaru?
Why? Well, what difference would that make?
Because that's the protagonist of Ray Zero, obviously. Asher Genius for $5 says, the people who believe the front of a parked car is a dangerous position live in a reality where cops live in fear of parking lots.
Now imagine all those cars.
Ben Riley for $2 says, I'm glad Sitch isn't gaslighting Adam again, at least. I'm trying, Ben.
Be nice to Sitch, guys. Come on.
I'm really trying to gaslight Adam. Okay. It's just not working.
Now he brought Soladoja in to gaslight us.
True.
Great.
True. Mr. Bacross, hey, Mr. Bacross for $20. Thanks so much. Says, people's understanding of police jurisdiction and the ability to stop you are so far off the mark. Police generally get the benefit of the doubt. The way to challenge is in the court, not via your gas pedal. Correct.
So true.
Correct. Yeah.
What are the 3 things that you're supposed to say? It's like, am I free to go? Am I being detained?
Yeah. All the
Can
sovereign citizen shit. Yes.
No, that's not sovereign citizen.
Oh, okay.
That's the utmost respect for the law enforcement.
I have seen some videos which actually do give good advice about, they're basically all those videos on YouTube that are like things to never say when you talk to cops. They're all basically the same. It's all basically never admit you did anything wrong ever. When the police officer says, you know why I pulled you over? You say, I have no clue.
You say, am I free to go? Am I free to go?
I don't think you should just start saying, am I free to go immediately? Like, that might be a little suspicious. The second you get pulled over, you say, am I free to go? It's like, well, you got pulled over. What do you think?
I've gotten out of so many tickets, though, just being honest with the officer. Just saying, hell yeah, I know why you pulled me over. I ran a red light.
Well, listen, all the YouTube lawyers, they say that you're a fool, Adam, for doing that.
Well, look, I figure he's going to write me a ticket and I'm going to pay the ticket anyway. It's not like I'm going to go into court and try and fight it, right? So I figure my shot is really just dazzling the officer with my honesty. They're so thirsty for anyone to be honest with them because so many people just fucking lie to them all day. All they do is lie. They're like, oh my God, an honest person. Holy shit. I'm telling you, I've gotten out of like 10 tickets with this method.
Wow, 10? How often are you doing traffic violation?
Well, look, it is California.
I've only got a ticket once, okay?
Yeah.
I'm a good boy.
if they, it's pointless if they got the radar gun out and they're doing a thing, they're raising money. But usually if it's in a situation where it's just like they're pulling you over because you did something stupid in front of them, just like out of respect, they expect you to follow the laws in front of them. So,
right.
Then usually they're like cooler about it.
Okay. Well, that Adam has the opposite take of the YouTube lawyers. So
yeah,
you guys will be the judge. I'm not responsible for whether you talk yourself out of a ticket or not.
Well, look, you can try it out. I mean, look, if you
let us know, guys, the next time you go do some traffic violation, you tell the
like
officer,
if you
I
murdered your
did something
girlfriend,
super illegal. Yes.
If you murdered your girlfriend earlier in the day and her body is in the trunk, I'm
should
not
you-
sure the honesty policy is going to be best for you. You're
That's
probably
true.
going to be arrested and incarcerated. So
That's true.
but I mean, if you're just making an illegal left turn at a light or something like that, I
Right.
mean, come on.
That's a good point.
At least have the decency not to do it in front of a cop. And if
See-
he pulls you over, just tell him, look, I didn't see you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done it.
But Tosai is correct. Sitch never leaves his home. It's true. It's hard to get a ticket when you ain't leaving anywhere. True. Jersey, thanks so much for the $10. Girl Sero for $5 says, I'm not in favor of seizing land from an ally. Oh, we talking about Denmark or Greenland? But if they're going to go full cringe mode and run crying to the EU, then frankly, I don't want them as an ally, and starting now are open to conquest.
That's my line too. Exactly.
Okay.
We need to do something about this uppity Greenland. Holy fucking shit.
And then Goro for another $5 says, but seriously, Greenland, please pick up the phone. If you hand over the land before Super Bowl weekend, we will give you your very own NFL team. I can see it now. The Greenland Packers.
Oh man, that's brilliant.
Hmm.
I mean, we should do it just because Denmark keeps talking shit, right?
Really? Denmark talking shit?
Who's in charge of Greenland? It's Denmark, right?
Yeah.
The Danish, yeah.
The Danes.
Are they the Danes or are they the Danish?
I think they're the Danes. I don't know. They're weird.
Danish is a pastry. A Dane is like a human.
Yeah. The Danes, yes.
Sitch and I argued about this before the stream.
We did. You want to know the real reason we were 20 minutes late? It's because we were arguing about this before the stream.
Because I kept saying, look, Greenland, we have to have it, Sitch.
Adam is on board.
We have to have it.
I said, so there's like the meme. It's like the little circle meme, and it's not happening. It's a right-wing conspiracy. It might be happening. It's happening, and it's good.
And it's
meme.
good. I just start off at the it's good.
Right. So that's like the right attacking the left. So that's like the left-wing version of that. There's a right-wing version of that too, which is it's just a joke. It's just a meme.
You're right. You're right.
It's just a joke. It's just a meme. We're just triggering the libs. And then, it's actually happening and it's good. It's based, right? So there is the right-wing version of the exact same cycle. Which
I like it. There's only 2 steps in the right-wing version.
Well, I guess you could say
version,
joke and
4
meme
steps.
joke and meme is one step. Then we're just doing it to trigger the libs, and then it's actually happening and it's based. It's the exact same cycle. So that 100% happens. So I told Adam, I hope and I pray. I really, 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 really want Trump to actually try to invade Greenland and take it over by military force, because I think that everyone is tired of politics existing in the whole it's not happening, it's just a meme, it's just to trigger people, might be happening space. We're all sick of that. We want to be the it's happening space so we can at least clearly delineate where everyone is. Everyone's sick and tired of everyone dancing around and this just using it's just a joke excuse on both sides for everything. Tired of it. People, stop being pussies. Just come out. Just show where you are. And then we can decide, who's the good people and who's the bad people. We could decide where you have First Amendment solutions and Second Amendment solutions. Okay.
Ooh,
that's what we
wow.
need to do.
Second Amendment solutions.
Yeah.
That can't be good.
Arithmus for $2 says, today's also my birthday. Oh, happy birthday, Arithmus. I want you guys to know that my mom got me a maroon shirt for my birthday. Any other fellow maroon shirt boys know where to get briefed on the
Oh
Charlie
my-
Kirk conspiracy. Isn't it weird? I feel like Candace Owens has just totally dropped off because of all the news that's been going on.
You should tell the story about how I looked up her podcast rankings on the last show. It was last Sunday, right? That I looked those up.
Yes.
Well, I did screen caps of them and posted them on Twitter, and everyone went crazy. And there's this giant narrative that she's way below Ben Shapiro now that's going around.
Yeah, we looked up
That I started.
You did. Yeah, you looked up the Spotify ranking of where she was, and she was below Ben Shapiro at the time that you took the screenshot, and you posted on X, and all these other accounts stole your post.
They did,
yeah. They didn't just retweet Adam; they stole the post, and I was like, "Oh, that's obnoxious."
Which is fine with me. I don't, as long as they're beating up
Gotta
on
get them
Candace Owens,
likes.
I'm cool with it.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it for the likes. I'm trying to save humanity here, Sitch.
I see.
It's important. But so many people responded to my post saying, okay, well, Candace was off for 2 weeks and now she's much higher. I don't know that she was higher than Ben Shapiro, though. But anyway, this goes to what I was saying, what I was telling all of you.
She had done a
week.
stream after you took that screenshot. So even if she'd been off for 2 weeks, she had still done a stream because we were talking about
Really?
it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Look at this.
because I was talking about it. I was like, oh, it was right after Trump, they did the Venezuela, getting Maduro thing. And I was like, what the fuck? She had a show and she didn't even talk about it. All she did was talk about Charlie Kirk still and Ben Shapiro. I was like, there's other things in the world
She
going on.
didn't talk
Candace.
about Maduro? What?
It was crazy.
What?
She like briefly mentioned it. The whole show was about fucking Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro nonsense. I was like, what this shit going on in the world, Candace? It's not about your fucking dumb personal drama with the Daily Wire and Turning Point USA.
That's crazy.
That's why I think she's kind of dropped off. She's still, I don't even know if she's talked about this shit yet. She's still like all of her fucking shows. She just keeps hitting the same shit. She's just mad that the news cycle moved away from her.
I watched a bunch of stuff on the Venezuela Maduro situation, and there's a lot of stuff out there that's reason to be optimistic that things might actually be good. So hopefully things do turn out well for the Venezuelan people.
Mm-hmm.
And then I watched some stuff on the Greenland. I think you brought up the Greenland situation first because you mentioned JD Vance's comments that I had not heard before. And it is a little shocking to think, oh, we're going to war with Greenland. Interesting. But then I thought about it for a little bit and I was like, what the fuck have they ever done for me? Those Greenland people. Jesus.
I didn't bring up JD Vance's comments on Greenland. I don't even know what his comments on Greenland are.
No, you did on stream. It came up on stream. I think on Tuesday it came up.
Oh, no, I brought up the whole, people were saying, because Marco Rubio said people should take what Trump says seriously. He was talking about Maduro. And then people were saying, well, wait a minute. What does that mean about Greenland?
Yeah.
And then we had Steve, we watched the clip, the little bit of the clip of Stephen Miller.
We didn't watch the
conversation with Jake Tapper.
Bring the Stephen Miller clip up. I still look. I said
I still gotta watch the rest of the clip.
I said I'm gonna watch that clip after the stream.
Right.
I never watched it. Never fucking watched it.
So this headline says JD Vance says Europe should take Trump seriously on Greenland.
Yeah.
Dun dun dun.
Well, no, we're definitely jockeying for political influence over Greenland.
Right.
Yeah, we definitely are. I mean, look, Trump has already offered to buy it a year ago, right? 2 years ago. Did he offer to buy it? No, he offered to buy it in his first term.
To be clear. Yeah, listen, if we want to buy Greenland and we both watched a video, I don't know if it was the same video. We both watched a video that's kind of going over why Greenland would be important strategically for numerous reasons. Which seem to be compelling to me. If we want to buy Greenland,
I agree.
Yeah. If the U.S. wants to buy Greenland for some not exorbitant amount of money, which I mean, it probably would be some exorbitant amount of money, but if it's some non-exorbitant amount of money, I could be definitely on board with the idea. I am 100% not on board with us taking Greenland by military force just because we've decided that it's in our interest to do so. Okay. Now, Adam, before the stream, is 100% in favor of invading and killing all the Greenlandian people and planting the American flag in the center of town upon a pile of their bloody corpses and saying, rah, rah, America.
Look, you got to clean it up. You got to clean it up. So it's better to clean it up before you move in than after.
You got to clean it up from the vermin infesting it, huh?
No, that obviously Sitch is joking. That's not what I said, but I did lay out a scenario where it would be important for us to have Greenland and maybe be forced into taking it by force.
We were forced to take it by force. We had to do it.
Sometimes it happens, right? There's situations like that where you're like,
had to invade our
for
friendly
the good
ally. Take it.
This is for the good of everyone.
For the great
everyone
good.
Involved.
Okay.
I mean, we'll see what happens. I did watch the thing where the people were saying, obviously, if you don't think the Danish people can protect Greenland, right? If Greenland actually gets into, if Russia invades Greenland, I know it's not.
Well, to be defended by NATO.
They got their hands full with. Is Greenland a NATO country? Is it?
Denmark is, yeah.
Yeah, but
Well, Greenland is part of
So
Denmark.
look, let's say some rogue country invades Greenland and the Danes say, we're part of NATO, you have to help us. And they're like, well, Greenland, that's just a territory. You can lose Greenland. They're going to turn to the United States, right?
Who's going to say NATO? You think NATO wouldn't say that? Why would they say that?
You don't think so?
No.
You think NATO's going to the mat for Greenland?
Yes. If they invaded by Russia, especially, yes.
Okay.
Yes, 100%. The whole NATO treaty.
I'll believe it when I see it, but
NATO loses all of its power as a treaty if some NATO country gets invaded, whether it's the mainland or a territory, and then the rest of NATO just shrugs and says, okay. Then all of a sudden the alliance just dissolves.
Whatevs.
Right? Oh.
I mean, NATO's on its last legs anyway, right?
Okay. Is it? That's news.
I heard they're buying a bunch of jets and stuff from us
news
now.
To me. Yeah, I don't know.
I think NATO's actually been completely invigorated as of late, right?
It has been. Yeah, it has been. Now, if we invade Greenland, so you have two countries that are part of NATO that engage in some sort of military conflict. I don't know what that means for NATO. NATO would probably be dissolved or fall apart or something.
Who's responsible for that reinvigoration of NATO?
It was one man, Vladimir Putin.
You think so?
100%.
I kind of put it on JD Vance with his please and thank you.
Oh, you think that was it?
I think that was a big turning point.
NATO said please, and JD Vance said let the money roll.
No. When they had that weird meeting with Zelensky in the Oval Office, and JD Vance was like, have you ever said please? Just once. Have you said please?
Thank you.
NATO was like, all of the European countries were like, oh my God, fucking America. They're going to abandon us all. We need to spend money on a military.
Yeah.
What are we going to do? Every single European leader was like, oh God, if I was in the Oval Office, would they do that to me? Military spending, double it.
Yeah. I think that helps. Well, helps. I don't know if it's a good thing. I think that definitely promoted a lot of European countries to look into that, combined with Russia, to look into building up their own armies as opposed to maybe relying on NATO or the United States, because they're like, I don't know how trustworthy America is going to be in the future.
Yeah, they got scared.
Mm-hmm. So, to be clear, you support military invading Greenland, Adam?
I would support the military invading Greenland in very rare situations.
I see. So if the zombie virus is being built in Greenland, we have to invade to stop them.
Right? I mean, that would be one. That sounds like a good one. What was the situation I laid out? I laid out a hypothetical.
Do you not? I can tell you. I don't know if you don't remember.
No, I remember.
Or did you just, you just, just want me to say it?
Just give me a second. I
You just want me to say it?
I remember.
want me to say it? You just 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 want me to say it? You
It was something about Russian cybersecurity.
You said if you had a crystal ball and you knew that if we didn't take over Greenland, we would somehow lose the cyber battle with Russia for 50 years.
Yeah, we would lose our cyberspace advantage over Russia for the next 50 years. They would gain some sort of strategic advantage over us for 50 years. And the only way that we could stop this was invading Greenland. But you said you would invade Greenland in that situation.
I said, well, it depends what you mean by advantage. If it means that America gets conquered by Russia, then obviously I would support that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's the way they're going to frame it.
Yeah, but here's the difference, though. Your hypothetical is that we have a crystal ball that sees the future. We don't actually have a crystal ball that sees the future, so we can't make judgments on this sort of ends justifying the means fashion.
Right.
We say, is it morally right to invade Greenland and take it over militarily just because we have some random fear that something might happen?
But we do make predictions all the time.
True.
We do think something is going to go one way or another. You have a strong intuition about Venezuela, right?
There'd have to be a pretty fucking strong prediction model for me to be swayed on the we should invade Greenland by military force, which does not exist yet.
Right. Were you swayed on the presentation for the Iraq War? I mean, I think you might have been
I was a child at the time, so I really don't remember. I was like, what? I'm playing Pokemon. Like, I don't know what my thought process was during Iraq.
You don't remember the mushroom cloud? Come on, you were into politics. You remember? We can't let the smoking gun be the mushroom cloud. You don't remember that? Once it's a mushroom cloud, it's too late.
I really don't remember what I thought about going into Iraq. My guess would be that I probably just regurgitated what my parents said, which was probably something like a lot of the more lefty people in that time period were okay with Afghanistan, but against Iraq. Because there still was rumblings about like, well, Iraq didn't have anything to do with 9/11, and it didn't seem like it should have been really involved, and blah, 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 blah. And we don't really trust the Bush administration when they say that weapons of mass destruction and all this other stuff. So that probably would be my position, just because of regurgitating whatever my parents told me.
Doing it wrong.
Okay.
Supposed to rebel against your parents.
I just gotta be like, yeah. My parents said that I shouldn't go to Iraq, so I'm signing up the military, baby.
Exactly.
I'm gonna be there. Didn't do that.
Join up.
Astral Spectre.
You're like, I'm 18. You're like 7.
Yeah. I wasn't that young. Astral Spectre for $2 says, if Anna Kay apologizes about the ICE officer self-defense like Kyle Rittenhouse, I won't believe her. Anna carries water for far-right people, criticizes Trump for Venezuela, all because she hates Israel. Do you agree? Why or why not? May you poll chat. Adam, do you agree or disagree with that?
I don't know this Anna lore. Have you seen the video where this takes place?
Well, I know that Anna and Jank they do not believe the officer acted in self-defense.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're very against the officer.
In this case?
I don't know if I've seen their take on Venezuela, so.
Well, I guess, look, the officer must be guilty then.
I wouldn't see what is this situation. I wouldn't think this situation has anything to do with Israel. I didn't hear. I did see Jank made some kind of crazy tweet about Maduro and Israel, which was crazy. I didn't see their coverage on it, so I don't know what Anna said about Maduro. I wouldn't see how anyone's position on Maduro or the ICE thing should have anything to do with Israel whatsoever. Completely independent of Israel. So
I did watch Anna's debate with Pearl, and I thought she did a great job.
That's right.
She had a bunch of zingers, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Pearl was not good at all. I don't think Pearl is an authentic person. I think she's just like,
what?
Yeah.
Say it ain't so, Adam.
I think
you think just
in
Pearly things? The chief queen pick me is not an authentic person?
I think she's just in it for the clout, Sitch.
The grand poobah of Pickaminnies is just not being an authentic person.
Right.
I think you could be right.
She's clout sharking.
She is, yeah. Well, she's also used to just debating like retarded, uh, leftist feminists. So,
Right.
and I mean, really debating, just doing like kind of zingers.
There is a moment in the debate where Anna presses Pearl, asks her if Pearl would marry a guy who wasn't wealthy. She's like, "You're from a wealthy family. You've always had money. Would you marry a guy who didn't have any money?" And Pearl will not answer. She will not fucking answer.
Wow.
Why wouldn't you just answer that? What's wrong with saying, "Of course I would. If I fell in love with a guy who didn't have money, I would definitely marry him."
Mm-hmm.
What's
That
wrong?
is weird.
Why would
Yeah.
you not? Like, it's the easiest question in the world to answer.
Mm-hmm.
Does Pearl have a bunch of friends that are like sitting around talking all the time about guys who don't have any money and what pieces of shit they are? So if she says something like that, her friends are going to be like, "Oh my God, I can't believe what you said. Marry one of these fucking losers with no money. How dare you?"
Mm-hmm.
Like, what is going on there? I mean, I'm speculating, obviously, but what? It's so strange to me that that's the hill she's going to die on.
Well,
and Anna's like, "Look, I married my husband. He didn't have any money. He was in debt. I loved him, so I married him."
there's a context that might make it make sense, which is that like a big argument for the red pillars and the red pill space stuff is that a man should be the primary
breadwinner,
caregiver,
okay,
or not caregiver. I'm sorry, the primary breadwinner, and that like the authority is kind of like tied in that the authority that a man has over a woman should be sort of tied into his ability to provide for his family, and that's kind of why they deserve an extra level of like deference. And so,
but then they go on and on about how women are gold diggers and that's they're fucking evil because you just want your money. So those things seem to be in conflict.
yes, but you're talking about red pillars, Adam.
Those are like major contradictions, don't you think?
Well, they're not contradictions; they're major problems, right? That kind of arise from the worldview of the red pill. So, um, so that might be why Pearl is like very hesitant to say that, though it does put her in an awkward situation because I thought her family is super loaded. So if she's only going to marry people that or marry a guy who's also independently wealthy, she's definitely limiting her pool dramatically, which when a girl like Pearl, she's got to keep all options open.
Imagine says Pearl's entire dating history is broke black dudes. Like, why not respond like that? That's the perfect response. When she asks if she would marry a broke dude, say my entire dating history is broke black dudes.
That's a good point. I don't know.
Of course I would marry a broke. Like, why am I dating a bunch of broke guys if I'm not going to marry one of these guys? It's just weird. It's completely weird.
Holton A for Jar says, "Do you guys think there's any chance that this person is so afraid of ICE or the police that they think complying will means getting killed?"
No.
I think
not remotely.
I don't think so. No, I think before the officer's cell phone footage, you could theorize that could have been a situation.
Yes, and a lot of people did.
And a lot of people did, because that would be the way to make the argument. Now that we see her facial reaction before the event, and that didn't, she's like, whether she's really even looking at him or not when she starts driving, that doesn't seem to be the case at all. So
she's having a good old time. She thinks those guns are filled with blanks.
Right. Holstein for GR says, Sitch, Sitch, no one takes land acknowledgement seriously. Don't pay attention to the fact that land is actually being given back to natives in the United States. I want to call you some hurtful names, but I'm not Ace. Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Is that on the land acknowledgements?
That was on the land acknowledgement, yes.
I want to go to some place where they do land acknowledgements and step up and say, "I'm going to make the land acknowledgement. I want to thank all these people for giving us their land.
There.
I want to thank them for getting the fuck out of our way."
There you go. I like that. That's the way to handle the situation. Like,
what do
please,
you think?
you should be like, you should go up there and be like, "Listen, I'm like 75% native. Okay.
I want to acknowledge the fact that we took it from them and they suck."
Here's my land acknowledgement. You fucking lost.
Yeah.
Get the fuck over
Loser!
it. Loser, loser, loser. Based America. Suck it. Bam. Mic drop.
Mhm. Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
Who's the loser? The person crying 200 years later.
Yes. That's funny. I typed in land acknowledgement polling because I was curious if there's ever been any sort of polling about this. I didn't find any polling, but I did find a guest essay opinion piece in the New York Times titled "Enough with the Land Acknowledgements" from last year. So
Nice.
even they were like, can we stop? This is stupid."
Yeah. How do you encourage the next generation to be productive members of society when they're on stolen fucking land? Oh my God. Talk about demotivating. I just want to I want to shake these people. Why are you demotivating the next generation?
Username
Can't
for
you let
$2.
bygones be bygones?
Username for $2 says if the officer went to hospital because he was struck by a car, Noam and Trump would have been told that regardless of what videos were watched. That's an interesting point too, because they did say that. And I did believe he probably did go to the hospital. But if they really were informed about the situation appropriately, would they not have been informed that he didn't have any major injuries or really any injuries at all? And so they wouldn't have said that. Adam.
What?
Okay.
Wouldn't they be informed that he had no
when
injuries?
they said that he went to the hospital.
Right.
Or that he was injured or something, seriously injured. But if they were really informed about the situation, well, shouldn't they have been informed that he wasn't really seriously injured at all? And they wouldn't have said that?
I don't know what their statements were. I didn't see Kristi Noem's statement. I didn't see Trump's statement.
I see.
I heard people talking about him, but
okay.
I just saw the media response.
Mm.
And I saw people arguing over whether or not he was actually hit by the car.
Okay. Well, don't argue with me about it then. You hadn't seen their responses.
Is it terrible? I mean,
their responses were not good. Yes.
I'm assuming.
Okay.
I grade on the curve. Sitch is like a ball buster. He's like
course.
in there. Like
Trump administration, the A ranking for Trump administration starts at C. Okay, at 70%. You're like, oh, it's A.
Is that
it's a very low curve? Okay.
Is that the curve? Well, look, I think it's politics. It's politically motivated.
Of course it is. Doesn't mean it's right or morally justifiable, even if it's understandable.
Yeah, no. I know. I know the positions. I do.
Fondue for $10 says on the moral argument that ICE is responsible to de-escalate. I think morally the duty to de-escalate is everyone's responsibility. We should not have a society where we make our conduct someone else's job. I do agree with that. Yes. Cerebral Friction for $2 says, I'm impressed how balanced your guys' take is. I thought you were going to go full libtard on this. Personally, I think it was a bad shoot, but he should be pardoned because everyone is tired of people resisting arrest. That's an interesting take. You think he legally did a bad shoot, but still should just be pardoned? Oh, okay. Interesting.
Really? Wow.
Dr. Diddler for $3 says, ultimately, I think she was just attempting to drive away, but this was a justified shoot because ICE officers can't assume that. You're in hostile territory and she's trying to drive away and disobeying a lawful order.
100% agree. Yeah. I think that's exactly what happened. She was definitely trying to flee the scene. But I don't think he shot her because she was trying to flee the scene. I think he shot her because he thought she was a threat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Probably more to the other officers than to himself.
Well, once she starts driving, I think it's possible he draws initially out of that fear, but once she starts driving, I think he's sort of acting within his own. Or at least he's going to have to make that argument, I think, at that point. Because I don't think the guy's hand was in the car at that point.
Right.
So.
He like he had already withdrawn his hand.
Right.
Yeah. We have such narrow fucking focus. I mean, we have the luxury of having the thing that we look over and the video where we look over and over and over at it.
Yes.
But
of course.
In the moment, you have like one fucking thing you can look at.
You have a second.
Who knows what he's looking at?
Take in this information, of course. Yeah.
Who knows what he's even looking at?
Yeah, it's true. That's what I'm saying. Who knows what he's looking at? Who knows what she's looking at? It's just, yeah.
She's looking down the road. She's like, home free. Baby, I'm coming to pick you up from school.
Yeah. A doctor for $3 says, I think these people need to understand that provoking the police into shooting you lawfully won't make you a martyr. It'll make you a corpse. Nothing will change, and you would have died for no reason. That is true.
Yeah.
Fondue for $6 says, I've come to the conclusion that Soto should not be a lawyer. Dr. Dillard for $2 says, who still remembers the name of the guy that burned himself to death, dying to prove some point as a sad and pathetic death? Go be fucking annoying, but comply with orders. Make your fight in court. True.
What was that guy's name?
I
don't remember. Yeah.
Wasn't it Aaron something? I don't remember.
Bushnell.
Was that it?
Bushnell. Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go.
I think that's it. You jogged my memory.
Sometimes when you say one of it, you know.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh.
I was gonna say Aaron Eckhart, but then I realized I'm thinking that because that's the guy who played Two-Face. He also got burned.
Not that guy.
Yeah. So it was Aaron Eckhart.
Oh my God.
You remember?
That's
he had
how the brain works. In
Yeah.
the section of your brain, you have all the people that are burn injuries.
who got burned right next to Aaron. But listen, okay, that's not my fault. They both have the same first name, and they both have burning. Okay, related to being burned horribly while they're alive/dead. So that's completely understandable.
You want to know my favorite Aaron Eckhart movie?
Thank you for smoking. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Look, it's even in the burn category.
It's a good movie. Yeah. Dr. Diddler, you like movies about shitheads and evil people that are very, very persuasive, I noticed.
We should watch. I guess I kind of do, huh?
Yeah. Nightcrawler. Yeah. Thank you for smoking.
Nightcrawler. Yeah. In the Company of Men, I think it is. We should watch that movie. That movie's fucking nightmare fuel. Yeah, we should respond. We should cover that movie on the media channel.
Isn't that the one where it's just like they're just trying to like make this woman's life like miserable or something?
They decide that they're gonna find girls and convince them to be their girlfriends and make them fall in love with them and then dump them.
Okay.
And it's completely sadistic.
Why?
Who's the guy that wrote that movie? Because he wrote the movie The Shape of Things too, which is another completely evil movie. That's another movie we should
some this guy just does crazy, horrible movies.
Yeah, but it's a study of human nature, Sitch.
Oh my! So this guy is Neil LaBute. I've never seen it.
That's it.
I've only seen one of his movies, and I fucking hate it.
What's the movie?
Wicker Man.
Oh, I don't think I've seen that.
So obviously, this is a guy who just does movies about horrible things and horrible people doing horrible things.
You should watch The Shape of Things. I would love to hear your take on The Shape of Things. 2003 romantic comedy. I don't want to spoil it because it has a twist ending that's just like.
Well, you can tell me what it's about without spoiling that, can't you? Like, can you give me the one-line synopsis?
It's about two people falling in love.
Okay. I'm going to immediately go to Wikipedia and read that.
No, don't read the plot summary. Don't get the spoilers.
Okay.
It's about a girl who meets a guy and they start dating and they fall in love.
Right. I bet.
Yeah. She falls in love with him.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of the opposite of, he must have got a lot of shit about In the Company of Men.
Everyone's so it's just like the chick version of that?
He's it kind of is. Yeah.
Okay.
It's kind of the,
Right.
It's the opposite of in the Company of Men.
You've actually described this movie, including the spoiler, on stream before, because I read the first paragraph and I remembered instantly.
Oh my God.
I'm not gonna watch it. Dr. Dealer for $2 says, who still remembers the name? Oh, everyone. Dr. Dealer for $2 says, I listened to Medicare look over this video. It was 100% moral intuitions of women being snarky to cops and finding out. I fear many people will glorify the situation, although it's technically fuck around, find out. That is, I mean, that's what, 98% of the population in the commentary on this is just people using their moral intuitions on whether, snarky libtard woman gets what she deserves, or evil fascist thugs kill innocent baby angel. That's been most of the commentary I've seen on this.
I don't look, maybe it's me giving law enforcement too much of the benefit of the doubt, but no law enforcement officer wants to shoot somebody. I mean, that's so risky if you're thinking I'm going to go in there and cajole a justified shoot. Really? I mean, you're just rolling the fucking dice with your entire life.
Yeah, I agree.
Sure
that
he
would
didn't
be
want. I'm sure he didn't
risky.
want to pull the trigger. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So to postulate that he's like, oh yeah, it's fuck around and find out. Well, I guess it still is technically fuck around and find out, but I don't think the cop wanted to pull the trigger and kill her.
Right. Dr. for $2. Oh, the one. Wholesale for $2 says we should treat sanctuary cities as foreign territories and recapture them with military intervention. Put the city's leadership on trial for treason. These fucks want to act like they're not part of the U.S. Got news for them. I agree. Let's invade those sanctuary cities. Listen, I'm more in favor of invading sanctuary cities than I am Greenland. Okay. There's your hot take.
Yeah, look, we're both in favor of invading these sanctuary cities, so no more autonomous zones.
Sodos for $2 says, based on our conversation, I'll temper my previous chat. People who defend him legally are fine. Only applies to Sean. People who defend him morally by claiming she's a terrorist or was looking for a fight are scum. There you go. Dr. Diller for $3 says, I'm also in favor of killing the Greenlanders. You will now be known as Americans. You will worship cheeseburgers, Ford Mustangs, and fireworks. All hail the glorious 51.
Ford Mustangs. Oh, listen to this. Dr. Diddler knows my weak points.
AKA Batosa for $10 says, still not used to the blue name in the super chat. I know, it's terrible. It's terrible. Majan for $5 says, do you think the wife should be charged? She's heard shouting, drive, baby, drive. Watch Space King, you two, or else I become a Hyperborean YouTuber. Should she be charged?
If she can be charged, I would love her to be charged with something, because I mean, it's so insidious. I mean, that's part of the tragedy of it. If they just would have stayed home, what the fuck?
Yeah. I don't know. I had to think. I'm leaning towards no, just because I think. I mean, would you have to prove that the person, her saying that is what got her to drive? Which I think if we look at the video, we can bring it up again. I think she's already in motion before she even says that. So they're on the same wavelength already at that point. But
go ahead and ditch me, honey.
Yeah. That's what she would argue. She would argue, she was already driving, and I was just saying that so that she knew it was okay to ditch me. That would be what her defense would be if she got charged. Big Hilo for 5 Aussie bucks says, so she was a fuck around, find out. Also, have you covered how this thing's wife allegedly put smoke out on their kids? I don't even know. What does that mean? Put smoke out on their kids?
Cigarettes? Put a cigarette out on their kid? Really? Holy shit.
I have not heard that, no. I don't know anything about her. Nim Girlfriend Haver for 7 months, thank you so much, says, showing off my free membership. Love you guys. 18 reigns supreme, but S class is also all right, I guess. Baka. Well, thank you. I listen, all the Sundares love me, so thank you. Peter Keys for $5 New Zealand dollars says, Sitch backs Greenland as he is in awe of all their gaslighting. Their land isn't even green. That's true. That's the real reason Adam is in favor of going after Greenland. Okay.
Right. All that free ice.
All the ice, yeah. No, he's just very anti-gaslighting, so he doesn't like that it's the only country That's gaslighting is part of his name.
That's lighting. That's lying about its color.
Yep. Damas for $10 says domain expansion, American conquest. True. Nick Costanza for $2 says if U.S. invades Greenland, we need the Nuremberg trials. I would be very curious how that plays out. I would imagine you just see like half the military leadership would just quit before you even got to that point too. I honestly think that might be the only thing that's going to stop the Trump administration from actually doing that.
Didn't they pass some bill about preventing Trump from doing any sort of military action, and Trump vetoed it?
I don't know.
I swear they passed a bill. And it was interesting because we talked about how Congress doesn't really want to get involved. They don't want to take the heat for making tough decisions, so they're kind of deferring to Trump. And it's fascinating that, now they did get involved. They're like, oh, well, fuck this. He's gone too far. But then he just turns around and vetoes it. So
it says Senate advances war powers resolution to rein in Trump on Venezuela, but I don't think it like got to the point where Trump could even veto it.
It did pass the Senate though, because 2 Republicans joined the Democrats.
War Powers Act. Trump threatened GOP senators who voted for war powers resolution in angry calls.
Oh, look, he got right on the phone. Can you imagine Trump lighting up your phone? What the fuck? What the fuck did you do?
Right. Yeah, it says Senate. Well, it says Senate approves.
Yeah.
Did the House vote on it?
Trump was quick to say
the Senate approved. The House hasn't voted on it. Okay.
If the House voted,
I don't know. Panzer said the House
would.
needs a vote, and Nick is saying it passed, and he vetoed it. I'm not sure.
Well, look, they are getting involved, just like we said. That's exactly what we said. We were like, well, if he goes too far, Congress will get involved. Watch him. Well, now they're getting involved because they're like, look, imagine what they'll do if he invades Greenland, Sitch. They'll really get involved. They'll be like, oh, fuck that.
Well, they'll try to impeach him if he does that. And they're going to pass no wartime resolution or whatever, war powers resolution.
They're going to impeach him for a 4th time.
Yep. You don't think so? You think it will be the...
No, I agree with you. I do think so.
Time. It'd be the 3rd time, yeah.
Would it be the 3rd time?
Yeah. He was impeached twice in his first term, and this would be number 3.
Oh.
The Oceanist for $5 says everyone in chat wants to annex Canada until they realize they have to share a country with Dev and his TDS.
Yeah.
Floki for $5 says not for taking Greenland, but Denmark is denying their ability for independence too. Leftist defending colonialism is ironic.
I'll be right
leftists
back.
Always defend colonialism if it suits them at the moment, so it's not surprising. Sodos for $2 says, I'm not here to gaslight, only bait. Master baits. Thank you, Sodos. Sam Josh for $5 says, off topic, should legal gambling like Kalishi be regulated or just banned? I see sports betting ads everywhere. It's so bad FanDuel owns TV stations now. I fucking hate these prediction markets. I hate sports gambling everywhere. I think it 100% should be banned. Fuck all that shit. Fuck all that shit. We used to live in a world, a magical world where people understood that gambling was degenerate. And if you wanted to be degenerate, you had to take your ass and you had to drive an hour out of town to find the Indian reservation to piss away your money. And if people want to do that, I'm fine. Okay. It's a level of gatekeeping. You have to do a lot of actions to take those steps. But the fact that everyone and their mother can just like pick up their fucking smartphone and just piss away a bunch of money, which in a lot of these sports betting markets are totally, not even just sports betting markets, but in these prediction markets, they're totally fine with people doing insider trading betting. I just think the whole thing is reprehensible. Get rid of it all. Get rid of it all.
I'm back.
Val Van Gogh for $10 says, I'm heavily biased in this case, but not because I'm on the right. I run on the roads and I have a special disdain for people who don't take the operation of a vehicle seriously.
I agree.
Jersey Ed, thanks so much for the $10. I think I skipped some in the top part here.
Are we almost done with super chats? Seems like this stream has been 90% super chats to me, but
that's
look,
good.
you guys have been very generous with the super chats.
Why are you complaining?
Happy New Year. Jeez.
This guy. Okay. I'm engaging with the audience.
I know.
As a good host should do. All right.
No, it's true. You're doing great. Look, we had some guests on.
Yeah.
Things got heated.
Yes. It's great.
It's amazing.
Amazing.
We learned so much. Is America going to survive this, Sitch? I was really hoping that the Charlie Kirk thing would be the turning point. That it would just, people would chill out after Charlie Kirk. They would chillax.
Silly of you, Adam, to think that.
Well, is this going to escalate, or is it just dumb people arguing on Twitter?
I don't think this is going to escalate now. In terms of this isn't going to make riots or anything happen.
Did you watch Ryan McBeth's video where he was talking about all the narrative people out there interacting with you? That if you're arguing about this,
yes,
I think 1 in 5 or 1 in 3 people you're arguing with is probably some sort of foreign actor.
Yep,
foreign state.
That was a good
actor.
video. Yeah,
yeah, like that just. I have no energy for arguing. And then I watch this video from Ryan McBeth and I'm like, oh, fuck, this is why am I wasting my breath?
Now, I forget who I was listening to. There was a bunch of people, they're making this claim again. These are, anonymous Trump sources or whatever. So who knows, take it with a grain of salt. They make this claim that part of the reason they did the Maduro things and, they blew up the boats and all this other stuff is because the Trump administration really wants to do these very visible actions that will grab headlines. And if that's the goal, there's a military action I will 100% support. I think most Americans will support. If anyone tries to go against this, they'll look fucking terrible. Okay. And it's not invading Greenland. I think what the Trump administration should do is they need to find out where the bot farmers are and the scam callers are and start drone striking them.
True.
Okay?
So true.
My God. Just start drone striking. I don't care what fucking country they're in. Just start drone striking all the scammers and bot farmers. And oh my God. There it is. There's your based, LOL based operation going on.
Yeah. That'll turn the entire world into Trump supporters.
Yes. Oh God. How hilarious would that be if you start doing that and then you find out that half the traffic on X goes away? It just disappears.
Yeah, it's so insidious.
NA for $5 says another big win for A-Team. If resisting was punishable by death, this would be a non-issue. Why isn't Adam our president? That's right. That was your take. Resisting the police you should just be killed for that.
I forgot about that. But that was, yeah. That was my take.
Yeah.
Yeah, capital offense.
Right.
Yeah, open and shut case here, right?
Very easy.
She ran.
Yep. Lives and does also for $2 says, what's the holdup with Sammy G cooking again? The holdup was literally just me and Adam talking about Greenland for 20 minutes. So.
It got super heated. It was very contentious.
So heated. Yes. Bernuski for I didn't read the one. $5 says you guys should start the stream showing the Amy Capuro body cam footage. Same situation, different results. Let's see.
Remember the lady that accidentally shot the kid? Thought she was grabbing her taser to tase him and ended up shooting him.
Yes, that was
I
terrible.
think she didn't she go to jail?
I would assume.
I mean, that was a justified shoot. I don't know.
Oh, was it? Okay.
No, it was just a horrible accident.
K Swindle for $5 says, could you guys also make sure to review the footage filmed by the black neighbor of the street where he zooms in on the ICE agent's fat badonkadonk? I have not seen that video. I will admit.
His fat ass, really?
There's some fat badonker. I haven't seen this video. Someone sent it to me. This is very important. We got to make sure we see the ICE agent's fat ass. Okay.
It's weird. You get sort of a mental image of someone's face when they have a mask on. And then when I see that guy without his mask, it's just the mental image does not line up at all. I'm like, that's what he looks like? Holy shit.
Right. I feel like that's
Do
usually
you,
the
do you
case.
get that? Do you sort of fill the face in when you see someone wearing a mask?
I can't visually hold information, so no.
Oh, you don't?
No.
You just see
I'm not an
see the
artist.
mask?
I just see the mask. Okay. I'm like autistic. I can't even see their face. I just see a mask. I don't
I
even know if it's a
imagine their
human. It could be a
nose.
robot for all I know.
I imagine their nose and their mouth a certain shape that's proportional to the eyes.
And then you
But then
find
they
out
could pull the
they're
mask
fugly
down and
underneath.
They have no nose or mouth.
Okay.
It's like a
Right.
horror movie.
You're
They're
like,
ah.
Adam is imagining underneath the mask, every person is like, was it the sculpture of David, and where the was it Da Vinci's little man guy posing, and then you look at his face and you find out no, he's missing. He has no chin, he has no upper lip, his nose is all fucked up.
Oh yeah.
The Oceanus for $10 says completely off topic, but did anyone notice that all the socialist free Palpatine, I assume you mean Palestine, Palpatine people are quiet on the actual fascist Iranian regime shooting people? Amazing. I did see that. Yes. There was some crazy reporting. I don't know if we really know how credible it is. There's some crazy reporting about like something like 200 people were believed to have been shot and killed already. Protesters in Iran right now. That was kind of an interesting video. Maybe I don't know if I'll bring it up, but they're actually on CNN. They had Jake Tapper was interviewing this woman who was all like, she is Iranian and the Iranian regime was trying to go after her. So she was like super, not only was she super cheering on the people protesting, she was super cheering on Trump using military action against Iran. And it was like, oh yeah, it was so based what he did with Maduro. He needs to do that in Iran. And they're playing that on CNN completely with no pushback.
Who said that?
I forget her name. She was being interviewed by Jake Tapper.
Okay, just some Iranian. Is it Iranian or Iranian?
And Iran is what they're called.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so cool. Should we do a Team America World Police and go into Iran?
I don't think we should put boots on the ground, but like we could do, we could do Libya, where we're like, oh, you're gonna try to kill your protesters? Well, we're gonna prevent you from doing that. We're gonna let them seize the palace, bitch.
Yeah.
Hopefully, it doesn't. I don't think it'll dissolve into the same situation that Libya did. But
have you looked into how things are going in Venezuela? Is the vice president going to stay in charge?
I haven't seen any updates recently.
Yeah.
I don't know if we know yet.
Nothing new to report.
The Oceanist for $10 says, hey guys, Mondani said that the pro-Hamas administration was bad, so that means they can't call Trump a white supremacist anymore since he said that was bad too, right? Disclaimer, I don't like either of them. Yeah, did you see that? I don't know if you saw that.
I did not. I saw people talking about it, but I didn't see Mamdani. And I didn't see any video of the protests. A bunch of people running around NYC saying Hamas is cool.
There's a video, if I can bring it up real quick. There's a video of chanters chanting for Hamas.
In New York City.
In New York. And you know who defended it?
Just roaming around the streets?
They were behind a barricade.
Hassan,
you're right. How did you know?
Because we call him Hamas Piker for a reason.
Hassan defended the Hamas.
Is it just free speech? How did he defend it?
He said that he's a
free
lesser
speech, guys.
He said he's a lesser evil voter, and so he'd be in favor of Hamas for harm reduction purposes because they're better than Israel.
Okay. Why do people watch this guy? This is a guy that's saying you should run from the cops, right? Because it's safer.
Yeah.
It's harm reduction.
Harm reduction, yeah. Okay, here, let me show you. Here, I sent you the video here. You can see the Hamas protesters.
It's on
Done.
It's on X again.
Yep.
YouTube is just, they're losing it. What's going on with that?
It's so obnoxiously difficult to find current news videos on YouTube because the algorithm is so biased in favor of news stations that if you ever try to find a video of some news event without a like local news or CNN or MSNBC or Fox News commentary, it's like impossible because that's all you'll find. You cannot just find the video itself unless one of those news stations put it up uninterrupted. It's the most obnoxious bullshit ever.
All right, we got 18 seconds. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, I didn't understand any of that. Say it loud, say it clear. We support Hamas here.
That was the first. Yeah, that was the first part.
Okay. All right.
Now it is weird at the 11-second mark. You can see what appears to be a Hasidic Jew in the crowd waving a Palestinian flag.
Yeah, it was like, is that a Jewish guy in there?
Yeah. Well, there are some, I don't know if they're Hasidic Jews. There are some sect of Jews that don't think Israel should exist because the Messiah didn't come back and lead the Jews to Israel. So they think it's offensive that Israel exists. So there was an interesting thought, which was that basically every politician in New York came out and said that this was bad, including AOC, including Mamdani. So it's kind of interesting. There's a lot of people theory crafting. Why is it? Is it because they actually never supported Hamas and are just shocked and appalled that these people would say that so openly and brazenly? Or is it just, now that the political situation has kind of shifted a little bit, they know it's very untenable to be associated with these crazy people anymore. So they're trying to get ahead of it.
AOC's going to be running for president, I think, in 2028. I think that's pretty unavoidable at this point.
That makes sense. Yeah, that's probably true.
Maybe Mamdani will be running too. Who knows?
It's a little early. He's got time.
Well, I mean, everyone seems to be in love with him in the Democratic Party. They don't really have a lot of people they're in love with. If it was between Mamdani and Kamala Harris.
Right.
I think they'd be like,
God.
Mamdani.
Well, he's going to sweep her if that's his fucking choices.
Oh, hell yeah. She's running too, which is going to be fucking great. Oh my God.
Oh, it will be nice to see her
digging in. We need to start digging into election news.
It will be nice to see her get annihilated in the primary, embarrassingly. So.
And complain about it being that everyone is just misogynistic and racist.
Yes.
Because she's a black woman.
Yep.
Black.
A meme spread
Everyone
for
was
JR
saying she was black.
Meme spread for JR says it's still January and we already got George Floyd.
Why do people keep saying George Floyd? What does that mean?
I don't get it. Yeah, what does that mean? There's some joke there.
Yeah, what's that? I see that everywhere. George Floyd. What's the Floyd all about? It's probably something really silly, and everyone's
Floyd
laughing
is a derogatory
for asking.
Floyd is a derogatory slang term used mostly
for lesbian women, Karens. Oh my God, he cut out at the worst possible time. But it is actually the time, that time of day again, when Sitch's internet gets super unstable because Sammy G has to go on a anime watching bender on her Crunchyroll channel and suck down all of the bandwidth in the apartment. Let's see if he's actually still here. No, he's still in the call, even though we can't hear him, but he may drop out any second. Can't be my internet. File Van Gogh says, smooth move, Sitch. All right. He finally dropped out. I don't know if we have any super chats left, so I'm just going to end the stream here. I'll let you guys go. It was great hanging out with you. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed this live stream. I think it was very educational. I think it was fun, and I like the fact that everyone was a good sport about it. Nobody was too mean. Nobody had nasty things to say about the poor woman who lost her life. Not even in super chats. So, all right, I'm not really going to quit. I'm going to try to power through until Sitch gets back. He'll be back eventually, I'm telling you. I should have a video lined up so I can just go to the video. Let me see. I'll try to read a super chat here. Soviet Huntsman for $20 says, one of the things that baffles me about this shooting is the large amount of people who think that one has to wait and get hit or shot at before you can defend yourself. Love the show, and S-Class is the best class. Yeah. I think a lot of people have very shallow understanding of how law enforcement works. That's made even shallower by the fact that they're fed a bunch of disinformation from people who have no idea how law enforcement works. So they make stupid decisions that end up costing them, putting them in danger at the very least, if it doesn't cost them their lives. A lot of people probably get manhandled and whatnot. I don't know. I'm seeing all these videos of people getting slammed by ICE and whatnot. But it seems like they're just ICE is being provoked. So they're responding accordingly. All right. Should I end the show or should I put on a video? What do you guys want to do? And Vile Van Gogh says, Adam probably killed off 200 viewers. Just with me talking? My job is to argue with Sitch, okay? I have a very defined role in this live stream. Damus for $10 says, pull up Space King, Adam. Can I pull up Space King? I would love to pull up Space King, but I feel like we'll get a copyright strike if I do. I'm more likely to pull up something boring, like a video on the Venezuela situation. There's some really good videos going around about the Venezuela situation. Actually, let me check my DMs because I do think I sent Sitch a couple of videos that I thought were good videos. I could bring up the Anna Pearl debate. That would be cool. Let me see if I can find that. All right, give me a second, guys. I'm going to find the Anna Kasparian and Pearl debate. You can hear Anna dunking on Pearl and give me your feedback on how Anna did. Bring up Dev's Twitter. Maybe I should just send Dev the link. Dev, you're still in the chat, right? I can argue with Dev for a little bit. Oh, I got the video for you. Here you go. You're gonna love this video. We never cover Midas Touch. It's very fascinating to me, but they're like the big lefty YouTube channel. This will trigger everyone.
Demented, deranged, and rotting all alone at Mar-a-Lago, Donald Trump is having a catastrophic Sunday as Americans across the country continue to protest his dastardly regime. The protests are not getting much coverage on corporate news. We've been covering them here at the Midas Touch Network, including giving you a live feed with our friends at Status Quo about the protest in Minneapolis. Yesterday saw tens of thousands of protesters in Minneapolis, and we saw a protest erupt across the country, everywhere from Los Angeles to Washington, D.C. to Austin.
These people are all protesting the Minneapolis shooting. It's like a big protest, huh? Oh, Sitch, you're back. What happened?
I think I'm still going in and out.
Everyone thought you were quiet quitting.
No.
Have you heard what quiet quitting is?
I know what quiet quitting is, yeah.
You should call your...
They're
call
completely
your
right.
cable provider.
Dude, I'm gonna have to now.
I know. I'm gonna have to have.
This is the worst it's ever been.
Really? You're just sitting there waiting for your internet to come back?
Mm-hmm.
How far are we on super chats? I read the last two that just came in. People wanted us to bring.
There was
up
some in the
Space
beginning.
Kings,
I kind of
which
jumped
still haven't
around.
seen.
I watched the first episode
of Space Kings. Nice.
of Space Kings. Yeah,
What'd you think?
I need to see more for a pass
Mhm.
judgment one way or the other.
Oh.
To New York City, we've seen massive protests against the Trump.
Do you ever watch this channel, the Midas Touch?
The Midas Touch Network.
Yeah.
That's the lefty channel, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, this is one of my go-to sources for news.
Really?
You don't watch this channel?
Interesting.
Come on,
Occasionally I
tell me
do.
about-
Like,
While you were gone, they were telling me about Trump crying at Mar-a-Lago.
I
Bawling
really
his head off
hate.
because of all these protests.
I fucking hate. I always get tricked, or I used to. I don't do it anymore. Like all these fucking lefties, the Midas Touch channel, Brian Tyler Cohen, I don't know, Harry Sisson. So they always do these like, oh my god, like this crazy thing happened with Trump in the title, and I'm like, oh, that happened, and you click it, completely clickbait. It's never anything like they're like, oh, this is the craziest thing ever that Trump said or did, or he's going to jail, like whatever. You click it, never, ever, ever is it what the title said. It's always a fucking lie. I don't know how people stand these fucking clickbait lying channels. Even if you hate Trump, I'm just like, it's such lies how they do the clickbait on these channels.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. It's insane. People love it, though. Well, the lefties love it.
Mm-hmm.
Female liberals who have no idea how the real world
Ross
works.
Says
And
Jonathan's
yet,
Ross punishment will be to raise
Okay.
the child. Oof. I don't think so.
What was it? I was playing the... You must have the Watch Together closed or you're not in there.
I do have the Watch Together closed.
Read that super chat again.
Or rather, the Watch Together closed on me. Oh, are you playing the Pearl debate?
Yeah, I brought it up. I didn't know how much longer you were going to last. I was going to do a 24-hour stream.
Okay. No, Girl Sarah for $5 says Jonathan Ross's punishment will be to raise the child, which I think that's the case, but no else coming the void for $5 says it was the fuck around of times, it was the find out of times. It's terrible.
God, that's terrible.
Terrible. Even if it's
so
funny.
bad. You have no empathy.
Dumps Bro for $5 says she's an innocent baby angel. Not only was she a mother and a poet, she was also an athlete. In fact, she won the FFAO World Cup. Hold on, Sam's gonna break the washing machine. I can hear it like destabilizing.
What? How is that possible?
Into the final statements. So we'll pick up our open debate. Pearl, I'll let you begin.
What's your plan when men stop doing the dirty and dangerous jobs that keep society running?
If you could hold your mic.
Sorry, I'll say it again.
Can you give me an example of which jobs you're referring to?
Logging.
Look. Oh my God. How is this in a debate? I think this debate is supposed to be about feminism, but she asks her, what is her plan when men stop doing all the dangerous jobs? Is that something that's we're on the verge of? That's going to happen soon? Men are going to stop doing dangerous jobs? All the men are going to quit?
The robots will do all the dangerous jobs.
Did you get your watch together open or?
Yeah, you know when you like don't put in you don't correctly put the stuff in the washing machine, so when it does a spin, it's like it starts going fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You put like 10 shoes in there and you put them all on one side.
Yes.
And you're like, take this washing machine.
Yes, that's what was going on. I was hearing the washing machine in the next room sound like it was blasting off the space. Okay.
It's like thumping through the wall.
Yes, which is a good way to break it. So you don't really want to get that expense on everything.
Didn't she hear it going on? Couldn't she have fixed
She's
it?
in the bathroom. She's in the bathroom. I don't know what she's doing.
Okay.
Taking the showers, I was like.
All right. So she couldn't hear.
No.
You know, that's what I always do when I'm doing laundry is I jump right in the shower.
Exactly. It makes sense.
Should we get a watch together?
Hmm?
Is your watch together up?
Yeah, I'm on the watch together.
Hmm.
Trap Sonk for 5 Canadians says, Sitch, pay attention to land acknowledgements in Canada. There's a court ruling that the Cowichan tribe has rights to land other people own. Wow. That's pretty crazy.
See, look. I'm a homeowner, Sitch. Get the fuck out of here with that land acknowledgement shit. You have no rights on my land.
That's why Canada sucks. I'd say it, but
I'm not worried about that.
Of course you're not.
No.
I need better timestamps.
You do. Yeah.
Oh, she looks so demoralized.
Women in modern society. You're under this weird impression that the anecdotal evidence that you cite is indicative of the outcome of all marriages. In reality, study after study shows that married couples tend to be happier than single individuals.
Right, they're happy before the divorce.
Divorce is terrible. Divorce means that the marriage didn't work out. Obviously, they're not going to be happy in the middle of a divorce.
Correlation doesn't mean causation. People.
All right, I'll get better timestamps. We'll visit this on Tuesday. Unless Sitch left. Oh my God, did Sitch bug out again? Oh my God, he's gone again. Hilarious. Okay, we're watching more Pearl, but let's fast forward a little bit here.
Okay.
I want to get to the part where she asks her about marrying someone and Pearl just will not for the life of her answer. It's so, why?
So I'm going back
Answer
to the
question.
topic.
Would you marry a broke guy?
Okay. Here we go. Now we're on to something.
Attributing it to marriage, but you're not going to marry someone that's a bit.
Okay.
You're right, Pearl.
You know, what's really interesting is if you look at marriage rates, which have dropped in the United States, not just in the United States, actually globally, you'll notice that the people who are less likely to get married happen to be those who are from a lower socioeconomic status.
Right, marriage is disappearing from the middle class. That's true.
From poor individuals, yes.
What's your point?
Do you wonder why?
Because women marry rich?
People forego marriage due to their own personal financial situation.
So women marry for money a lot.
This is so fascinating. Okay, this is the second time that I'm watching it. So Pearl is making the argument that every woman is a gold digger. That all these women are just evil fucking gold diggers. That you can't trust these women at all. Which is, I mean, an interesting perspective. I live in Los Angeles, okay? This is gold digger central. There are more gold diggers in Los Angeles per capita than anywhere in the world. I'm certain of it. So, but to think that all women are gold diggers is just, I mean, that's not the case. That's not the case at all. A lot of women, most women will marry someone that they fall in love with, regardless of their financial status. I'm sure lots of women, I mean, they would like to fall in love with a guy who has money. But I mean, I don't think a lot of women want to marry a guy just because he has money. They don't want to marry some guy that they have no attraction to or they think is not fun to be around just because he has money. That's not the situation women want.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going back to this.
Let me ask you something, Pearl.
Men.
Would you be willing to marry a guy who's poor?
Men.
Because I married a guy who was in debt and loved the hell out of him. Best thing in my life. Would you marry a guy who is broke, no
nice,
career,
Anna.
and in debt? Would you?
That's very nice, Anna.
Would you?
So I'm going back
Answer
to the
the question. Would you marry a broke guy in debt?
All right, so we're going back to the
Would
topic.
you? Would you?
All right, this is the nagging. This is the nagging again. Okay, so
I'm pushing you to answer a question because you are judging women
Oh
making a blanket statement of who they would be willing to marry, who they
nagging,
wouldn't be
make it
willing to marry.
stop.
But you're not answering the question
God help
yourself.
us.
Would you be willing to marry
Does
a
your
broke
husband
guy
have
in
to-
debt?
Does your husband have to listen
wouldn't,
to this?
would you?
Does he have to listen to this?
Oh, he loves it.
All right,
Can't get
so
enough of
can
it.
I go back
Do you
to the
not want to answer
question?
that? Why do you not want to answer that?
Yeah, why?
Even the moderator gets involved. He's like, Pearl, why not just answer the question? What's going on here? What's the big deal? Why doesn't she want to answer this question? It's so weird.
Why not?
Just say no, I don't want to broke.
Love is love. Now back to the question.
Love is love. Love is not an answer. It's not remotely an answer. Love is love. Look at the smile on Anna's face too. Anna's like totally stoked. This bitch. Anna does do a super cool quip in the beginning too, because I don't know, somehow Anna Kasparian's husband comes up and Pearl asks if how tall Anna's husband is. And I think she's doing it to kind of dunk on Anna, like, oh yeah, you're married to a short king. And Anna says he's 6'1", the same height as you, Pearl.
Oh my God.
Which I never thought of.
Bam.
I never thought of the tall girl thing being a dunk until that moment. I was like, oh yeah, that is kind of a dunk, isn't it? Look at you, you angry female giant. And look at how small and petite Anna is compared to Pearl.
You're saying Pearl's just jealous.
Pearl, the big lumbering monster. All right, don't make fun of the way people look, okay? Unless, of course, they're dunking on your husband for potentially being short. Then you are allowed to. So let's see, does Pearl ever answer?
Men, 88% of the food. The power grid, 93% men. Transportation, 95% men.
Men are an important society.
Communications, 90% men. Material production, 78% men. Software, 80% men. Auto workers, 98% men. Carpenters, 98% men. Electricians, 98% men. If you remove the top male-dominated...
I know, she never answers. She moves on.
Okay.
She gallops away.
Yeah, men are awesome. Okay. But answer the fucking question.
Yeah.
Whatever.
She's like, all the jobs I would not be caught dead marrying right here on this list.
Anyway, I know where I got cut out. Liz and Des Walls wanted to know if people were interested in a Sitch and Adam robot fight competition.
Mm-hmm.
Chat, is anyone interested? Is the Sitch and Adam community interested in a robot fight competition? Leave a comment if you want
What
a.
is that a
robot
possibility
fight.
for us to do or something?
Probably not. But if you want
Yeah.
to, let us know. Valvin Go for $5 says, I think she might have wanted to knock him out of the way in a cartoon-like fashion. You think that was her thought process? She's like, I grew up on a lot of Looney Tunes. I can just like bump him out of the way, right? Maybe that's the thought process.
Oof.
With Tosk for $5. Now, this is a good question. This is the real question that Asman should have asked Hassan. Okay, Hassan, but what if that officer was an agent of the CCP? Would that change his position?
Oh my God, that would have been so good.
Yeah.
Should she resist then?
Yeah, exactly. Floki for $10 says, I think it's about Dev. I'll give him credit until his rant about his channel dying because, quote, he didn't want to sell it to MAGA when no one told him to. He just couldn't even make a video about Trudeau without saying Trump bad.
Oh. Yeah, I mean that's a bit offensive. That's an offensive comment. Don't you think?
Tosk, what is an offensive comment?
I mean, you can treat Trump fairly without selling out to MAGA. I mean, he's kind of implying you have to have his level of hatred for Trump not to be a sellout. That's the implication.
Yeah, maybe. I think if you do a lot of content that is anti-socialist or anti-woke for the years, and you're not a Trump fan, is going to substantially hurt your channel by a significant margin, regardless of how far in that direction you go. Because I mean, Dev says a lot of things I don't agree with. I think he goes too far in that direction. But if he didn't, I think his channel would have taken a big hit just from that alone.
Too far in the anti-Trump direction? Oh,
yeah.
He fucking hates Trump. Oh my God.
So he might not be the best case study because there's a lot of confounding variables, I should say. But I do think that that's generally still true, though.
Mm-hmm.
With Tosk for $2 says, Dev and Adam beef are mom and dad fighting. No, just play fighting. It's just kayfabe.
Right.
KinoFlex reviews for $2 says, One Battle After Another was a great movie and not propaganda. Wow. Don't agree.
Okay.
Don't agree even remotely. But okay.
I did finish Eddington.
Mm-hmm.
And did we talk about this before the stream? I don't think we did.
You said that you didn't like the ending.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. It's just infuriating because it was super good and the ending blows.
Oh,
the
terrible.
ending is so bad, so fucking terrible. Not only that, it's logically incoherent.
Mm-hmm.
So much shit happens in the movie. Look, I think Weapons is a good example of a movie where they're like, okay, we want this movie really to go off the rails in the third act, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they do a good job of setting it up where you can have that third act off the rails kind of David Lynch, Twilight Zone situation, but it still makes logical sense. Like they've done their homework setting things up.
Mm-hmm.
This movie does not do that in any way, shape, or form. It goes off the nails and all logical consistency just goes out the window.
Hmm.
Like the ending, you're going, this makes absolutely no sense. Like there
Right.
would be it's just, it dips into an alternate reality. You know how Weapons is completely logically consistent in the world of the movie, right? You're like, okay.
The end is, I think you should frame it a little bit differently because the end of Weapons is completely logically consistent. It's just that the tone is a dramatic tone shift. The whole movie is very serious and dark for the most part. And then the last part is kind of hilarious. And so it has this like dramatic tone shift, but it works perfectly. and it's very difficult, I think, to pull that off correctly.
There is a bit of that tone shift too, but it's also, I mean, you understand the logic of what's happening.
Yes, everything that happens at the end of Weapons, even though it's a tone shift from serious to funny, it all conforms to the logic
world that they've created.
Yeah, it all completely logically makes sense with the world. Nothing about it. I mean, it's kind of silly and absurd, but nothing about it is like world breaking to any capacity from like a logical perspective. From an emotional perspective, it's like this amazing emotional release to the tension that's been building the whole movie. I think that's why it works so powerfully on an emotional level, which is often more important than the logic of it. So
Eddington, you're just going, this could never happen. This would never happen. There's a ton of setups that they just drop. You're like, wait a second. I was kind of watching to see how this was going to be resolved. No, it does. It's not going to be resolved. It's like if Weapons ended and they never found any of the
well,
kids,
I'm going to watch
like,
Eddington.
forget about it. Yeah, you should. I think Sitch dropped out again. Just having a terrible time.
That's terrible.
No, it's good. It's great.
I typed what I typed for $10. Says, are either of you following the award? It just said my internet connection is unstable, so I'm assuming it's not great.
I can hear you now.
Oh, okay.
So
I typed what I
go
typed.
ahead.
I typed what I typed for $10. Says, are either of you following award season? I don't really care other than Jacob Elordi winning. His performance really impressed me in Frankenstein. Great movie, in my opinion. Horror is making a comeback. I didn't see Frankenstein.
We've never watched award season. One day we were streaming, because obviously we stream on Sundays, and that's when the Academy Awards are. The big slap, the Will Smith slap, happened while we were streaming, and someone sent it to us, and it was great fun. But that's the most fun we've had with an award show, because usually it's pretty dead. I tried to watch Frankenstein, and I thought Frankenstein was incredibly boring. So, bye-bye, Sitch. He should really just, next time he comes back, he should send me the remaining super chats.
Oh,
I gave up even trying to keep track of super chats because Sitch was all over the place with super chats. So, I mean, I blame him. It's completely his fault. Don't blame me. I had nothing to do with it. Here we go. I'm going to bring up an MMT video you guys have to see. Oh, you guys are going to love this.
No, I'll save you. I'll save you all. Can you hear me? Am I saving anyone?
I can't. No, you are. Save us from. Look, I'm going to get it. I'm going to put it in the watch together.
Short Side Goblin for $2 says, this is a story about liberal women entitlement. The Oceanist for $10 says, saw some socialist feminists make this shooting about incels, and I've come to the conclusion that socialists are just the economic incels. They even have their own Andrew Tate in the form of Hassan.
True. But look, I don't like making fun of incels.
You could be completely right about that. I like that. Floki VT for $5 says, I don't either, but doesn't make sense in this context. There's some portion of the weirdo feminists left that.
As children, we imagined the promise of tomorrow. A future where science fiction would become reality.
They're like, how dare you?
That's where our journey
say
began.
Women are sex objects, and then they literally just define themselves entirely. Don't have access to sex objects. Floki for $5 says, leftists are measures. CPS should take those. 100%. The Oceanist for $5 says, Groypers are normal incels and economic incels as well, but they are all extremely cringe. That is true. Ben
Where
Riley for
we
$5
at?
says lots of adverbs, adjectives, and mind reading in this debate. Try to refrain. Please just saying. I think that was in regards to Sean and Sodos talking.
Mind reading.
Yep.
Mind reading. I'm here for the mind reading. That's why I listen to stuff. I want to hear people reading other people's minds so I can go, am I mind reading correctly? Yes, I am.
True.
I thought the same exact thing.
If enough people think the same thing about someone's internal mental state, it must be
It's
true.
got to be true.
Right.
It's 100% accurate.
Squeeze Louise for $5 says, how would you feel if you hadn't had breakfast this morning, Sodoge? Ouch.
But I did have breakfast. What are you talking about?
Our goal.
Insensitive for $5 says Down syndrome voice. I'm not going to do it in a Down syndrome voice. Rest in peace, George Floyd. Wow.
There, people are back with the Floyd. That's where you got cut off before. You were telling us what Floyd meant.
Oh,
you got
it was.
cut off.
It meant like feminoid, like it's supposed to be some sort of like maybe that's where the incel accusation comes from. It's supposed to be like the incel term for women is Floyd, which I don't believe I'd ever heard.
Is it
so.
really? We're so
Well,
out of it. Damn.
I'm an old man, so I don't know.
The female incel.
Yep. No. It's not the female incel. That's a femcel. It was the term incels would call
Feminoid.
but Floyd was like the short version. But yeah.
George Floyd. Sad. I just feel sad for everyone that they have to argue about this stupid shit online. That they don't have better things to do.
Mm-hmm.
Like watch MMT videos and videos from Boston Dynamics. Are you going to get one of these helper robots, Sitch? To do your laundry and stuff?
Of course I am. It can fix my internet, can it? It can make sure the laundry doesn't break when Sam puts all her shoes on one side of it.
Maybe. I'm glad my internet's been rock solid. There were a couple bad streams there where my internet was going crazy.
That's even worse.
I called him up and I said, look, you get your shit together or you're going to be the next George Floyd, okay? I'm going to come down there.
Really? That was what?
Don't make me do it.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to
And they said, yes, sir.
Like,
right away, sir.
I'm going to treat you like a Karen ICE protester. I'll give you a piece of my mind.
Okay, so let's see. So I did all the ones I skipped around. So I'm at the Oceanist for $2 says 99% of gamblers quit before they hit it big. Thank you, Oceanist, for that.
That's so unfortunate because they're just on the edge there. They're almost there to win, but
you guys are terrible. Terrible. Proteron for 2 months says S-Class is the best class.
An A-Team reigns supreme.
Yep.
Are you guys enjoying the new JJK season so far? What is JJK?
Jujutsu Kaisen.
Oh.
I haven't watched it yet, so no. We'll let some more episodes.
Not yet.
We like to let more episodes load in so you can binge a bunch.
I do want to see that episode with Trump and Maduro, though.
Oh, really? Okay. That's true.
I was looking for it, but I couldn't find it.
Right.
Adam, you snoozing? S-Class is best class. That's Jersey Ed 22 for $5.
Thank you, Jersey. The Oceanist for $5 says, if you ever feel dumb for any prediction, at least you're not Chris Volanti predicting Venezuela would beat the Marines. Silly, tanky loser.
Really? Wow. That's a bold prediction.
What a pathetic scrub bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Proteron for 10 New Zealand dollars says, also, how do we feel about Trump finally tackling private equity firms by removing their ability to buy more family homes? Also, man, what a distraction from the Epstein files. Yeah, I'm in favor of that. of that action. I don't know if it's going to make a huge impact on housing prices, but I'm in favor of it.
Getting the private equity out.
Yeah.
Yeah. If they're buying single family homes, yeah, fuck them. No more of that. If
I
they
know
want to build some big complex and have people move in, jump on that. That's your opportunity right there.
Yes. True. Does that include if they involve, when they do those big housing communities and they're all like the same house? Does that include that?
If
I'm not
they're
sure.
if they're gonna build it or buy it up.
When they do they don't just do like individual homes, they do like the entire like neighborhood, right?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but normally they sell those. Developers build the whole neighborhood, but they sell them as single family homes.
Okay.
I think the thing is,
and also
they
I
don't
know
want
Trump
them buying
wanted
single
to
family homes.
Yeah. I also know he wanted to put a cap on credit card interest rates, which I also support. Yes. Now Trump has no authority to do that himself, but if I do, I would 100% support Congress doing that.
Who has control over that? Don't they write the credit card laws?
Congress would.
Right.
Yeah, I'm saying the president doesn't have authority to do that.
Right. He just does an executive order. Just bangs it on out.
Actually, I don't know what Trump has any authority to do the private equity firms thing either. So I don't know if he actually say it or he just said that they should do it, like the credit card thing. Floki for 3 months says Adam learns how makeup works and how under doesn't look the same as within. As with, truly, we all wear masks. Yeah, it's true. Do you watch those videos of like the girls doing the makeup tutorials and your brain just goes, what?
Yeah, I've watched some of those.
Okay. Soviet Huntsman for $20. Thanks so much. Says one of the things that baffles me about the shooting is that the large amount of people who think that one has to wait and get hit or shot at before you can defend yourself. Love the show and S-Class. Here's your best class.
I read that one, but not with that kind of enthusiasm. So,
well, thank you.
Famous for $10 says pull up Space King. Adam, I read that one too.
Floki for $2 says watch Angry Cops video on the subject. Well, I will. I'm not gonna watch on stream, but I will watch.
Well, I think he's sending that to me because you kept cutting out and we're looking for videos for me to watch.
I got you.
Everyone was hooking me up.
Sodo for $2 says I'm back. You should pull up the recent Jerome Powell video.
What did Jerome Powell say? Jerome Powell is under criminal investigation.
What?
And I guess he gave some statement saying he's not going to bow to the Trump administration.
For what?
He's not going to.
He's under. Wait. He's under criminal for what? What is happening? How did I hear about this?
He was interfering with an ICE.
Jerome Powell.
Yeah, he parked his car in the middle of the street.
The head of the Fed was like
tooting his horn and dancing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
He was playing Ice Baby on his car horn.
Uh-huh.
No, I'm just making this up. I don't know what he did. Bring the video up.
Federal prosecutors open investigation into Fed Chair Powell. The U.S. Attorney's Office in the District of Columbia has opened a criminal investigation into Jerome Powell, the Federal Reserve Chair, over the central bank's renovation of its Washington headquarters and whether Mr. Powell lied to Congress about the scope of the project. This sounds boring. The inquiry, which includes an analysis of Mr. Powell's public statements and examination of spending records, was approved in November by Jeanine Pirro, a longtime ally of President Trump, who was appointed to run the office last year, the official said. The investigation escalates Mr. Trump's long-running feud with Mr. Powell, whom the president has continually attacked for resisting his demands to slash interest rates significantly. The president has threatened to fire the Fed chair, even though he nominated Mr. Powell for the position in 2017, and raised the prospect of a lawsuit against him related to the $2.5 billion renovation, citing incompetence.
Yeah, this is all old news.
This story is from like today.
Yeah, but he's been. This criminal investigation is all old news. That's what they've been going after.
Okay, I don't know anything about it. I don't know nothing about it. Is it legitimate? Is it bullshit?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
Who knows?
Mr. Powell, in a rare video message released by the Fed today, said that the Justice Department has served the central bank with grand jury subpoenas days earlier. He described the investigation as unprecedented and questioned the motivation for the move, even as he affirmed that he carried out his duties as chair without political fear or favor. I mean, obviously, it looks really bad when Trump has been feuding with him, and all of a sudden they're like, "Well, we're going to start investigating Jerome Powell." Doesn't look great.
He should drop the interest rates
Mm-hmm.
and wait for them to drop the investigation and go, "See, I told you," and then raise interest rates back up again.
Raise them again.
What do you think?
I like it. He should.
That'd be a good way to test out.
That would be, yeah.
See if it's really just Trump pressuring him. I knew it.
I knew it. Jason Mulgreen for $5 says, watch the new Jubilee Boomer Democrat versus Gen Z progressives. It's deeply unsettling. The future of the left is a frightening prospect.
They always hit us when we watch Jubilee. I love Jubilee videos.
Yeah, we can't watch it on a stream
them because they're insane.
We'll watch it and then be horribly fucking depressed, probably, at how fucking doomed the future of the left is. And I think of the right as well in this country. It's everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Though, to be
it's
fair,
very sad, isn't it?
I know it is sad. Though they do try to get the craziest people possible for these shows. So,
So they're giving us a bad sampling. Is that what you're saying?
It's possible.
The Jubilee video that you never see is like reasonable Democrats versus reasonable progressives.
20 reasonable people sit in a circle and have a nice, reasonable political conversation.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's not gonna
Who
get
wants
the
to
views.
watch that?
Right. Obviously.
Although people say that's what they like about our show. It's very weird.
That's true, but that's why we don't have 2 million views like Jubilee does.
Right.
It's a trade-off.
Or the Midas touch.
Yes.
Going on 6 million subscribers.
This is the video. The walls are closing in on Trump. Here's obvious evidence of his cognitive decline. Just watch this video. We swear it's not clickbait this time.
He's almost there. Guys,
almost
he's
there.
crying at Mar-a-Lago.
You won't believe what Trump said. Click. It's the thing that he said that everyone's reporting on, he said. Oh my God. It's terrible. Fondue for $6 says Sitch became the true isekai protagonist. True.
He did.
True. That's the name of it. I entered my washing machine and went to a land of isekai protagonists. Dr. Dip for $2 says, Sitch, is your laundry imp acting up again? Tell her you'll sell her to the Jawas, notably taller than her, that usually clears things up. Terrible.
Wow.
Terrible, terrible, terrible. But true. Vu Doom.
Does Sammy do your laundry?
No.
Is Sammy doing laundry for you?
She does. We do our own laundries.
Okay, good.
Do you do your laundry?
I do my own laundry.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
I always thought it was a little weird that my mom did my dad's laundry, but I don't know. Maybe I guess it's a generational thing.
I want it done a certain way, and I guess I could hover over my wife and say, she offers to do my laundry quite often, and I'm like, nah, not going there.
Well, what does she do? She's like, I'm gonna put in like a bucket of bleach, and then you're like, honey, all my shirts are ruined.
Who knows? Who knows? Who knows what you'll get?
Okay. She's like, I put in a pound of Crisco. Didn't you want your shirts crispy? Like, what?
Look, I'm gonna give her a shot and report back.
Okay.
And say okay.
Mm-hmm.
See how it went.
Right. Growing up, we had a shared dirty clothes basket. My mom did all the laundry. Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense if that's the case when you're like in a big family. I guess it makes sense.
Yeah, my mom never did. I guess maybe it's just inertia.
Mm-hmm.
Because my mom never did my laundry. I mean, obviously she did it when I was a little kid, but look, I took over my laundry pretty early on.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't think I started doing my laundry till like right before college.
When I was 12, I was ready to move out and get my own place.
That's
I was
impressive.
Like, this is fucking, these parents. Oh my God. They're so
That's
fucking
impressive.
annoying.
Yeah. That's what you gotta do, though.
We had a little street gang. We would go do our thing, man.
I think that's the trick. You gotta make. This is my plan. Okay, you gotta make the kids do as many chores as possible as soon as possible, so that they don't know any better. Because that was the problem. My parents waited too long. Like I had too much time where I didn't have to do chores, so that when they sprung a bunch of chores on me, I'm like, this is so unfair. I didn't used to have to do this, right? But like if you just make them do it from like the earliest memories, they're like, well, obviously I have to do chores. This is just the way the world works.
Nick said Adam did his mom's laundry. I mean, that's a little.
It's a little much.
Yeah. Oh, my
You
mom
didn't do
would-
your mom's laundry, Adam?
No, no.
Oh, okay.
She wouldn't let me do her laundry either.
Yes.
She would have the same impulse. Like, nah, he'll fuck it up. Fucking, I'm gonna let some 12-year-old do my laundry. Think I want
to be
all my
fair,
clothes shrunk?
I would not trust a 12-year-old to do my laundry either. So
Yeah, look, I was basically a latchkey kid.
Mhm.
I was unleashed on the world early on. Yeah.
there's a level of how much detergent you use. I just use the little pockets.
Actually, it's close. I think it's closer to 10
10 what?
when I was just a free agent.
Oh,
Because it was like 5th grade that I really emancipated myself.
look at this. Adam just had an early development. He's molesting women at 5. He's moving out by 10.
What do you mean? By
He's
10,
a-
I'd already molested like 10 babysitters.
Oh my God.
10 was like late.
There you
I was
go.
doing that when I was like 6.
Right.
Back when I had the babysitter.
Mm-hmm. Honey
By
Pat,
8, I was like,
I only
babysitter
ever
free.
use. So I know they tell you. I don't know how you feel about this, Adam. I know they tell you to use more than one soap packet for the washing machine. I feel like I never need to. I feel like that's a lie. Even if I like have like a large load, all my clothes still smell perfectly fresh with just one packet.
What is a packet?
The little detergent packets
You
for a washing machine.
I don't use this. I just
Oh,
use
you use the
liquid
liquid?
detergent. Yeah.
You fucking
I don't use
degenerate.
the pack. But I only put like a thimble in there. No, I'm kidding, obviously.
Adam is like, Huddy's using too much. He's got his little thimble, his exact thimble amount. It poured in. Yes.
No, I just put it wherever.
Okay.
It does make me think, because it does have like a maximum that you can put in, right? But
Mhm.
that implies you can put less in, right? You're like, it says don't put more than this in. But it doesn't tell you how little you could put in. It doesn't say don't put it doesn't say this is the minimum. So you technically could put a thimble in there, right?
There you go. Sitch still eats Pop-Tarts for breakfast. I was never allowed to eat Pop-Tarts for breakfast, actually. So, not allowed. I eat soup for breakfast now. Amy's lentil soup.
Do you really?
I do. I put some meat and some spinach in it, make it even healthier.
I eat eggs for breakfast. Eggs are my
Mhm.
go-to for breakfast. I got to get some protein in the morning.
That's
Get me
good.
going. I'm super conscious of sugar now too, because sugar just does. Sugar drains you. You got to eat sugar. Look, I love sugar. I love ice cream and cake and all pie, all that good stuff. But I try to plan eating it before bed. I'm like, look, I'm going to crash soon anyway, right?
So the reason for that, saying I could come in here and explain why it is, it means that you're having
Your
a strong insulin
levels
reaction.
spike. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I know exactly what's going on.
If you need more fiber and protein when you eat sugar, it means the balance is off. If you don't want that crash.
I'm totally addicted to those Olipop sodas, though. Oh, they're so good.
Oh, the fiber
But
sodas?
I'm worried if I drink too many, though, I'm gonna get like fibered out. Can you take too much fiber in?
You'll just go to the bathroom or get very gassy or something. But that's about it.
Okay. Well, that's not good.
Yeah. Well, you'll notice. You'll realize it. So.
Have you tried those? They're so good.
I had one. I don't remember which. I had 2 different brands, and yeah, they actually made my stomach kind of upset. But yeah.
Oh, okay.
It is.
Well,
I mean,
not
it's
good.
better than if you're gonna drink soda. You might as well drink the soda that's got fiber in it. So.
Yeah, it's got fiber and 50 calories.
Mhm.
Yeah.
How much
and
fiber
it's
is it?
tasty. 9 grams.
That's pretty good.
Oh, it's off the charts.
9 grams.
Drink some of
17
that.
carbs.
Some of the super pasta.
Okay, that's good. You're getting a good amount of fiber in.
Could throw some fiber gummies in there.
There you go. Look at
Eat
this.
some celery.
Look at this.
Some people go crazy for the fiber stuff. So, oh look, Sammy, we summoned.
You
her.
said fiber.
She's
perked
like,
up.
oh, they're talking about fiber.
Yeah.
There's not a limit of fiber you can have. It's what you can handle. Whole shit. There's a
Can you handle
minimum
your shit,
fiber you
Adam?
need a day. It's 25 grams. You need 25 grams of fiber a day.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't nobody can eat 25 grams of fiber a day.
What do you mean? Just drink that much in sodas. That's the solution, right?
I guess you can.
That would be 3 sodas.
Oh, that's nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
See, there you go. But actually, don't drink that all in sodas, but probably not good.
I don't think I've had one of those sodas today.
Get some Amy's lentil soup.
Oh, yeah. I love some lentil soup.
There you go.
No.
You
Not
don't?
having it.
Oh, okay.
Lentil soup. First of all, I'm not a soup drinker.
Wow, soup is amazing.
Really? You're a soup guy?
I fucking love soup.
Really?
I'm a soup hoe. Give me all the soups.
Cool. More a salad guy, but
Wow. Also, if you're a soup whore like me, Progresso recently came out with a new soup like a few months ago. It was pretty awesome. The steakhouse style steak and bean soup. 20 grams of protein in this fucking soup. And a shit ton of fiber too. So packed full of nutrients. Good stuff.
wow. I'll try that out.
What? S class is soup class.
For
That's true.
soup class, yeah.
That's true.
That's what the S in S class is.
Thorgrim says, base Sitch, that's why you're the king. You think that's true. When I'm king, here at S class, okay, every S class general gets a full bowl of soup every day for every meal. Soup is the easiest thing to make. Sitch L. Good soup is not that easy to make, actually. First of all, I don't even know. I've never been effective at making good homemade soup. I think making good homemade soup.
Oh
no,
wow.
I have. It's just never been that good.
Really?
I feel like it's difficult to make like really top tier, like restaurant quality soup on your own.
I've made some potato soup where I go crazy.
Nice.
Yeah, potato cheese soup. I've made like a giant thing of it just so I can eat a lot of soup. It's good.
Sitch, Amy's soups are on BOGO at Publix this week. Thank you. They actually do pretty good. Amy's and Progresso Pitmasters usually go BOGO pretty frequently. So, Vu Doom for $10 says this idea that ICE are not legitimate law enforcement and that they can be challenged in this way has to stop. MSM and other people in power should stop putting this idea into people's heads.
I agree, but they never will.
That's true.
The people are just fodder for them.
That's true.
So sad. It's very sad. You should be apathetic. That's the way to win. But vote.
Anyways.
Only protest if there's a genocide in your country. Anyways, all right.
Anyways.
What's up?
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you all for your
Sodos.
generous
Thank you
super
for
chats.
coming on, Sean. That was a good conversation. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed hearing you guys argue back and forth. Potentially criminal Sean.
Sean's the king, isn't he?
Sean's a nice guy. And thank you guys for listening. Thank you all for incredibly generous donations. Thank you for staying true to the goal of being S-Class and A-Team, of being an enlightened, true, free will-seeking isekai protagonist, and not the lame isekai protagonist like Subaru and Ray Zero, who seems cringe like Reddit tier, like nice guy cringe, but instead you strive for the stars to be edgy boy cringe, like the based, obvious isekai protagonist winner Sid, aka Shadow Atomic. And we'll see you guys all next week.
Bye-bye.
What was that? What is that? Okay, I guess I'm pressing the button.